In 737A, on a huge spaceship, Frieza, who was sitting in a baby carriage, woke up suddenly after a short nap, and his breathing became rapid. Seeing this, Sabo and Dodoria hurried forward and asked, "King Frieza, are you okay?" "Mr. Sabo? Mr. Dodoria? What's going on? Weren't they killed by Vegeta on Namek a long time ago?" Frieza's eyes quickly glanced around. Although he was not hostile, the oppressive feeling he exuded made everyone in the spaceship feel suffocated. "What time is it now?" Hearing this, Sabo bent down and replied respectfully, "It will take about 30 hours to reach Planet Vegeta." "Planet Vegeta? Did I go back to the past?" "Please, Mr. Sabo, please call up the flight log for me to see." "Yes." Sabo immediately went to the control panel and pressed a few buttons, and then the spaceship displayed the current time and location of the spaceship, as well as the destination. "Age 737. It seems I was reborn in the past. Great. God is here to save me." Frieza, not long after the Tournament of Power, tried to get his hands on the Earth again. He was beaten to death by Broly, who went berserk for 2.5 hours. As for why he was beaten for 2.5 hours, that it was because Goku and Vegeta made too many mistakes when they merged. But the undeniable fact is that whether he wanted to or not, he became a hero who protected the Earth in that world. Frieza waved his hand and said, "You guys go out first, it'll wake you up." "Yes." After Sabo and Dodoria went out carefully, Frieza's expression twisted, and he gritted his teeth and said viciously, "How can you be repaired? Broly, you beat me to death. This time I will end it before everything starts." Thinking of this, Frieza was stunned for a while and said, "Wait. Since you are reborn, why don't you pursue more? Why do you have to get along with a group of monkeys? This time I will just adopt you and let me raise you myself. Become my most loyal and the most powerful subordinates. Except Broly, Son Goku, and Vegeta, the other Saiyans are just good for nothings. Besides, Beerus only said to destroy Planet Vegeta, but did not tell the Saiyans to perish, so take them all and be my obedient dog. My soul and spirit have transformed now. Even Super Saiyans can be destroyed in a snap. At most, I can practice for a few more years, maybe even Beerus." Thinking of this, Frieza laughed inexplicably. "Oh ho ho." He pressed the communication button on the stroller and said, "Mr. Dodoria, notify all the teams hunting Saiyans to stop and return. Of course, forget about those who have been killed. Tell King Vegeta to prepare the most sumptuous dinner for me." At the same time, on Planet Vegeta, Bardock carried 2 ball-shaped spaceships and a female Saiyan with a child in his arms to the suburbs far away from the city. He put down the Maruko spaceship. "Frieza is coming. I can't stop him. The only way is for us to go to Earth together. When Kakarot grows up, he will definitely be able to defeat that guy." Jain looked at Bardock worriedly and asked, "Bardock, are you too sensitive?" Bardock put his hands on Ginna's shoulders and smiled. "Believe me, Jain, this is all in the past for me. And King Vegeta seems to have noticed it. Recently, he has been dispersing young Saiyans to different planets. The positioning devices on those spaceships have been dismantled like these too. Vegeta the King didn't even give the young Saiyans the order to destroy the planet. It seems that he only hopes that they can survive." Jain lowered her head and murmured, "Well, I hope this won't happen. I hope so too. Go in first, you take Kakarot in one, and he'll take one alone." "What about Raditz?" Bardock looked at Jain and smiled. "That kid has joined the Prince's team, and Frieza will not move this team. If we are destined, we will see him on Earth." 2 Maru spaceships, 3 Saiyans, flew away from their hometown and headed for the distant Earth. And in the hall of Vegeta's palace, King Vegeta listened to the report of his subordinates with a serious face. "Frieza told me he was coming. If I gather all the Saiyans and turn them into giant apes at this time, that it may be possible to kill him." A female Saiyan wearing a crown beside him said, "But Vegeta is still in his hands." "I know. If I hadn't considered this, I would have taken action long ago, and there is also Lord Beerus. Even if I offer him the best pillows and the best ingredients in the world, I still can't calm his anger towards the Saiyans." The female Saiyan wearing a crown asked, "Then what should we do?" King Vegeta thought deeply and replied, "Let's prepare to welcome him first. If fate cannot be changed, then I am also the king of the Saiyans, and I can only die in battle. I can't hide on a remote planet like a coward. In the future, Vegeta and Broly will definitely avenge us. I have spread the hope of the Saiyan heritage to the universe, and the Saiyans will not become extinct." Far away on another planet, Vegeta is leading his team to attack the indigenous people here. But there was no expression of enjoyment on his face. Only Nappa and Raditz, as well as another scion with dark skin and a crab head, took action. The expressions on Nappa and Raditz's faces were also a little solemn. Raditz waved his hand absent-mindedly and killed an alien, counting the days. Today should be the day when Planet Vegeta is destroyed. I hinted before, I don't know if Dad and Mom can survive this time. Nappa raised his middle finger and instantly blew a group of soldiers into pieces. The only way to survive is to stay with Prince Vegeta. When you go to Earth, you must be careful of Kakarot. Take advantage of this period to improve your combat effectiveness as much as possible. If you can't do it, I will play the role of a good big brother. At this time, the two of them looked at Vegeta at the same time and then thought of the same thing tacitly. Judging from Prince Vegeta's fighting power this time, he might be able to defeat Frieza in a short time, and then I can also get the credit of following the dragon. It is the right choice to treat him as a master first. After the two of them dealt with a group of aliens, they walked in front of the young Vegeta and smiled flatteringly. Your Highness, there are no living natives on this planet now. Vegeta just replied lightly, "Oh, I know." This time, Kakarot, I will make sure you can't even see my back. When I arrive on Earth, I will definitely give you a big surprise. Thinking of this, Vegeta's mouth corners unconsciously rose. On Earth, in a yard of Capsule Company, a child wearing a chest-bearing vest opened his eyes and sat up from the ground. This is Capsule Corporation. Shouldn't I have been wiped out by the Omni King? The child touched his chest and murmured, "What happened? I became a little ghost, and the fusion has not been resolved. Where are the other people's auras? Shouldn't God be assimilated with Piccolo? Why is he still here?" The child stood up and slowly floated into the air, looking in the direction of Bowsy Mountain. There are two incredible auras. Both of them are scions, and one of them looks very similar to me. Oh no. If I really go back to the past, then Grandpa is still in Bowsy Mountain. Wait for me. Bowsy Mountain at the door of Son Gohan's small house. A child wearing a blue kimono and a pair of spherical golden earrings stared in the direction of Capsule Corporation with an excited smile. Although I don't know what's going on in this world, it looks very interesting. An old man walked out with a basket on his back and said, "Vegeta-chan, do you want to go hunting with Grandpa?" "I won't go yet. There are guests coming soon, though." Then he'll prepare more ingredients and wake up Broly to greet him. The child raised his forehead slightly and smiled confidently. "No, you can hide somewhere and he'll greet him." After a while, a short figure flew towards him at a very fast speed and stopped in the air. After looking at each other for a while, the child with earrings smiled and said, "You can't be Gogeta?" Chapter 2. Unrivaled in the world and the strongest in the dimensions, who are you? Vegeto? Vegeto gazed at the child before him, who appeared to be of a similar age, and smiled. The overlapping sounds, the attire of the Metamorans, clearly indicated that he was indeed a genuine Gogeta. At this point, Vegeto lifted his gaze toward the sky, yet I can still sense Vegeta's aura, suggesting you do not belong to this world. Gogeta descended before Vegeto, stating, "That should be my line. Your thoughts and tone. You, too, are not of this world, and like me, you have transformed into a child." At that moment, a slightly taller child emerged from the house, rubbing his eyes. "Brother, do we have visitors?" Gogeta attentively sensed the child's aura, contemplating. "I've never seen him before. But he possesses a hidden depth of power. It's none of your concern. Go back to sleep, and do not easily abandon your dreams." Broly, in a daze, turned toward the bed. "Oh, then I'll continue to eat from the chocolate castle." As Broly entered, Vegeto chuckled at the puzzled Gogeta. "You seem not to recognize him. Should I know him?" Gogeta inquired. "In theory, you both would be acquainted. First, tell me about your previous memories." Gogeta reminisced, murmuring, "My previous memories. I was participating in the Tournament of Power. By the way, are you familiar with the Tournament of Power?" "Of course," Gogeta elaborated. "I was formed through the fusion of Goku and Vegeta during the Tournament of Power to confront an immensely powerful foe. So powerful that even my ultimate divine technique could not defeat him. Ultimately, I lost. Our entire Universe 7 was defeated, and the Omni King erased us. When I regained consciousness, I found myself at Capsule Corporation in West City." Vegeto pondered over his recollections. Could that opponent have been a fused Jiren through Patera? So, this fellow is a reincarnator, and he has been reborn as a fusion being. Gogeta gazed at Vegeto in astonishment. "You know so much. Could it be that you also?" "What are you thinking? If it were me, I would never lose. I don't even know how I ended up here. In truth, Vegeto harbored suspicions that he resembled a traveler from another realm. He was unaware of how he had arrived here and why he was here. Upon regaining his senses, a voice echoed in his subconscious, affirming, "You are Vegeto, and you possess all of Vegeto's techniques." He held all memories pertaining to Dragon Ball. But these memories were not born from reincarnation. Rather, they were acquired from a higher perspective, akin to a person in the real world viewing all Dragon Ball works, including fan creations. Naturally, he also possessed memories from many other universes. However, he could not recall any fragments of memories from his past as a traveler, even aspects of daily life, not even his name. Thus, he merely suspected he was a traveler, unable to assert it with certainty. Given the current circumstances, his existence resembled that of Vegeto's true self being forcibly infused with the memories of a traveler by some powerful, mysterious force. He did not dwell too much on this matter. After all, upon arriving here, he had only one desire. That was to engage in exhilarating combat. This was all he yearned for. As long as it was exhilarating, his true identity mattered little. If he wished, he could even coerce this Gogeta before him to exchange names with him. Vegeto scrutinized Gogeta and inquired, "How long has your fusion state lasted?" "I'm uncertain, but it has certainly exceeded 30 minutes. Based on the current situation, it seems the fusion cannot be undone." Upon hearing this, Vegeto cracked his neck, producing a series of satisfying sounds, and stepped forward with a grin. "Perfect. It appears life won't be dull." Gogeta immediately grew serious, fixing his gaze on Vegeto. "What do you intend to do? As a fellow fusion, have you ever pondered a question? What? The strongest in the dimensions versus the unrivaled in the world. Let us see which is truly superior." With that, he ceased concealing his aura and unleashed his true power. Gogeta stared at Vegeto in astonishment. Incredible. Such immense power at such a young age. Even as a child, you must have undergone rigorous training, right? Vegeto paused for a moment. Training? No, I have not trained. To be honest, I have only just arrived here. I haven't even truly fought with the fellow inside the house. All right, you should also reveal your true power, the strongest in the dimensions. Gogeta felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he forced a smile. Unfortunately, this child's body does not allow me to access my peak power. The aura you perceive now is my real level, but suddenly, Gogeta erupted with a formidable energy, which gradually turned golden and enveloped him. His hair began to shimmer gold, and after a burst of intense wind, he fully transformed into a Super Saiyan. This level I can still achieve. Would you care to transform as well? Vegeto responded with a smile. No need. In fact, I'm uncertain if I can transform. The sensation is rather subtle. Yet, even so, I do not perceive you as my opponent. Gogeta displayed a defiant expression. Then let us put it to the test. In a flash, Gogeta moved at high speed, appearing before Vegeto and delivering a punch. Vegeto effortlessly caught his fist with one hand, chuckling. Is that all? It seems I hold the advantage. He caught my attack with one hand without transforming. Gogeta quickly broke free from Vegeto's grip and distanced himself, carefully sensing Vegeto's aura. Though he is powerful, my current energy exceeds his by more than double. What is going on? Vegeto looked up at Gogeta and remarked, "If you find it taxing, I can allow you to use both hands." Gogeta gritted his teeth. "Who needs your permission? I'll send you flying." In Super Saiyan form, instant transmission should be no issue. In the next moment, Gogeta vanished again, utilizing instant transmission to appear behind Vegeto, delivering a kick aimed at his head. Vegeto, with his back turned to Gogeta, once again caught the kick with a single hand. Gogeta's pupils dilated in realization. So that is how it is. Gogeta unleashed a ki blast toward Vegeto's back, causing red flames to erupt around Vegeto. Grabbing Gogeta's ankle, Vegeto swung him around and smashed him onto the ki blast he had just released. Boom! After the explosion and the smoke cleared, Gogeta knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, gazing at Vegeto. The Kaioken, activated in an instant, even I could scarcely detect your energy surge. Such proficiency is not something an ordinary person can achieve. What exactly have you been through? Vegeto crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, "Who knows? Perhaps I am a universe-destroying demon lord. If that were the case, this would be your only chance to eliminate me. So, bring out all your trump cards. Having experienced the tournament of power, you should have mastered some divine technique by now." Gogeta rose to his feet, Ultra Instinct. Regrettably, this body cannot yet achieve it. Can you? Vegeta responded, I cannot do it. I merely wish to witness it. After reverting to his normal state, Gogeta lowered his aura, saying, At present, I am not your match. I am unable to transform even into Super Saiyan 2. However, if you grant me a year, I assure you, you shall only be able to gaze upon my back. Oh, that is indeed promising. In that case, during this year, I shall refrain from any training, lest it be said that I am taking advantage of you. Nevertheless, with the passage of time and the natural growth of my body, even if my combat prowess does not reach its peak, it shall increase uncontrollably. Gogeta gazed confidently at Vegeta. You may train as well. Let us reconvene in a year for a duel. Vegeta inquired. Shall the loser serve as the winner's subordinate? Absolutely. I will not concede to you. As Gogeta prepared to depart, Vegeta questioned, By the way, where do you intend to go this year? You aren't planning to head straight to the hyperbolic time chamber, are you? Gogeta paused, pondering the matter. It seemed there were indeed no other options available. Going to the time chamber felt rather unfair to Vegeta. Vegeta continued. Or are you considering visiting Dr. Briefs first? While that might be more efficient, this world still has Vegeta in existence. Gogeta flushed slightly and retorted, I do not require your reminders. Both Bulma and I are still youngsters. He added with a hint of teasing, speaking of which, it seems you are rather concerned about Bulma, aren't you? To be frank, I find Android 18 far more appealing than Bulma. Vegeta shot back. Have you ever considered Krillin's feelings? Must I? As I have stated, I am unaware of the kind of person I truly am. Perhaps I shall indulge in some mischief on Earth. A smug grin spread across Vegeta's face. Thus, the only one who might prevent my recklessness is you. The strongest in the multiverse. Chapter 3. Persona Modification. In the majestic palace of planet Vegeta, King Vegeta knelt before Frieza, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable tremor. Before him stood Frieza in a form the king had never witnessed, a presence that instinctively warned him of the immense power surpassing the previous 530,000 battle strength. The destruction of planet Vegeta. Was this the command of Lord Beerus? Frieza, hands clasped behind his back, turned to King Vegeta. Indeed, King Vegeta, I bear no significant animosity towards your Saiyan race. Your ludicrous Super Saiyan transformation is, in my eyes, of little consequence. Their words echoed through the vast banquet hall, the rapid beating of King Vegeta's heart unmistakable. Frieza approached the king and continued, However, Lord Beerus has merely requested the annihilation of this planet, not your extinction. Thus, out of a sense of mercy, I have decided to grant your people an opportunity to relocate to another world. I have already identified a suitable planet for you. In 2 days, this world will be reduced to cosmic dust. King Vegeta understood that such kindness came at a cost. Frieza's benevolence was suspect. What price must we pay? He inquired. Frieza smiled faintly. It is quite simple. First, you must relinquish your autonomy. Secondly, you will need to be somewhat dispersed and reintegrated into the Frieza force. Nevertheless, you shall retain your title as King Vegeta, in name at least. Lastly, I require your assistance in locating a few Saiyans. With his head bowed, King Vegeta asked, Whom does Lord Frieza seek? Kakarot and Broly, those 2 little Saiyans, Frieza replied. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta swiftly exclaimed, Forgive me, Lord Frieza? Broly was executed in secret years ago due to his extraordinary combat prowess. As for Kakarot, I shall have my men investigate. Frieza, uncertain whether to be pleased or enraged, considered King Vegeta a symbol of Saiyan spirit. Since he had decided to subjugate all Saiyans, it would not do to eliminate Vegeta. The king was tense, perplexed by how Frieza had discovered Broly's existence, as every action taken by Frieza exceeded his expectations. He had prepared for death. Yet Frieza not only spared him, but revealed that the orchestrator behind this was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. Frieza, with a hint of irritation, stated, Very well, I have a general idea of where Kakarot is. Furthermore, little Vegeta will henceforth heed only my command. King Vegeta quickly acquiesced, as it should be. Every Saiyan will obey the orders of Lord Frieza. Frieza nodded in satisfaction. Good. Prepare for evacuation. I trust you all can keep your mouths shut. Remember, this is an operation you have organized voluntarily. Placing a hand on King Vegeta's shoulder, Frieza's weight bore down heavily upon him. The ground beneath him cracked, and he struggled to withstand Frieza's grip. This is mere coincidence. Lord Frieza has never set foot here. Frieza replied, That will suffice. To enhance the realism, let us ensure that some Saiyans remain here permanently. Yes. Lastly, dispatch a squad of elite scions to Earth to locate an object known as the Dragon Balls. They are translucent orange spheres, a total of 7. Notify me upon their discovery. Ensure the task is completed. King Vegeta verbally agreed, though internally he harbored doubts. He suspected that Frieza might have learned of Broly's concealment on that planet. Should Broly be found, he planned to shift the blame onto Paragus. Months later, 2 spherical spaceships descended near a mountain. Broly, fishing by the river, was startled as the ground shook, causing his catch to flee. Displeased, he stood and gazed at the landing ships. Beside him, Vegeta lay on the grass, chewing on a blade, and asked, "Where are you off to?" "To reason things out." In an instant, Gogeta appeared before them, exclaiming, "This energy, it belongs to Goku." And 2 others. Vegeta, still reclined, chuckled. "If I am not mistaken, your father Bardock and your mother Jine have also come. After all, one of them boasts a battle power nearing 10,000. Gogeta shot a sideways glance at Vegeta. "Aren't my parents your parents too? I barely recall them." Vegeta sprang to his feet. "They are likely not bad people. Especially with both of us on Earth. They lack the capability to cause any chaos." Gogeta retorted, "Who is it that suggested they might cause trouble here? And now you speak as if you are the protector of Earth. Let us not dwell on details. Gohan's energy is approaching. We should check it out to avoid any mishap." As he spoke, Gogeta vanished, with Vegeta and Broly following closely behind. The ships opened their hatches, revealing Jine cradling a 3-year-old Kakarot. Bardock donned a modified scouter, ensuring it could not be detected or eavesdropped upon by Frieza's forces. "Let us assess the strongest warrior on this planet." Beep, beep, beep. Bardock's scouter emitted urgent signals, and he frowned. 3 individuals are in close proximity, almost within sight. Jine inquired, "What are their power levels?" 2 at 5,000 and 1 at 8,760. As soon as he spoke, Vegeta stood with arms crossed, observing the 3 newcomers. "Did you hear that, Broly? Your power level cannot be maintained under 5,000. Remember to practice more." Upon hearing his name, Bardock was astonished. "Broly? Paragus' son? And who are the other 2? Gogeta, arms crossed beside Vegeta, introduced himself. "I am Gogeta, and this is my brother, Vegeta." Vegeta frowned at Gogeta. "Please, I was born first. You are the younger brother. Did we not agree to divide based on strength? Then you are the younger brother by that logic. At your current level, my second brother could easily defeat you. Do you wish to test that theory?" "Oh. Does the strongest in the multiverse feel confident enough to challenge me?" As the 2 bickered, Jine noticed that the other 2 children also bore tails and exclaimed, "Science? Were they released by King Vegeta?" Bardock scrutinized the trio. "No. Such younglings cannot possess this formidable power. King Vegeta would not relinquish them easily." "Vegeta? That sounds like a royal name." Jine whispered to Bardock. The voices of these 2 seem to suggest they are speaking as different individuals, and one voice closely resembles yours. Upon hearing this, Gogeta asked, "How shall we explain our identities? Should we be forthright or weave a tale?" "I, Vegeta, prefer directness." With that, Vegeta slid down the slope of the pit, approaching the 3 and surveying them intently. "Greetings, Bardock, Jine, and why does Kakarot's gaze seem so fierce?" Kakarot is hiding behind Jine's thigh, appearing as if he might snap at anyone, baring his teeth at Vegeta. Gogeta, observing from above, interjects, "Fear not. I recall Master Roshi once stating that Goku has always been like this. It was only after he suffered a blow to the head that he transformed into someone else. Perhaps you could give his head a gentle tap, but do refrain from causing him grievous harm. You need not instruct me. I shall handle it. Just keep your mouth shut and watch." Vegeta carefully regulates his strength and delivers a light flick to Kakarot's forehead. In an instant, Kakarot is sent hurtling backward. Bardock, witnessing this, retaliates with a punch aimed at Vegeta, only to find himself similarly flung away by another flick to the forehead. "Do not be alarmed. I am aiding you. This is my ultimate technique, the personality correction flick. Kakarot shall emerge improved from this. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vegeta, the most formidable warrior born from the Patera fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta. I am invincible, unmatched throughout the heavens and the earth. A counterpart of mine, also a fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, employs the inferior Metamoran fusion technique. He is second only to me, and it appears we both hail from alternate universes. This overwhelming influx of information causes Bardock and Jine's minds to momentarily short-circuit, both wearing expressions of disbelief as they gaze at the assemblage. At this moment, Goku's consciousness begins to blur, a torrent of memories flooding his mind. He slowly opens his eyes to survey his surroundings. Where am I? Was I not slain by Moro? Forgive me, Miruz. I am sorry, everyone. I have let you down. I should have eliminated that fiend in one breath. Wait, is that Vegeta and Gogeta? Chapter 4. The Rebirth of Ryukong. You all. Ryukong managed to rise, asking, how did you come to be here? Vegeta and Gogeta replied in unison, we have no idea. After exchanging glances, Vegeta spoke first. From now on, I'll be the one to answer questions. If I don't respond within 3 seconds, you can speak. Gogeta smirked. Why should it not be me first? Because you are quite weak. Gogeta kicked a small spaceship like a ball, exclaiming, you bastard. I can't take it anymore. Today, I shall challenge you to a duel. Ryukong hurriedly intervened, grasping Vegeta's arm. Calm down, Gogeta. Even though we have all transformed into children, if you both engage in full combat, the Earth cannot withstand it. I cannot remain calm. This guy has been mocking me without pause. Gogeta retorted, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training over the past few months. Wait. Gogeta abruptly turned to Ryukong, asking, what did you just say? Gasping for breath, Ryukong sat on the ground. I said, if you both transform into Super Saiyans and fight. Before Ryukong could finish, Vegeta swiftly moved before him. Regarding him seriously, you two have been reborn. Reborn? Ryukong pondered, sensing his diminished power, mumbling, I feel significantly weaker now. My last memory was battling Moro. But, Ryukong clenched his fists. It was due to my negligence and carelessness that irreversible consequences ensued. Moro killed me and my companions. Mel's, his sacrifice was in vain. At this moment, Bardock and Jine remained in a daze, clearly unable to grasp the depth of the conversation. Bardock fared slightly better, being a fellow reborn, but he had perished too early to comprehend subsequent events. After all, this Bardock from Dragon Ball Super lacked the foresight to predict the future. However, due to his steadier temperament, he inferred Frieza's intentions to annihilate the Saiyans from subtle clues. Just then, Gohan approached with a basket, observing the group in the pit. Oh, are these all acquaintances of little Vegeta? Luckily, I prepared extra food today. Come home and eat with me. Upon seeing Elder Gohan, Ryukong couldn't contain himself, instinctively utilizing the instant transmission to embrace him. Grandpa, I missed you so much. Jine's face twitched. Grandpa? Vegeta explained, in most timelines, Kakarot arrived on Earth alone and was raised by this elderly man, laying the crucial foundation for him to become an exceptional warrior. Afterward, Vegeta unleashed a formidable aura, causing the ground to tremble. Bardock's scouter exploded in an instant. Vegeta coldly warned the two, let it be known, he is also my grandfather. Anyone who dares to disrespect him shall not escape my wrath. In the next moment, Vegeta's aura subsided, and he placed his hands on his hips with a broad smile. But don't worry too much. I am half Kakarot, so in a sense, you are like my parents. I will protect you both as well. Gogeta, having somehow climbed into the spaceship, remarked, I feel you're somewhat mentally unstable. It seems the Patera fusion has its flaws. Vegeta swiftly pressed 2 buttons on the spaceship, sealing the hatch. When Gogeta attempted to exit, Vegeta punched him unconscious. The spaceship then ascended into the sky. I'll finally rid of one bothersome individual. How refreshing. Bardock observed, these 2 spaceships lack remote controls. No worries. He'll return on his own once he wakes up. 10 minutes later, Gogeta reappeared with the spaceship, storming towards Vegeta, if you dare. Before Gogeta could finish, Vegeta disdainfully interrupted, what would you do if I did? Not satisfied? If you're not, go home, train properly, and while you're at it, help me borrow some money from Bulma. We have many guests, and the house needs expansion. Upon hearing Vegeta's request, Gogeta's pride swelled. The mightiest warrior in the world lacks funds? Asking me to borrow from a woman? This doesn't quite suit your grandiose image. Vegeta chuckled, you're right. It does tarnish my style. I should just announce on television that this planet belongs to me and enslave a group of Earthlings to serve me with absolute power. Gogeta extended his hand. All right, I'll go help you get some money. Just be quiet for a moment. Gogeta vanished with the spaceship, both hurling insults at each other from thousands of miles apart. During mealtime, Bardock and Jine kept inquiring about the future events from Vegeta. He narrated the original storyline, explaining until Moro's appearance. Bardock, thoughtfully stroking his chin, mused, so, Raditz died at the hands of Kakarot and a Namekian? Indeed. The true culprit behind the Scion extinction is Beerus. Correct. Later, Kakarot became allies with Beerus? That is indeed the case. Bardock stood, his face darkened. Kakarot. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Is your mind filled with mush? Just then, Vegeta seriously addressed Bardock and Jine. Shouldn't the Scions have been exterminated? What? They protested. They continuously invaded other civilizations, wantonly slaughtering the natives. The Scion's extinction was deserved. Bardock clenched his fists. Are Beerus and Frieza innocent? We were merely their tools. All commands came from Frieza. Vegeta countered. Do you not savor the thrill of wanton slaughter when invading those civilizations? Whether it is Frieza or Beerus, I assure you, they will eventually pay for their actions. But do not mistake the Scions for innocent. I cannot forgive Frieza for the fallen Scions, just as those slain by Scions cannot forgive us. What has been done is done, regardless of whose orders were given. It was the Scions who executed them. At that moment, Wukong, seated in a chair, spoke. So in my world, the Scions were exterminated. Only I, Vegeta, and Broly remain as the last 3 pure-blooded Scion survivors. Chapter 5. The Great Brother Vegeta. Deep within the cosmos, Vegeta sat in his spaceship, arms crossed, wearing an expression of displeasure. I have squandered too much time on this journey. I must extricate myself from Frieza's grasp. The ship is equipped with Frieza's Legion's locators. The only way to break free is to request deployment to planet Yardrat. If that fiend remains alive, countless innocent lives will continue to be slaughtered across various planets. The only definitive solution is to eliminate him once and for all. At that moment, the voice of Nappa crackled through Vegeta's scouter. Prince Vegeta, we have just received news from headquarters. What is it? Vegeta inquired. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed by an asteroid. Vegeta fell silent for a few seconds. Has it truly been obliterated? Kakarot must have gone to Earth as well. I see, he replied. Nappa was not surprised by Vegeta's calm response. After all, the last time Vegeta learned of his planet's destruction, he merely lamented not having been crowned king. Nappa continued, however, the majority of Scions survived, including your parents. What? Vegeta was taken aback by this revelation. Nappa explained, it is said that during the asteroid's impact, most Scions were away. The deceased were primarily the elderly and infirm. Vegeta pressed, and the survivors? Lord Frieza has provided a new planet for us to gather on. The journey will take about 2 weeks, which is closer than before. Does Frieza truly have such benevolence? No. Something is profoundly amiss. If he intended to annihilate the Scions, he would have orchestrated a single, decisive strike rather than offer a new planet. Regardless, Frieza must be dealt with promptly. Nappa cautiously inquired, Your Highness, where shall we go now? Let us first locate a nearby base with medical facilities to recuperate before proceeding. Nappa, puzzled by the lack of injuries among the group, refrained from questioning and redirected the ship to the nearest planet. There is a base nearby. We can reach it within a day. Excellent. This planet had a sparse population due to its gravity being 5 times greater than planet Vegeta's, and the station personnel boasted a formidable combat power, averaging around 3,000. Isn't that even better? A day later, 4 spherical ships landed on the planet, greeted by a line of extraterrestrial beings clad in combat uniforms, standing at attention. As the hatch opened, Vegeta stepped out and inquired, who is in charge of this planet? A lizard-like alien approached respectfully, saying, Lord Vegeta, I am the commander of this outpost. Good. Our ship has encountered some issues. Please arrange for repairs and escort us to the medical bay. Without waiting for a response, Vegeta strode forward, and the lizard alien promptly led the way. Nappa, Raditz, and Dorius followed closely behind. Raditz, feeling the immense weight of the gravity, muttered, this gravity. Even for Scions, it feels rather taxing. No wonder this planet serves merely as a temporary outpost. Upon reaching the medical bay, Vegeta instructed the lizard alien. You may leave. No one is to enter without my command. Yes, as you wish. Inside the medical bay, a few Scions remained, and Vegeta scrutinized the other 3, contemplating. Theoretically, a Scion's potential is limitless. To prepare for future crises, it is wise to make some arrangements. Consider this a form of compensation. Moreover, to achieve Super Saiyan 4, absorbing the energy of other Scions is essential. Dorius, standing beside Raditz, asked, Your Highness, we are not injured. Is it really necessary to pause for treatment? Vegeta removed his scouter and glanced at the others. Nappa and Raditz immediately understood and followed suit, with Dorius reluctantly doing the same. Vegeta smiled slightly. raising his hand toward Dorius. Now, aren't you injured? Huh. Before Dorius could react, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave, severely wounding him. He then targeted Raditz, delivering another energy wave, inflicting similar damage. Nappa, frightened, stepped back as Vegeta lowered his hand. Take them inside for treatment, and then you shall inflict injuries upon me. If Vegeta were to choose among them for his utmost trust, it would undoubtedly be Nappa, as only he could safeguard the others during their recuperation. Although he was unaware of why Nappa and Raditz's combat powers were higher than before, he regarded it as a fortunate development. Nappa soon realized, so that's it. Prince Vegeta, you intend to utilize the Scion's ability to enhance their powers upon nearing death. Before Nappa could finish, Vegeta gestured for him to remain silent. Just do as instructed. We shall switch roles once we are healed. Lowering his energy, Nappa cautiously directed an energy wave toward Vegeta. Vegeta effortlessly extinguished the attack, scolding, "Fool! How could such a trivial strike harm me? Focus! If you wish to avoid being trampled by Frieza for eternity, you must obediently follow my commands." Nappa closed his eyes and summoned all his strength to unleash another energy wave toward Vegeta. This time, Vegeta sustained significant injuries, but the severity exceeded both their expectations. Blood trickled from Vegeta's mouth as he gazed down at the wound in his abdomen. "You idiot! Who told you to use a penetrating energy wave?" "Your Highness." Nappa rushed to place Vegeta inside the medical chamber, inadvertently trampling the nearly lifeless Raditz. Raditz struggled to raise his head, silently cursing Nappa. "You wretched Nappa. Just wait. This time, I will cultivate my relationship with Kakarot on Earth first. When you are beaten half to death, I shall not let you off lightly." Seeing Vegeta's vital signs stabilize, Nappa wiped the sweat from his brow. We made it. Now let us place them inside as well." Several hours later, everyone's treatment concluded. Even with the archaic medical apparatus, severe injuries could be restored within mere hours. Vegeta carefully sensed the energy coursing through him, thinking, "Excellent. A few more sessions should allow me to meet the minimum requirements for transforming into a Super Saiyan." Though pure-blooded Saiyans start with a lower baseline, once they surpass the initial dire challenges, the path ahead becomes smooth. With this in mind, Vegeta clenched his fists. "Kakarot, I shall not wait for you. This time, I will reveal to you a realm you have yet to attain." Nappa, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Vegeta, took a step back. "Prince Vegeta, I am glad you are." Before Nappa could finish, Vegeta unleashed an energy wave, engulfing Nappa in smoke, knocking him unconscious. "Throw this fool into treatment as well. I shall guard this place. Who else wishes to continue?" Dorius, feeling the surge of power within him, declared, "I, Prince Vegeta, I shall step up." In this timeline, Dorius was not dispatched for any missions, nor was he pursued by Frieza's forces. Naturally, he had never encountered the spirit fruit. As for why he found himself among Vegeta's squad, it was simply because he bore a resemblance to Goku. After conducting an investigation, Vegeta discovered that the individual in question was Bardock's illegitimate son, prompting him to draw him into their ranks. Regardless of strength, it was primarily the sight of Dale's humbly presenting himself before him that left a positive impression on Vegeta. Observing this, Raditz quickly interjected, "What about me, Prince Vegeta?" Vegeta conceded, "Very well, I shall accommodate you all." After a considerable period, the combat prowess of the group saw a significant enhancement. At this juncture, Raditz's power level stood at 15,000, Nappa's at 16,000, and Dale's is at 12,000. Notably, Raditz had already possessed a power level of 1,000 before commencing his training. This implies that, over the years since the original story, Raditz's combat strength had only increased by a mere 500 points. After all, being in the same squad as Vegeta afforded him no opportunities to battle formidable opponents. Thus, this once promising elite warrior had been overlooked. At that moment, the group was filled with profound gratitude towards Vegeta. Raditz and Dales, initially taken aback, silently reproached themselves. Upon realizing Vegeta's genuine intentions, both wished they could chastise themselves. Vegeta addressed the assembly, stating, "Although you all possess considerable potential for advancement, continuing in this manner may raise suspicions. I shall first teach you the methods to control your power levels. Only upon mastering this will you be permitted to continue. Should you fail to grasp it, do not follow me any longer." In response, the group affirmed, "We shall not disappoint your highness. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to Prince Vegeta." In that moment, Vegeta's stature grew grand in the eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 6. Vegeto. If necessary, I'll just enter the hyperbolic time chamber. While Vegeta and the others were exploiting the Scion's near-death power-up ability, Bardock and Jine settled on Mount Pozu. Goku gradually grew familiar with his parents, who he had long forgotten. Despite knowing that a grown-up soul resided within that small body, Jine and Bardock still showered Goku with affection. Son Gohan bore the burden of supporting 5 Scions. Fortunately, Jine helped with the housework, and Gogeta delivered a wealth of supplies and money, not at Gohan's request, but at Vegeto's behest, who asked him to give a few spaceships to Dr. Brief as an investment in Capsule Corporation. One day, Goku was sparring with Broly. The 3-year-old Goku struggled with his body and was repeatedly defeated in the sparring match. Son Gohan and Vegeto watched, and Son Gohan remarked, "I originally intended to give you or Broly the name Goku." Vegeto chuckled, "Broly's Earth name is fine too, isn't it?" Gohan, "Sounds like a big eater. Why didn't you take an Earth name?" Gohan asked, "It's fine to take your family name, isn't it? Unlike the original Kakarot, I didn't lose my memory." Gohan smiled. Noticing the familiar Turtle School stance, it seems the child has already become a student of Master Roshi. "If we have the chance, I'll take you to visit him." Suddenly, Gogeta appeared behind them, dressed in Earth clothes. He greeted everyone. Vegeto, eyeing Gogeta's pink children's shirt, quipped, "Why are you wearing Vegeta's clothes?" Gogeta blushed, looking away and muttering, How could it be Vegeta's clothes? Vegeta's first Earth outfit was this color and style. Gogeta explained, "Bulma's mother insisted on giving it to me. Since the fusion can't be undone, wearing Metamoran clothing all the time isn't appropriate." Gogeta glanced at Vegeto's GI, but before he could speak, Vegeto said, "Don't even think about it. Don't wear mine just for thrills." Gogeta haughtily turned his head away. "Who cares? I'll just wear Vegeta's battle armor or Goku's GI later." Meanwhile, Goku was pinned down by Broly, unable to reach him despite his punches and kicks. Damn it, if only I were older. Goku was no stranger to Broly. In his world, they were considered friends. Gogeta approached Broly and scrutinized him, asking, "Broly, are you interested in sparring with me?" Broly looked at Vegeto, seeking his approval. Vegeto told them, "No, if you push Broly too hard, Mount Pozu will be destroyed. If you want to spar, go to the hyperbolic time chamber." Vegeto was not joking. Despite their childish appearances, Gogeta fought with lethal intent. He had subdued Broly in the original timeline. While Broly was charging his Kamehameha, if Shinron hadn't teleported Broly back to planet Vampa, Gogeta would have likely killed him. Moreover, after Hellfighter 17's appearance, Gogeta only struck 3 times, directly obliterating Super Janemba. As for the goofy Gogeta in GT, that was just a Gotenks Pro Max version. The current Gogeta's experiences spanned from Z to Super. Broly's berserk state was even more concerning. Although the current Broly was only 5 years old, if he went all out, he could probably tear Frieza apart. This was why Vegeto always stayed by his side, so he could restrain Broly if he lost control. Upon hearing the words hyperbolic time chamber, Goku immediately said, "That's right. There's the hyperbolic time chamber. If we stay there for a couple of days, we'll grow up a bit." Vegeto looked at Goku and asked, "What then? What do you plan to do afterward? Relive everything as you did before, or try something new?" This question caused Goku and Gogeta to fall into contemplation. Gogeta crossed his arms and said, "Indeed. Eliminating all future threats now would be both uninteresting and unfair to those individuals. The tournament of power 43 years from now is what truly matters. If things continue as they are, I will be at least 10 times stronger than I was then." Goku looked at Gogeta in confusion. "Huh? Did you lose after fusing?" Gogeta immediately turned to Goku and roared, "Why don't you try it?" That Jiren was created by 2 Jirens fusing with the Patera. A fused Jiren? Goku frowned. Then his face lit up with excitement. "That's something to look forward to." Vegeto asked, "Have you ever thought about collecting the Super Dragon Balls and trying to return to your respective worlds?" "What about you?" Gogeta asked. "I don't even know what my original world is like. How can I go back?" Vegeto responded. Gogeta clenched his fists. "I don't know if Super Shinron can restore my universe. I'd like to try if possible. But with this body, even if I go back, I can't change anything." Goku rarely used his brain, but he said, "Me too, even if it can be restored. It would be troublesome if I went back as a child." Vegeto analyzed, "It shouldn't affect you much. You only changed after I flicked your head. So you should have had your soul transmigrate and be reborn into this body. But there's still one problem. Going back and restoring your former world are 2 separate wishes. So you need to use the Super Dragon Balls twice. and the interval can't be too long. Hearing this, Goku put his hands on his hips and said, "Then forget it. Anyway, no matter how strong Moro is, he'll be destroyed by Lord Beerus. If Lord Beerus and Grand Zeno really care about Earth, they'll use the Super Dragon Balls to wish for its restoration. I'll just leave it to fate. Whether I can go back or not, I'll make myself stronger first." Gogeta nodded. "Me too. I won't eliminate the lurking dangers in the future in advance. I'll just prepare more thoroughly." Vegeto's tone suddenly became serious. "What if the greatest danger is Zeno?" "What do you mean?" Goku asked. "Don't you think Zeno is like a child wielding countless nuclear weapons?" Goku scratched his head and asked, "What are nuclear weapons?" "That's not important. What's important is that Zeno can decide the fate of a planet or even a universe based solely on his likes and dislikes. This kind of power in his hands is the greatest threat to all universes." With that, Vegeto stood up and walked in front of the two. "No matter how you pursue thrills, how you let Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu grow, it's fine. Even Beerus is fine, but only Zeno. We must be prepared." Gogeta felt the same way. Even in his original timeline, Goku and Zeno were good friends. But Zeno eliminated universes without hesitation, and even if Zeno showed favoritism, he would only leave Goku in another universe, while everyone else would likely be erased. Wukong, scratching his head in bewilderment, remarked, "I truly believe that a Quan is not that kind of person. There's no need to prepare for anything, is there? Furthermore, all we need to do is triumph in the power tournament when the time comes. With you and Vegeta by my side, no matter how formidable the adversary may be, they are hardly a cause for concern." Vegeta murmured, "Vegeta is right. You have not endured such experiences, so it is only natural for you to perceive him as amiable." Vegeta's intention was to harness the power of the Super Dragon Balls to counteract the authority of the Omni King. However, Scions cannot survive in the cosmos. A portion of the Super Dragon Balls resides in the sixth universe, and one must invoke the divine language to make a wish. It all seems rather implausible. Vegeta turned to Vegeta and stated, "Who says it is unrealistic? We can first utilize other Dragon Balls to wish for the Scion's survival in the universe. As for the sixth universe, learning the Kaioshin's instant transmission would not pose much of a challenge. One could even directly transport the Super Dragon Balls." "Do you know the divine language then?" Vegeta inquired. "Perhaps," Vegeta replied. "What if the angels and gods of destruction become aware?" With a confident smile, Vegeta declared, "In that case, I shall simply retreat to the hyperbolic time chamber." Of course, all of this remains hypothetical. The Omni King may not even choose to act against us. I merely detest the notion of my fate being governed by a child. Chapter 7. The most challenging side quest of the 7th universe in the year 738 of the Age of the Gods. Only a month remained until the rendezvous between Vegeta and Gogeta. During this period, Bardock joined in the training, cultivating a strong bond with Goku, Broly, and Gogeta. Both he and Jin regarded the three as their own children, and Broly was adopted as their son. However, Vegeta maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor, rarely engaging in discussions beyond the realm of training. In contrast, Gogeta took Goku, Bardock, and Broly to the Capsule Corporation's gravity chamber for training every day. Bardock's combat power soared from just over 10,000 to 70,000 within a few months, and he mastered the Kaioken technique, enabling him to sustain a tenfold increase in power momentarily. This level of strength made it effortless for him to defeat Frieza in his first form. After exhausting themselves in training, they would consume Senzu beans, a method reminiscent of Vegeta's approach to enhancing his combat prowess. To facilitate this, Goku made a special trip to Kirin Tower, where he retrieved several Senzu beans from Master Kirin. Upon witnessing Goku's eagerness, both Gogeta and Vegeta followed suit, each returning with multiple jars, nearly depleting Master Kirin's stock. Bardock, upon learning of this, ventured back and almost pilfered the seeds as well. One day, the Supreme Kai stood in the Kaioshin realm, gazing with concern at the world below. "What troubles you, Supreme Kai?" asked Kibito. "I am worried about the Demon King Piccolo," he replied. "Are you afraid he will conquer the world?" Kibito inquired. The Supreme Kai chuckled softly. "No. I fear he might not have the chance to hatch his eggs before being defeated. Earth is currently the safest place in the universe, housing some of the most formidable beings." With a sigh, he continued, "I should remind them, although Piccolo's power has diminished with their presence, his existence must not be allowed to fade." Indeed, this Supreme Kai had also been reborn, having merged with Piccolo, and had been observing the world through Piccolo's perspective until the latter fell to the fully realized Cell Max. The cause was Gohan, who, possessing overwhelming power, insisted that Cell Max experience true pain, leading to the latter's self-destruction and the demise of all warriors on Earth. Goku and Vegeta would surely be bewildered upon their return, if they could return at all. After Piccolo and Appo's death, he had anticipated arriving in the afterlife, yet upon awakening, found himself back on Earth, transformed once again into a deity. This occurred just after the separation from Demon King Piccolo, who seemingly lacked any foresight of the future. The reborn Supreme Kai, possessing a script, diligently trained, his strength already surpassing that of the Demon King. Nevertheless, he opted to have Master Roshi seal him within a rice cooker, hoping that one day, his other half could once again become the hero safeguarding Earth. The Supreme Kai retained his youthful appearance, having wished upon the Dragon Balls to reclaim his youth. This was not driven by a desire for power, but rather a hope to provide greater assistance to Piccolo should they merge again. At that moment, he lifted his gaze to the heavens, sensing an ominous presence approaching Earth. Guests are arriving on Earth, and their energy feels malevolent. They are Scions, he remarked. Kibito inquired. What shall we do? The Supreme Kai replied, I hope they leave peacefully. If they do not, we can only mourn for them. These Scions are not even my match. Outside the atmosphere, 5 Scion space pods soared toward the north, crashing into the ground and creating 5 craters. Coincidentally, these pods landed directly on the site of Dr. Gero's newly constructed secret laboratory. The young Dr. Gero, startled, clutched the table and exclaimed, What just happened? Scions. I never expected them to come one after another, replied a green-skinned creature adorned with black spots and a long tail. The creature then chuckled. Heh. It would be fascinating to create androids based on Scions. Wait here, I'll go fetch a couple for you. In an instant, the creature vanished, only to reappear moments later, holding a dazed Scion. Dr. Gero looked at the creature and asked, You didn't even open the door. What kind of technique is that? Instant transmission, derived from Goku's cells. Now, let us get them under control, the creature replied. At that moment, the hatches of the other 3 pods opened slowly, revealing 3 bewildered Scions who stared at the other 2 space pods. Where is everyone? Why are the windows shattered? Who knows? Probably perished on the way. Let us focus on the task at hand. Just then, a voice echoed from behind them. What task do you have? The 3 turned to see a child in a blue GI floating above them, gazing down. A tail? Are you also a Scion? Vegeta shot a glare, his overwhelming energy sending the 3 flying, crashing heavily against the edges of the craters. Do not respond to questions with questions. First, answer mine. One of the male Scions, enduring the pain of his fractures, raised his hand to press the scouter. Power level. Only 5? Who are you? You never learn. Vegeta pointed at the Scion's head, which exploded instantly. Finding you here can only be attributed to your terrible luck. Earth is currently the most challenging side quest in the 7th universe. The other 2, terrified, quickly exclaimed, And no, please don't kill us. We are Scions. Vegeta sneered. And what of it? Infighting among our kind is a Scion tradition. I will ask you one last time. What is your purpose on my planet? One Scion, barely able to stand, stepped forward and said, We were sent by King Vegeta before he could finish. His head rolled onto the ground. Who permitted you to stand and look me in the eye? The other 2 immediately knelt, bowing their heads. We were sent by King Vegeta. He said to find something called the Dragon Balls. Hearing this, Vegeta descended upon one of the pods, scrutinizing the duo. King Vegeta is still alive? And he knows about the Dragon Balls. Something feels amiss. Is Planet Vegeta still intact? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, but most Scions survived. Frieza provided us with a new planet. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. The unfolding events exceeded his expectations. He then retrieved a phone and dialed a number. Tower. It's complicated. You should come see for yourself. In the next moment, Gogeta appeared beside Vegeta, having used instant transmission. After understanding the situation, Gogeta's jaw dropped in disbelief. It was only when Vegeta patted his shoulder that he snapped back to reality. Tower. Do you think Frieza would act in such a manner? Is he akin to us or Kakarot? Upon hearing this, Gogeta felt a chill run down his spine and smiled wryly. Perhaps we should visit the hyperbolic time chamber? If what you say is true, we don't know which version of Frieza we may be dealing with. If he has mastered his golden form, then returning to this time to train for 4 months would be crucial. Vegeta chuckled. If you are afraid, you could trace Frieza's energy and, once you have condensed your most powerful technique, use instant transmission to eliminate him. No way. Goku trembled with a mix of fear and excitement, his hands quivering uncontrollably. If Frieza continues to train, Don and Appos, do you wonder how strong he might become? While I am concerned he may come to Earth, I do not wish to end him so soon. Furthermore, the fact that he did not exterminate the Scions indicates that he may have changed. For now, it is safest for us to enter the hyperbolic time chamber together. Vegeta crossed his arms and replied, I refuse. The year-long agreement has not yet expired. Even if Frieza were to arrive tomorrow, I would not go. I intend to honor our pact of not training. I will not take advantage of you. Goku, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, gazed at Vegeta. Do you truly possess such confidence? Are you aware of what a year of training signifies for a young fusion warrior with a clearly defined growth path? It signifies you have trained for an entire year. Chapter 8. Our fusion shall be named Vegeta? Gogeta's lips twitched slightly as he widened his eyes, glaring fiercely at Vegeto. The veins on his forehead bulged as he exclaimed, Did you deliberately deceive me? Am I mistaken? A year of training is merely a year of training. Would your year equate to my day? Dare you engage in a spar with me now? Humph. I shall not lift a finger until the appointed time. You should focus on your training this month. As the two exchanged barbs, two Scions kneeling on the ground plotted their escape. They exchanged a glance and nodded at each other before soaring off in opposite directions. However, in the next moment, Vegeto and Gogeta each seized one of them and tossed them back onto the ground. Now, we must discuss how to deal with you, Vegeto declared, raising his hand to execute them. Gogeta grasped his wrist and interjected, Are you so eager to kill? Very well, let them return to relay the message. Return to relay the message. Do you intend to inform Frieza to hasten his arrival? Gogeta glanced at the Patera earrings on Vegeto's ears and added, There is a chance. If necessary, we can fuse again. As for the name, Gogeta, what do you think? Vegeto's temper flared instantly. I believe Vegeta is a fitting name, combining my Veggie and your Gita. What say you? Gogeta pondered seriously, stroking his chin, murmuring, That makes sense. If need be, we can have Vegeta change his name. Vegeto seized Gogeta's collar, bellowing, You dare make sense of this? Do you possess no pride as a fusion? With that, Vegeto shoved Gogeta to the ground, proclaiming, Remember this, the strongest in the universe. He pointed to himself, declaring, With me, Vegeto, there is no need for some Gogeta. If we cannot defeat our opponent together, we might as well find a place to bury ourselves. Gogeta retorted from the ground. But what if the opponent is exceedingly powerful? Humph, then we deserve to die? Preferably in a way that our souls scatter. So we need not face shame in the afterlife. In that moment, Gogeta truly grasped the pride Vegeto held as a fusion. This was the realization a fusion should possess. This was the essence of a true warrior. A fusion ought to be imbued with an arrogance that gazes down upon all. Vegeto turned to the other two Scions, commanding, Listen well, return and inform King Vegeta and Frieza. The Dragon Balls do indeed exist on Earth. If they have the capability, let them come and claim them. Inform Frieza that if he lacks his golden form, he should refrain from seeking punishment. Vegeto approached the two and insisted, Not a word should be omitted in relaying this. Depart. The two promptly boarded the spaceship and fled, leaving Gogeta helpless against Vegeto. After a moment's contemplation, he speculated, I understand your thoughts. By revealing the golden form to him, he will surely feel an unknown fear regarding our situation, prompting him to hesitate and grant us more time. Vegeto replied, I am not concerned with such intricacies. I simply do not wish to bully Frieza, who is yet to master even the golden form. In an instant, Vegeto teleported back to Bowsy Mountain, leaving Gogeta no choice but to return to Capsule Corporation. This entire ordeal was the pressure and motivation Vegeto had imparted upon him. He could only train harder, previously fearing that his strength might overshadow Vegeto, rendering their battles uninteresting. Thus, at times, he would merely go through the motions, guiding Bardock and sparring with Goku to pass the time. Now, with Frieza as a looming threat, he officially commenced his relentless training. Soon, the year of their agreement arrived. Besides the two prepared for battle, Broly, Bardock, Goku, and Kairatsu also came to spectate. They arrived at a desolate wasteland, where Vegeto was the first to descend upon a higher rock. Gogeta could only find a relatively lower stone to land upon. Yet, just as he was about to touch down, Vegeto and Appos' gaze shattered the stone. Gogeta glared at Vegeto in fury, who merely laughed. Find a lower rock to look up at me, the strongest in the universe. Gogeta soared into the air, declaring, I shall show you no mercy. Vegeto crossed his arms, retorting, then I shall show you mercy. You, scoundrel. I do not require your mercy. Unleash your full power. Only if you are worthy of my full power. I. Gogeta clutched his chest, nearly choking in frustration, his hair flickering between golden and black. Observing Gogeta and Appo's distress, Vegeto encouraged him. Anger is warranted. Only through rage can one fight without restraint. Now, since you cannot best my words, let us engage. Gogeta clenched his fists, unleashing a terrifying golden aura as he transformed into his Super Saiyan. Bardock and Kairatsu observed Gogeta's transformation, murmuring, "Is this a Super Saiyan? So powerful." Vegeto sensed Gogeta's energy, noting, "Your current energy is only slightly stronger than Gotenks during the Buu saga. Well, while you have yet to meet my expectations, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 should be within your grasp." Gogeta donned the attire of a Metamoran and transformed, indeed resembling Gotenks, albeit slightly shorter given his physical age of just 5 or 6. Pointing at Vegeto, he demanded, "Transform. I refuse to battle you in your base form. Are you afraid of embarrassment and defeat? You beast." Gogeta charged at Vegeto, throwing a punch. Vegeto did not transform. Instead, he took a step back, solidifying his stance, and caught Gogeta's fist with one hand. What? Vegeto's energy began to emanate a sinister aura, his eyes darkening, reminiscent of a possessed Vegeta. "Look, my hair need not change color to leave you speechless." Vegeto then delivered an uppercut to Gogeta and Appo's chin, assistively closing his mouth. Following that, he unleashed a powerful kick to Gogeta and Appo's abdomen, leaving a footprint on his back. Gogeta coughed up blood, losing several teeth, as his body uncontrollably flew backwards, shattering several massive boulders along the way. Vegeto's energy continued to escalate, yet he remained in his base form. Bardock, sensing the terrifying aura, exclaimed, "Incredible. Merely in his base form, he suppresses the Super Saiyan Gogeta." Broly observed Vegeto seriously, stating, "That is not an ordinary base form. My brother is harnessing the power of the Great Ape." "The Great Ape's power?" Broly nodded. "Yes, I can maximize the power of the Great Ape without transforming. Perhaps my brother's control is not as refined as mine, but he will not lose his sanity." Upon hearing this, Goku sighed in relief. "Phew, what a fright. Thankfully, he retains his sanity. When I sensed his energy change, I realized it was similar to yours. I had no idea anyone other than you could wield such power." Broly looked at Goku in astonishment. "Is it difficult to wield such power?" "No." "Difficult? My brother learned it while subduing me during my first rampage. He claimed any Saiyan could do so. It is simply impossible for one to amplify their power by tens of thousands, even millions of times as I can." Bardock and Jean were thoroughly frightened by this terrifying surge of power. Only Goku, who has truly faced Broly in battle, comprehends the extent of this strength. Goku inquired, "What is the typical amplification for a Saiyan?" His brother mentioned it is roughly tenfold, akin to the transformation into a great ape. Vegeta flew into the rubble and discovered Gogeta. "Rise, for I harbor no interest in an opponent lying on the ground." Gogeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, with his singular tuft of hair standing upright, propelling himself from the debris and delivering a punch to Vegeta's forehead. Vegeta's head jerked back, blood trickling from his brow as he gazed at Gogeta with a smile, saying, "Now our strengths are approximately equal." "No, it cannot be." Gogeta stepped back, exclaiming, "You haven't even transformed, and I, using Super Saiyan 2, am only slightly stronger than you. Have you truly not trained at all?" "I have not, yet even so, my base power level has still increased over the past year. Even without training, a young Saiyan's growth rate is remarkable, a state you should be able to comprehend." Gogeta furrowed his brow tightly. "No, I absolutely refuse to accept this. After a year of training, I am still inferior to you? I too possess the pride of a fused warrior. How could I ever acknowledge such a thing?" Chapter 9. The inner eye. The aura of Vegeta swelled immensely, causing the very earth to tremble. The lightning that coiled around him intensified. In a concealed base within a northern mountain, the first form of Cell sensed this overwhelming energy with a sense of despair. Whose aura is this? It surpasses that of Gohan and Majin Buu. My database contains no information on these individuals. Is it because I have altered history? Damn it. After my arduous rebirth and absorbing Trunks, I entered the time machine. I specifically adjusted the timeline to before Goku had annihilated the Red Ribbon Army. Who would have thought such monsters existed here? This Cell, rich in experience, was also a reborn being, but the one who killed him was neither Gohan nor Trunks. In his world, due to Vegeta's lack of intervention to assist Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, he emerged victorious. After exterminating all warriors on Earth, he departed, leaving behind the new Guardian of Earth. Din used the Dragon Balls to resurrect Gohan and Trunks, as they were the only ones eligible for revival. Ultimately, through a convoluted series of events, under the manipulative actions of East Kaishin, Majin Buu was successfully revived. The process was exceedingly abstract. Had East Kaishin misstepped at any point, Majin Buu would not have returned. Upon sensing Majin Buu's formidable energy, Cell returned to Earth, only to perish at the hands of Majin Buu. Upon his rebirth, he returned to the incubation chamber of the future world. He engaged in constant communication with the computer to optimize his evolutionary plan, initially basing it on Majin Buu's characteristics. He requested the computer to assist him in automatically merging with the cells of any powerful life forms he absorbed, thereby enhancing his own strength. Furthermore, he had the computer that created him fabricate a small organic chip implanted into his brain. This modification required additional time for him to emerge from the incubation chamber. Thus, he learned from past mistakes and opted to leave without exterminating Trunks. This battle was far from easy. Trunks' power exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he ultimately triumphed, absorbing Trunks and acquiring his cells along with all his abilities. Afterward, he absorbed all of humanity in the future world before returning to the past via the time machine. Notably, he had detected significant differences between the androids 17 and 18 of the two worlds. Based on his analysis, he deduced that the primary causes of these disparities were twofold: the power ceiling of the characters in the current world and the extent of historical alteration. Cell also surmised that the stronger the androids 17 and 18 were, the higher his own power ceiling would rise after their absorption. Thus, he intentionally returned to an earlier time, choosing to become the puppet master before everything began. He aimed to make Goku, Vegeta, and others stronger, so he could later absorb their cells with his enhanced body. However, the current situation had surpassed his expectations. He was unaware of the emergence of these formidable individuals on Earth. Yet, the presence of powerful beings was advantageous for Cell. Although it exceeded my predictions, this undoubtedly presents a splendid opportunity. Just wait. This time I shall become stronger than anyone else. Moreover, with my knowledge, Dr. Gero's research will progress more smoothly. On the new planet Vegeta, Vegeta furrowed his brow, cold sweat trickling as he gazed toward Earth. Such a familiar energy, comparable to Gohan's during the time of Buu. What has transpired on Earth? What is this energy? Suddenly, Vegeta recalled something and exclaimed, "Vegeta? No, that cannot be. By the way, the Scions Frieza previously dispatched to Earth have brought back a message. There exists an even stronger Scion on Earth." And upon mentioning some golden form, Frieza grew anxious. Damn it, there's no time to dawdle. Frieza has become far stronger than I anticipated. Even in my Super Saiyan form, I am no match for him. Fortunately, this time Frieza has granted me relatively free reign. And although I am reluctant to resort to such means, I have no choice. Vegeta turned and strode toward the large spaceship provided by Frieza. Since he had failed to locate Broly, Frieza and Appo's focus had shifted entirely onto Vegeta. After his rebirth, Frieza reflected on many matters. Had he not been so intent on suppressing Vegeta, could he have made him wholeheartedly loyal? Thus, Vegeta now held a higher status than Captain Ginyu, even possessing a spaceship akin to Frieza's. Furthermore, Vegeta had installed a gravity chamber within the ship, ensuring he wouldn't waste time during the journey. "Follow me," Raditz cautiously inquired. "Where are you headed, Your Highness?" "Planet Namek, then to Yardrat. Whoever the Scion on Earth is, if they dare lay a hand on my Bulma, I swear I will dismember them." Returning to the battlefield on Earth, Vegeta, with his long golden hair, regarded Vegeto. "This is the Super Saiyan form you have long awaited." Vegeto yawned. The prelude was excessively prolonged. During that time, I could have killed you 1,000,000 times. Thankfully, it's finally complete. Now, I shall take this matter a bit more seriously. Vegeta smiled confidently. "Even you must transform now?" "Transform. If you cannot reach the divine realm, there is no need for me to dye my hair." Vegeto exhaled deeply, his muscles expanding instantaneously, 5 times. "Kaioken, Nani." Vegeto dashed to Vegeta's side, delivering a fierce elbow strike to his face. As Vegeta and Amp, Appo's body lifted off the ground, Vegito seized his ankles, spun him around, and slammed him hard into the ground. Our combat power is now nearly equal. You have utilized Super Saiyan 3, while I have merely employed 5 times Kaioken. Considering Broly's transformation into a giant ape, it is equivalent to the amplification of Super Saiyan 1. Thus my Super Saiyan 1 is akin to your Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta stood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gazed intently at Vegito. If that is the case, why do you not transform into Super Saiyan and fight me? Is it merely to leave a psychological scar? Vegito chuckled. Close enough. If you can exhibit a higher transformation, perhaps I would have no choice but to become a Super Saiyan. But do you still possess that ability? Vegeta fell silent. He needed to first comprehend Vegito and Appo's techniques and tactics before making a decision. Subsequently, he maintained his Super Saiyan 3 form and charged at Vegito, initiating a rapid exchange of blows. Unfortunately, it seemed that Vegito could predict each of Vegeta's moves. Ultra Instinct. Vegito locked Vegeta's arms and stated, "No. While it is instinctive, it is a combat intuition developed through years of accumulated experience and judgment, purely based on skill, tactics, and logical reasoning." Even Vegito himself was unaware of how he possessed such extensive combat experience. He swung an arm and landed a punch on Vegeta's face. Such a simple task. Don't tell me that the second time around you still cannot accomplish it. Vegeta was sent flying again, but as he exploded with powerful energy to stabilize himself mid-air, he glared at Vegito. Vegito crossed his arms and remarked, "You have it all backwards, Vegeta. That frail body struggles to gather divine energy. Yet you continually seek to enhance your combat strength." The training of Appo's, no thought and Appo's, imparted by Mr. Bobo in the past can be regarded as a prototype of a form of ultimate freedom. If one were to assign a name to this technique, it would be Inner Eye. Yes, that seems more fitting. This time, Gogeta did not express anger. Instead, he closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the training he received from Bobo in the Temple of the Gods. In the next moment, it appeared that a transformation was taking place within Gogeta, his gaze devoid of any superfluous emotions. He simply fixed his stare upon Vegeta and said, again, Chapter 10, surpassing all odds this time. Gogeta's attacks and defenses had become remarkably decisive. He successfully anticipated Vegeta's movements multiple times. Previously, Vegeta could effortlessly evade Gogeta's strikes without the need for blocks. Now, however, Vegeta found himself blocking more frequently, and on several occasions, he was struck in the torso. As the momentum of their battle stabilized, Bardock observed the two fighters. Noting that they were now evenly matched, he pondered whether Gogeta could secure victory if Vegeta did not continue to enhance his Kaioken technique. Goku carefully observed the situation, stating, "There's no way he can win." Although Gogeta and Appo's stamina and energy are impressive, the Super Saiyan 3 form consumes a tremendous amount of energy. I estimate it 1 in Amp, Appo's, TB long before Gogeta finds himself at a disadvantage once again. Goku clenched his fists in excitement, trembling slightly. He yearned to engage with the two. Unfortunately, with his current power level exceeding 1,000, he could only stand by as a spectator. At this stage, the Saiyans' training efficiency through cultivation seemed less effective than the natural growth that accompanied aging. Gogeta and Vegeta were prime examples of this phenomenon. Of course, had Gogeta devoted this past year to rigorous training, he might have been able to diminish this gap, perhaps even equal or surpass it. Vegeta had warned him numerous times. Yet Gogeta stubbornly believed that he could afford to take it easy, fearing he might outpace Vegeta. In midair, Gogeta and Vegeta simultaneously repelled each other. Vegeta maintained steady breathing, navigating the fight with ease. In contrast, Gogeta's breath had become labored, a fact he acknowledged. Vegeta was currently matching Gogeta using only the power of the Great Ape and a 5-fold Kaioken. I wonder if the power of the Great Ape can be utilized in Super Saiyan form. But for now, I can only take a chance. Gogeta reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 transformation back to his base form, prompting Vegeta to chuckle. "So, you finally intend to reveal all your cards?" Gogeta forced a smile. "You saw right through me." "You're correct. It's difficult for the young one to harness the divine energy, but a probability approaching 0 does not equate to absolute 0. Gogeta's energy surged rapidly, gradually boiling over, then concentrating, transcending. To the naked eye, the aura surrounding Gogeta appeared gaseous. Subsequently, the energy radiating from his body solidified, faintly transforming into a liquid-like crimson flame of spiritual energy. Bardock and even Broly were astonished by this unprecedented form. Goku observed Gogeta and remarked, "The injuries Vegeta inflicted earlier have healed, much like when I first transformed into this state." Bardock looked at Goku in surprise. "Kakarot, can you also achieve this?" Goku replied, If I were to revert to my adult form, I suppose it would be feasible. This state is known as Super Saiyan God. In theory, as long as there are 6 virtuous Saiyans, we could perform a ritual to attain this transformation. However, to achieve it independently requires extensive training and effort, which is almost unimaginable. Even Gogeta, accomplishing this at such a young age, truly remarkable, a testament to the fusion of me and Vegeta? Goku glanced at Vegeta inwardly, contemplating. "So how do you intend to respond, Vegeta?" "If my instincts are correct, the power of the great ape will somewhat hinder your control over energy, which is why you hesitate to transform into a Super Saiyan. The stronger the aura, the more challenging it is to control. Even if you can harness it in Super Saiyan form, the efficiency of your energy utilization will significantly diminish. Thus, even if your energy level reaches that of Gogeta's Super Saiyan God form, you will still not be his match." Upon seeing the confident smile on Vegeta's face, Goku immediately sensed that Vegeta was concealing some hidden trump card. Vegeta looked at Gogeta and smirked. "As expected of you, Gogeta. It is only natural for a fusion to accomplish such feats." Gogeta gazed at Vegeta with a serious expression. "That tone implies you believe you can achieve something similar." "I and Oppos am not certain. After all, I and Oppos, V never tried it. But if you can, perhaps Super Saiyan Blue is also within reach," Vegeta replied with an invincible grin, causing Gogeta to gasp in astonishment. "Don and Amp, Oppos, T be nervous. I won and Amp, Oppos, T reveal anything beyond your level. No. Even if I were to use a transformation equal to yours, I would feel embarrassed. So rest assured, I will seek a way to defeat you within the confines of Super Saiyan 3. With a hint of anger, Gogeta glared at the Patera fusion. "Do you really look down on me that much? Don't be so arrogant. I've already noticed. The power of the great ape not only interferes with your emotions, but also affects your energy control. Therefore, even if you were to stack the Super Saiyan form atop this state, you could not defeat me. Is that so?" Vegeta inhaled deeply, unleashing his full power in an instant. In that moment, Vegeta transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. The veins on his forehead pulsed, and his gaze grew increasingly fierce. Staring at Gogeta, he declared, "From the standpoint of energy levels, we are nearly equal now." Gogeta felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Incredible, you can truly wield the power of the great ape in Super Saiyan form." Vegeta grinned wickedly. "It and Amp, Oppos, that's not particularly difficult. Even Broly has managed to do it." With that, Vegeta instantaneously teleported in front of Gogeta and delivered a powerful kick. Gogeta raised his arms to block, but after being sent flying, he regained his footing and surged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes that Vegeta deftly evaded. Vegeta crossed his arms and chuckled. "It seems I must allow you to use both hands. You should know when to stop." Gogeta concentrated energy into a Kamehameha wave and launched it. Vegeta, unfazed, stepped forward and effortlessly kicked the energy wave into the upper atmosphere. Taking advantage of the blind spot created by the energy wave, Gogeta instantaneously teleported behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful strike. Swish! Gogeta and Amp, Oppos' fists passed through Vegeta and Amp, Oppos' afterimage technique? But the energy in Amp, Oppos' position hasn't an Amp, Oppos' shifted. Vegeta floated behind Gogeta and explained, "By leaving a trace of energy on the afterimage, one can create an illusion. Meanwhile, my actual body minimizes energy output, allowing you to perceive only the afterimage's aura." With a sigh, Vegeta lamented, "Strength, speed, techniques, and skills. The disparity is too vast." Gogeta shouted at Vegeta, "If you're capable, stop resorting to these tricks. I refuse to believe that under equal energy levels, you can defeat me in a direct confrontation. Bring it on. I've been waiting for you." With a fierce determination, Gogeta charged at Vegeta, striking with fists and feet. Vegeta maintained a confident smile, effortlessly neutralizing Gogeta and Amp, Oppos' every attack with just his legs. After exchanging dozens of blows, Vegeta delivered a kick that sent Gogeta crashing to the ground. "How is that?" Gogeta's injuries healed with the aid of divine energy. And he furrowed his brow at Vegeta. Why? The power of the great ape should have affected your energy control. Vegeta, still with arms crossed, explained, indeed. It has had an impact, but our limits in energy control differ. You might believe your control has reached 100, but to me, it's merely 50. The power of the great ape likely reduced my control by 20, yet my original control level was 200. Such a statement conveys understanding, does it not? The disparity of 180 control over 50 is astonishingly evident under equivalent energy states. Having concluded this, Vegeta cast a glance towards Goku in the distance and remarked, "It is not just I. If Kakarot were to match your level, he may indeed surpass you." During the battle with the fused Jiren, you must have experienced the divine technique, owing to the presence of that Vegeta within you. Attaining such a realm surely required considerable effort on your part. Should this be the Gogeta born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta post their battle with Granola? It is conceivable that Vegeta would need to exert 4 or 5/10 of his strength to triumph over him. However, concerning the Goku from the Tournament of Power, particularly Vegeta, he merely provided an enhancement in energy. The limit of Gogeta's capabilities would not exceed that of Goku during that time. It is essential to note that Vegeta had not yet pursued further mastery over energy control on planet Yardrat during the Tournament of Power. Fortunately, Gogeta's foundation, talent, comprehension, and potential far exceed those of Goku. Once the underlying issue is identified, overcoming it should not take long. But at present, Vegeta has discerned his limitations. Continuing this battle bears little significance. The game has concluded, and it appears that I hold a more favorable position. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and approached him, delivering a devastating punch that rendered Gogeta unconscious, reverting him to his normal state. Chapter 11. Vegeta, let's form a Special Forces team. Bang. 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 Gogeta, are you alright? Goku gently patted Gogeta's face. Slowly, Gogeta opened his eyes and sat up, saying, I lost, and quite thoroughly at that. Vegeta, crossing his arms, remarked to Gogeta, if the opponent is me, losing is hardly a disgrace. You must realize that you are potentially the strongest individual in the 7th universe, aside from myself, Beerus, Whis, Meruz, and Frieza. Gogeta stood up, retorting, if you can't offer comfort, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Regardless, do you remember our wager? Since I have one now, you must obediently acknowledge me as your elder brother. Let me hear you say it. Gogeta, with a sulky expression, lowered his head and murmured, can I call you that in private? No. That would render it meaningless. As he spoke, Vegeta leaned in closer, scolding, surely. The mightiest in the multiverse cannot be so unwilling to accept defeat? Enough already. Be brother. Vegeta patted Gogeta's back with satisfaction, saying, rest assured, from this day forth, I will follow your lead. By the way, since Kakarot and Broly are here today, why don't we swear brotherhood together? Gogeta turned to Broly and asked, should we go by age? I see no issue with that. Of course, it should be based on strength. I am the strongest, hence I shall be the elder brother. Gogeta remained firm in his stance, asserting, I believe age should be the determining factor. Who knows, perhaps one day I may surpass you, and Broly is older than us. It feels peculiar for him to call me brother. Strength is the ultimate factor that governs everything. We are swearing brotherhood, not measuring strength. By age, Goku, standing between them, suggested, how about we decide through rock, paper, scissors? After a brief silence, Gogeta calculated that as long as Vegeta did not claim the title of elder brother, he could accept the outcome. Moreover, the odds of Vegeta becoming the elder brother through rock, paper, scissors were merely 1 in 4. Agreed. Vegeta, what say you? Surely you have confidence in your luck? Vegeta, arms crossed and head lowered with a slight smile, replied, though your provocation is rather clumsy, it has succeeded. Let us proceed with the game. The 4 of them formed a circle, swinging their arms. Rock, paper, scissors. Vegeta, Gogeta, and Goku all chose rock. While Broly opted for paper, Vegeta clenched his fist tighter, exclaiming in frustration, how could this be? I lost. No, I absolutely cannot allow Gogeta to win. Rock, scissors, paper. In the second round, Gogeta chose rock, Goku scissors, and Vegeta scissors. Gogeta excitedly looked at his fist and shouted, I won. I defeated Vegeta. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, Vegeta extended 2 fingers in a scissors gesture and pinched Gogeta's fist, squeezing hard. Gogeta's fist gradually opened, prompting him to transform into Super Saiyan, with Vegeta following suit. You scoundrel! Gogeta exclaimed as he transformed into Super Saiyan God, reclaiming his fist. Vegeta, witnessing this, exhibited a disdainful smile. Huh, you are merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Vegeta, enveloped in a fiery aura, transformed into Super Saiyan God, using 2 fingers to pry open Gogeta's fist. Gogeta's palm emitted cracking sounds as his bones were crushed, forcing him to release his grip. Vegeta looked at Gogeta's hand and chuckled. See, I have one. With sufficient strength, scissors can indeed cut rock. Ultimately, strength determines everything. He then turned to Broly and inquired, do you have any objections, dear younger brother? Broly shook his head, responding, none, second brother. Excellent. That leaves only Gogeta and Kakarot. Rock, paper, scissors. Goku, unwilling to inflict unnecessary suffering upon himself, excluded rock from his options. He directly chose paper. While Gogeta attempted to mimic Vegeta by using scissors to pinch Goku and Appo's hand. Thus, Gogeta emerged victorious, yet felt a tinge of disappointment. From today onward, we are family. Younger brother, third brother, fourth brother. After healing his hand with divine energy, Gogeta imitated Vegeta's manner, declaring, yes. Younger brother, second brother, fourth brother. Broly, as the first victor, humbly addressed everyone, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Only Goku, as a normal person, called out to all 3 brothers. Despite this, they often referred to one another by name, especially Vegeta and Gogeta. Noticing Vegeta stroking his chin, Gogeta inquired, what devious scheme are you concocting now? Could we, perhaps, follow the example of the Jinyu Force and form a combination pose? Though still lacking one Vegeta, having Bardock fill in would suffice. Gogeta's face twitched as he firmly declared, absolutely not. You may wait a few more years. Perhaps Gohan will play with you once he grows up. Vegeta, gazing at the sky with a smile, proclaimed, it is decided. When Vegeta arrives on Earth, I shall defeat all of you. Then we shall strike a pose together. We shall be known as the Vegeta Special Forces. Days later, on Namek, a colossal spaceship descended near the residence of the Grand Elder. Vegeta, accompanied by several Saiyans, flew towards the Grand Elder and Appo's location. On the way, Vegeta cautioned, behave yourselves. If anyone dares to cause trouble on this planet, I shall not show mercy. Vegeta had long felt guilt over his past actions on Namek. He had 2 objectives for this visit. First, to request the Grand Elder's assistance in unlocking their potential, and second, to warn the Namekians to be wary of Frieza. Upon landing before the Grand Elder's dwelling, the door floated open, revealing a Namekian remarkably similar to Piccolo. The Namekian regarded Vegeta with surprise. Vegeta? Arrived so soon? This Nail was also reborn and shared the same timeline as the Supreme Kai, having experienced the events of Perfect Cell Max. Consequently, the entire Namekian race had undergone significant changes due to Nail's foresight. Nail scrutinized the diminutive Vegeta, asking, what brings you here, Scion? Nappa stood behind Vegeta, stating, mind your tone. Before you stands the heir of King Vegeta, the future King Vegeta, the hope of the Saiyans, the mightiest Scion in history, the renowned Vegeta IV. Nappa and Appo's extravagant praise delighted Vegeta, though he did not show it, merely responding, silence. Nappa, I require no explanation from you. He then stepped forward, looking up at Nail and saying, I need to see your Grand Elder. There are matters requiring his assistance. Nail squinted down at Vegeta. You know the Grand Elder? Of course, I am aware of much more. It would be wise for you to step aside. Something is amiss. This Vegeta is quite different. He lacks any malignant aura and is significantly stronger than when I first encountered him. A frail voice emanated from within. It's all right. Nail, let him in. Cough, cough. Yes. Nail stepped aside, allowing Vegeta entry. As the others attempted to follow, Nail raised his hand to stop them. The Grand Elder permitted only Vegeta to enter, instructing the others to remain outside. Nail, as a cautionary measure, subtly emanated a fraction of his power. Vegeta, taken aback, turned towards him, inwardly noting the surge of energy that momentarily reached hundreds of thousands of battle power. The others, intimidated by Nail and Appo's display, dared not harbor any disruptive thoughts. Nail followed Vegeta inside, ascending to the upper level. Nail, it appears his circumstances are akin to yours, the Grand Elder uttered, his heavy eyelids struggling to open as he gazed upon the diminutive Vegeta. Vegeta, is it? You, too, must have been reborn from a future timeline. Vegeta, astounded, inquired, you mean to say his predicament mirrors mine? That he too The Grand Elder nodded with considerable effort. Indeed. Vegeta, would you permit me to peruse your memories? Vegeta, furrowing his brow, stepped forward. Refrain from delving into anything too private. Fear not, the Grand Elder reassured. We Namekians are devoid of gender distinctions. Such matters would be incomprehensible to us. Vegeta, flushed with embarrassment, exclaimed vehemently, I care not for your customs. Should you dare to pry, I shall obliterate this planet without hesitation. Chapter 12. The Wish of 5 Centimeters. The Black Star Dragon Balls. The Z Fighters. Baby from the Tsufurans, the artificial humans, the evil dragons. It is astonishing to realize the dire consequences of misusing the Dragon Balls. Vegeta and Naru observed the increasingly grave expression on the Grand Elder's face, and their own concern began to mount. What is it? The Grand Elder slowly withdrew his hand from Vegeta's head and remarked, although you two have been reborn into the past, the experiences you and Naru have faced diverged completely after the Majin Buu incident. Vegeta stared in shock at the Grand Elder. What? How is it different? The Grand Elder replied, it is rather complicated to explain. Naru, come over here. I shall exchange your memories. Naru and Vegeta positioned themselves on either side of the Grand Elder. He placed his hands upon their heads, facilitating the exchange of their memories. After absorbing Naru's recollections, Vegeta lowered his head and murmured, this is entirely different from the timeline I know. Super Saiyan God, Destroyer Gods, Xeno. And Frieza has actually managed to cultivate to that extent. It is highly likely that Frieza's situation parallels ours, which means he may arrive on Namek ahead of schedule. Furthermore, there are 2 unknown powerful presences on Earth. Everything we have previously experienced can no longer serve as a reference. The Grand Elder nodded. Indeed, history has been irrevocably altered. In preparation for Frieza, I have unlocked the potential of all Namekians and facilitated the assimilation of half the combat-oriented Namekians with Naru. We have undergone rigorous training, and theoretically, confronting the original Frieza should pose no issue. However, based on your memories, if Frieza shares your experience, it is likely that even Naru would not be able to defeat him. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, I never anticipated the most troublesome adversary would be reborn too. Time is of the essence. We must first reach the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth to restore my original strength and eliminate him. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and said, for now, let me help you unlock your potential. Should you require the Dragon Balls of Namek, do not hesitate to ask. Subsequently, the Grand Elder assisted Vegeta and the others in unlocking their potential. Vegeta's power level reached the threshold capable of defeating the second stage cell from the Android saga. However, this level of power felt like a mere drop in the ocean compared to his peak. Disappointed, Vegeta reflected on his newfound strength. Initially, I intended for you to retreat to Earth to evade the chaos. Yet, I am unaware of the current situation there, and if Frieza has also been reborn, Earth will undoubtedly become one of his targets. In any case, gather the Dragon Balls. If the time comes, we can relocate to other planets before Frieza. At that moment, both Vegeta and Naru suddenly looked up at the sky. A look of terror crossed Naru's face as he muttered, what immense energy. It must be Frieza. Naru immediately turned to the Grand Elder and exclaimed, Grand Elder, we must prioritize collecting the Dragon Balls. Indeed. I will notify the elders of the various villages to send the Dragon Balls here, the Grand Elder replied. Frustrated, Vegeta struck the wall of the Grand Elder's chamber with a powerful punch, obliterating it. I had informed him that I came to conquer Namek. That fiend must know the Dragon Balls are here. Otherwise, he would not have come specifically for this planet. Damn it. In a fit of rage, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy surging uncontrollably. Nappa and the others, witnessing this, were left stunned. Having only recently learned to sense energy, they had never imagined a being could possess such overwhelming power. Meanwhile, on Earth, Vegeta sat by the river fishing and chuckled. It seems Vegeta's situation mirrors ours. Goku quickly inquired, has he also been reborn? Most likely. He should be on Namek now, and Frieza is close to arriving there. Upon hearing this, Goku sprang to his feet. Then we must hurry to assist him. What good will it do for you to go? Stay here and do not wander. Vegeta is in the hyperbolic time chamber. Once he emerges, do not tell him. I intend to feast on the spoils alone. With that, Vegeta vanished from his spot and reappeared on a small hill hundreds of meters from the Grand Elder's residence on Namek. King Kai's instant transmission proved to be far more effective. Next, I shall extinguish Frieza's hopes when he is at his most triumphant. Vegeta concealed his energy. eager to observe how events would unfold. He yearned to witness Frisia's dreams shattered just as he was a mere step away from growing 5 centimeters taller. At that moment, Frisia's spaceship descended directly towards the Grand Elder's location. As the hatch opened, Frisia emerged in a baby carriage, approaching the Grand Elder's dwelling. He peered through the wall that Vegeta had destroyed and smiled. He observed Vegeta gathering 6 Dragon Balls together and felt a surge of excitement. Oh ho ho ho, well done, little Vegeta. I never expected you to collect 6 Dragon Balls for me. If I am not mistaken, the last one must be on its way, correct? Holding the Dragon Balls, Vegeta paused, contemplating numerous strategies. Destroying the Dragon Balls or confronting Frisia head-on crossed his mind. Ultimately, however, the overwhelming energy emanating from Frisia, comparable to that of a god, left him with no choice but to bow respectfully. He said, I report to you, Lord Frisia, that I discovered these orbs while conquering this planet, although I am unaware of their purpose. I recall that you previously dispatched individuals to Earth in search of something called the Dragon Balls. Coincidentally, these orbs are also referred to as Dragon Balls. So I collected them to present to you, Lord Frisia. Frisia regarded Vegeta with skepticism. Well done, little Vegeta. I shall accept this gift. Frisia floated out of the baby carriage and entered the Grand Elder's chamber, landing gracefully on the ground. Greetings, Grand Elder of Namek. Naru had readied himself for battle. Though the odds of victory were non-existent, he felt compelled to fight. Vegeta silently communicated with the Grand Elder and Naru through mental telepathy. Let us feign compliance. This fiend does not comprehend the Namekian language. When we make our wish, we will all relocate to another place. This was the only solution. The Grand Elder and Naru quickly adopted a different demeanor. Naru stepped forward and asked, May I inquire about your purpose for visiting Namek? Frisia smiled at Naru. I have come for the Dragon Balls. As for my use of them, it is merely to fulfill a few humble wishes. Rest assured, once my wishes are granted, I shall depart immediately, causing you no trouble. The Grand Elder cautiously inquired, Could you share what your wishes are? Though reluctant, Frisia, drawing upon the wisdom of his past life, understood that the Dragon Balls of Namek required the Namekian language for activation. Thus, he would eventually have to divulge his wishes to these Namekians, and once his desires were fulfilled, he could eliminate them afterward. Frisia's face slightly flushed as he said, If possible, I wish to use the Dragon Ball's power to grow 5 centimeters taller. As for my other 2 wishes, the second wish would be to grow another 5 centimeters taller in 10 years. The third wish I desire is to attain an immortal body, one that I can control at will. For instance, I would like the option to perish whenever I choose. Upon hearing this peculiar wish, Vegeta and the others gaped in astonishment, while Raditz and Appo's heart raced uncontrollably. This is it. Frisia has audaciously revealed such an embarrassing wish. We are doomed. Vegeta, aware that anyone who heard that statement could meet their demise, deftly seized the opportunity to provide Frisia with a graceful exit. He knelt partially before Frisia, bowing his head as he stated, So, the Dragon Balls can indeed grant wishes. Lord Frisia, might I be granted one wish as well? From this day forth, I am willing to serve you tirelessly. Frisia, intrigued by this proposition, turned his gaze toward Vegeta and inquired, Oh, what is little Vegeta and Appo's wish? Oh, I would like to grow an additional 5 centimeters in height. Frisia was momentarily taken aback, but then realized that someone else, like himself, yearned to utilize the Dragon Balls for a height increase. In that instant, this wish no longer seemed so shameful. If Vegeta dared to voice his desire, Frisia could retort that Vegeta had also used the Dragon Balls to gain height, by a full 20 centimeters, no less. Meanwhile, Frisia had only gained 1 centimeter. Chapter 13. Vegeta and Frisia. In response to Vegeta's modest request, Frisia hesitated to reject it outright. He turned to the Grand Elder and inquired, Dear Elder, if both Vegeta and I share the same wish, can it be fulfilled in one go? The Grand Elder replied, Indeed, simply add another name when making the wish. With a smirk, Frisia looked at Vegeta and proclaimed, Be grateful, little Vegeta. There shall be no other ruler as magnanimous as I in this universe. Yes, thank you, Lord Frisia. Soon, the 7th Dragon Ball was brought forth, while Vegeta discreetly communicated with the Grand Elder and Naru through a private channel. Grand Elder, let us allow Frisia to fulfill the first wish to keep him complacent, Vegeta suggested. When he goes to make his second wish, we shall alter it to transport everyone except Frisia to the Kaishin realm. The Kaishin realm? Can mere mortals like us even go there? Vegeta pondered. Realizing that his current power might only match the Kaishin and Appos, S at best, perhaps even fall short. Yet, he had no choice but to gamble on the Kaioshin and Amp, Appos, S benevolence, wagering the release of the sealed old Kaioshin as collateral. He would only need to endure a year or two in the Kaioshin realm, extracting the Z sword to shatter it, allowing the old Kaioshin to unlock his potential, thus enhancing his strength. Moreover, Vegeta was currently the only one, aside from Vegeto, Naru, and the Grand Elder, to possess both GT and superscripts, granting him an advantage in numerous situations. If fortune favored him, he might even establish a connection with the Kaioshin and wish for early training with the angels. At that moment, Naru proposed an alternative plan. Grand Elder, instead of collectively retreating from Frisia, why not use the Dragon Balls to send him to the hottest star in the universe? Even if he can survive in space, he would be unable to withstand such extreme heat and would perish. Vegeta had to concede that this was a sound strategy, though it would thwart his plan to reach the Kaioshin realm. Whether his potential was unlocked or not was secondary. He did not wish for Frisia's demise to be so hasty. He simply sought to buy time, hoping to ultimately slay Frisia with his own hands. Naturally, Naru, having spent many years within Piccolo, understood Vegeta's character well. If Vegeta was determined to venture to the Kaioshin realm, they would have to proceed with his plan. Vegeta recognized the risks of this approach and cautioned, "We must consider a crucial point. If Frisia is not incinerated immediately, he may swiftly escape to safety, and it is only a matter of time before Cooler S ship locates him." The Grand Elder and Naru quickly realized the implications. Even the enhanced Frisia, let alone the original, could potentially escape from the sun, albeit at great cost. Naru, let us adhere to Vegeta's method. We shall fulfill the first wish. As Dandy had yet to be born by the Grand Elder, it fell to Naru to make the wish. He approached the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls and, speaking in Namekian, declared, "Arise, Shenron. Fulfill my wish." The sky above Namek gradually darkened as the 7 Dragon Balls radiated golden light skyward. The colossal Porunga materialized before them. Frisia, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward, exclaiming, "At last, my wish is about to be realized. Come forth, Shenron, and grant my desire." Once accomplished, Namek shall be eternally safeguarded by my Frisia force. Nara glanced at the Grand Elder and then addressed Porunga in Namekian. "Please allow Frisia and Vegeta to grow taller." Although Frisia and Vegeta could not comprehend the Namekian language, they heard their names, both becoming exhilarated. Vegeta smirked subtly, thinking, "With this, Bulma won't have to wear high heels in front of me." Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. Naru was sent flying by a powerful force. Vegeto emerged from behind the Scion, speaking in Namekian, "Grant all Scions, Namekians, and Earthlings the ability to survive in space." In that instant, both Frisia and Vegeta were rendered speechless. The onlookers struggled to process what had transpired as Porunga and Appos' eyes glowed red in response. "Your wish has been granted. What is your second wish?" Frisia glared at Vegeto, demanding, "Who the hell are you?" Vegeto, arms crossed, replied with a grin, "I am Vegeto, but you may also refer to me as the Invincible One. I can bear that title." Frisia lunged at Vegeto, shouting, "I Don and Appos. Take care who you are. To dare steal my wish is to court death." He swung a punch at Vegeto, who effortlessly dodged and tripped Frisia, sending him crashing to the ground, where he rolled and landed hard against a massive rock. Vegeta, astonished, took a few steps back, exclaiming, Vegeto, was that overwhelming energy I sensed that day yours?" Vegeto responded, "Indeed, but let's save the chit-chat for later. I need to make my wish and then deal with Frisia." Continuing in Namekian, Vegeto stated, "For my second wish, grant me the ability to understand the language of the gods." Porunga's eyes glowed once more, and Vegeto found himself filled with memories of another linguistic system. Damn it! Frisia erupted from the rubble with a surge of power, launching debris aside as he raised his finger to fire a beam at Vegeto. In an instant, Vegeto transformed into Super Saiyan 2, effortlessly deflecting the beam. He then rushed towards Frisia, landing an elbow strike to his chest. "Man!" Frisia cried out in pain, stumbling back, clutching his chest. Vegeto raised his hand towards Frisia, declaring, "Your strength does not meet my expectations. Have you grown complacent, believing you had ample time to train after your rebirth? Currently, you are merely slightly stronger than a standard Super Saiyan, nowhere near the level of a Super Saiyan Blue, huh?" With a surge of energy, Vegeto sent Frisia flying thousands of meters away. Vegeto turned to Porunga and stated his third wish, "Create for me a time machine with infinite energy." If you cannot, then scour the abandoned timelines, but do not dare provide me with a shoddy, half-hearted attempt. Purunga hesitated, not because he could not procure the time machine, but rather due to the potential consequences if Vegeto's use of it resulted in disaster. After examining Vegeto closely, Purunga noted the immense divine energy within him, along with the Kaioshin earrings adorning his ears. Is he a candidate for the Kaioshin? That is not someone I can afford to offend. It's best to proceed cautiously. Ultimately, Purunga retrieved an old time machine from a forgotten timeline. After refurbishing it with divine power and ensuring its energy was full, stable, and compressed, he announced, "The time machine you requested is ready, but I cannot provide infinite energy. It will have enough power for you to use 100 times. That will suffice. Once it is complete, you may depart." With a swift motion, the time machine appeared before Vegeto, who jumped aboard and converted it into a capsule for safekeeping. Purunga, seemingly eager to leave, bid farewell and promptly dispersed into the Dragon Balls, scattering across Namek. As Frisia soared through the sky once more, he discovered that Purunga had vanished, instantly shattering his composure. No, he knelt on the ground, roaring, despite the fact that planet Namek was encircled by 3 suns. Yet, he still felt the chill of snowflakes drifting around him. Vegeta disdainfully regarded Frisia and remarked, "Is this how you aspire to elevate yourself?" Tears streamed from Frisia and Appo's eyes as he fell to his knees, lamenting, "You Wooden and Appo's, understand. My dreams are shattered, and thus, this planet holds no purpose for existence." Vegeta sensed that Frisia was channeling energy, intent on obliterating planet Namek. He cautioned Frisia, "The Dragon Balls are not a one-time use. You could simply wait 180 days before utilizing them again." Frisia retorted, "Since you are aware, why must you thwart my plans?" Vegeta, serious and pensive, stroked his chin and mused, "Well, because it and Appo's entertaining, wishing for anything is trivial to me. However, witnessing your misfortunes brings me immense satisfaction. Therefore, when you gather the Dragon Balls next time, I shall likely return." Upon hearing this, even Vegeta found it difficult to bear. Is this fellow truly that petty? This is bad. He couldn't possibly harbor a penchant for NTR, could he? Oh no, my Bulma. Frisia's clenched fist oozed purple blood as he glared at Vegeta, cursing vehemently, "You beast. You are utterly inhuman. Today, I shall fight you. Give it up. You cannot defeat me. Go train for a year or so, and I shall await your return." Frisia, consumed by his rage, disregarded Vegeta and Appo's words and transformed into his golden form, charging towards him. "Die, you wretched." Frisia paused, glancing at the tail around Vegeta and Appo's waist before continuing, "Wild monkey." Chapter 14, Vegeta, I've learned everything. Huh, the foolish one. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God, evading all of Frisia's attacks before delivering a powerful kick to Frisia's abdomen. The force of the blow sank deep into Frisia's body, causing an intense wave of pain that scattered his consciousness momentarily. Before he could regain his composure, Vegeta struck again, this time kicking him squarely in the face, leaving a small shoe print before sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. He skidded rapidly across the surface of Namek, crashing into several mountains on the small islands. Vegeta gazed at this astonishing power and murmured, "Is this the Super Saiyan God? Although I cannot sense his energy, he is incredibly strong. It likely rivals even Super Saiyan 4. He recalled the memories of Nairu, realizing there existed a transformation they referred to as Super Blue that surpassed even this. Vegeta stared intently at Veget, pondering. Even at this formidable level, he still retains his tail. Could it be? Veget turned to Vegeta with a smile. Ah, indeed, I can achieve Super 4 as well. With that, Veget soared towards Frisia, effortlessly kicking him while keeping his arms crossed, rendering Frisia incapable of retaliation. Although his size had diminished, making his attack range shorter, it also made him harder for his opponent to hit. 10 minutes later, Frisia, battered and bruised, knelt, gasping on the ground, furiously pounding his fists into the earth. Damn! Why? Why can't I defeat you wild monkeys? Veget stood beside him and inquired, by the way, when did you resurrect? From your appearance, it seems you are unaware of your potential to grow stronger. At this, Frisia immediately lifted his head to glare at Veget. What do you mean? Veget unabashedly replied, as far as I know, your golden form is not your ultimate state. In a certain timeline, you even mastered a black form. At that point, not even Beerus could easily defeat you. Return and train, Your limits are far beyond this. Staying here will only weaken your body and spirit. Frieza gritted his teeth, gathering energy in his hands, intending to obliterate Namek and ensure that this terrifying little monster perished in the vacuum of space. Little did he know that all Psions, Namekians, and Earthlings had already acquired the ability to survive in the cosmos. Suddenly, Veget's expression turned icy as he regarded Frieza. Shall we test our reaction times? I swear. The moment your energy escapes your body, I will reduce you to ashes and prevent the planet's explosion. Should you doubt this, feel free to try. Ultimately, Frieza succumbed to his instincts, abandoning the plan to destroy Namek, reverting to his usual white form. As Veget had stated, the disparity in strength was too vast. This battle had lost its significance. It would be wiser to return and train diligently before seeking revenge. Seeing this, Veget chuckled. That's the spirit. ISN and Oppos, it better to be alive? If you seek a fight, I am always available. I can also assist you in training, and if you wish to grow taller, I could lend you the Dragon Balls from Earth, provided you lower your stance a bit. But, should you wish to engage in underhanded tactics? Once I discover your schemes, Veget warned, believe me, Frieza, in that moment, you will find that death is precisely what you have been pursuing. With that, Veget turned his back to Frieza. I have said all that I need to. How you proceed is your choice. Frieza slowly levitated, observing Veget's silhouette. I will remember you. Veget, you're on Earth, aren't you? One day, I shall come for my revenge. After delivering his threat, Frieza hastily retreated to his spaceship, which departed from Namek's atmosphere within a minute. Only Vegeta and the others remained, standing in a state of confusion and despair beside Nairu. Vegeta had initially believed he could confidently claim the title of the universe's strongest. However, not only had Frieza's strength exceeded his expectations, but the existence of a being like Veget complicated matters further. These, he could endure, as long as he was stronger than Kakarot. He believed he had nothing to worry about. He refused to accept that Kakarot had also returned from the dead. Upon seeing Veget return, Vegeta asked, surely Kakarot isn't as strong as you now? Impossible. Goku trained with him for a year, and his battle power is only around 1 to 2,000. Veget replied. Hearing this, Vegeta sighed in relief. Only 1 to 2,000? It seems Kakarot has not been favored. Wait, Goku? Are you saying there's another Goku on Earth besides you? Indeed. But rest assured, that guy isn't particularly strong. It's still possible for you to catch up to him. Vegeta began to panic, pressing for details. Where do you all live? I live with Kakarot, Bardock, and the others on Bunsham Mountain, while Goku resides at your wife and Appo's house. What? In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. At that moment, Veget seemed to witness Vegeta and Appo's hair oscillating between black and gold, momentarily turning green. Damn it, Bulma is mine. Mine. Veget reassured him. Don and Appo's. Worry, Bulma is still quite young. And Goku isn't the type to cause trouble. And you? Veget replied earnestly. You need not worry about me. I have no interest in her. However, should Bulma take the initiative, what would you do? Vegeta repeated the words. Bulma taking the initiative? Indeed. This aligns with Bulma's character. Though I am loath to admit it, that guy Goku seems like my enhanced version in every aspect. I must return to Earth with you. I cannot allow that guy to linger at Capsule Corporation. After a moment of silence, Veget said, Vegeta, you must have experienced the evil dragon incident, right? Indeed. What of it? I believe you should first visit Yardrat. In another timeline, you achieved a significant boost after a brief period of training there. Previously, your utilization of energy was too low. If you can improve that, you will surpass Kakarot. Vegeta sensed Veget's intention to hinder his journey to Earth. He confronted him directly. Do you not wish for me to go to Earth? Veget chuckled. Not at all. I simply hope that when you arrive on Earth, you can have a proper duel with Kakarot. How about this? Tomorrow, I will seek out Goku and instruct him to keep his distance from Bulma, while he trains with Kakarot, and I will train with you in the cosmos. By the time of the year 762, when you originally arrived on Earth, you and Kakarot can have your showdown. And I too can settle scores with Goku in this manner. Vegeta gazed at Veget in astonishment. You would willingly train with me? Why would I not? With my guidance. It's not just Kakarot you could surpass. Even Goku isn't out of reach. The thought intrigued him. The idea of a fusion being defeated by his own material was amusing. Goku would surely lose his mind over it. At that moment, Vegeta and Appo's heart stirred. He had briefly experienced the powers of Veget and Goku. Though they were not of the same era, Vegeta and Appo's strength far surpassed Goku and Appo's. He firmly believed that Vegeta must have substantial reasoning behind his words, suggesting that there indeed exists a possibility of surpassing Gogeta. Indeed, then I shall train alongside you. Impart all your knowledge to me. I shall absorb it all. Vegeta placed his finger upon his forehead and replied, Very well. I shall first return to Earth to establish a wager with Gogeta, and thereafter, our journey of training shall commence. Chapter 15. The Fiery Reckoning of Goku. The rebuilding of bridges by Vegeta on Earth. Within the sacred chamber, Vegeta instantaneously transported himself beside the deity. Upon recognizing Vegeta, the deity immediately inquired, What transpired on Namek? Nothing much, just that Frieza has experienced a rebirth similar to yours, Vegeta replied. What? The deity gazed at Vegeta in horror. Then, Namek is unharmed, correct? Vegeta waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, all is well, no lives were lost. Frieza is unlikely to return to Earth or visit Namek in the near future. Fortunately, I had you teach me the Namekian language beforehand. Otherwise, the Dragon Balls would have been wasted on trivial wishes. By the way, has Gogeta emerged yet? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the deity replied, He has been in there with Bardock for 2 days already. I immediately set about renovating the hyperbolic time chamber upon my rebirth, eliminating the restrictions on time and number of occupants. I wonder how long they will stay inside. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 powerful auras surged within the sacred chamber. Bardock emerged, maintaining his Super Saiyan form, while Gogeta stood nearby in his normal state, having grown only a centimeter taller over the past 2 years. Upon seeing Vegeta, Gogeta confidently crossed his arms and said, Did you come all this way just to challenge me? Vegeta, feeling Gogeta's energy, chuckled as he scratched his head. Not at the moment. Your energy is now several times stronger than mine. I doubt I could defeat you. Gogeta looked at Vegeta in surprise. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Are you admitting that I am superior? Vegeta replied with a smile. It's merely a temporary state. I only said it's probable. If it came down to a serious confrontation, I would still have my methods to claim victory over you. Intrigued by this, Gogeta proposed, Why not demonstrate? There will be opportunities, Vegeta responded. I primarily came to bid farewell. What? Gogeta instantly appeared in front of Vegeta, placing a hand on his shoulder. Are you leaving this world? How infuriating. Fight me before you go. Despite Gogeta's displeasure with Vegeta, the thought of parting filled him with a profound sense of loss. After all, aside from Vegeta, he was the strongest in this world. A world without Vegeta would be dreadfully dull. Vegeta recounted the events leading up to this moment, prompting Bardock to furrow his brow and ask, You had the chance to eliminate him, but chose to let him go. I wouldn't find joy in killing someone weaker than myself, unless they truly provoked my ire. Gogeta nodded in agreement. I understand. I would have done the same. But how could you sneak off alone? That is quite cowardly. If Frieza and Appo's strength is supposed to be closer to mine, I would have relished the battle. Bardock sighed in resignation. Very well. I shall work on enhancing my strength, and if the opportunity arises, I will personally eliminate him. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled something and turned to Bardock. By the way, Bardock, did you ever attack a planet called Kanasha? After a moment and Appo's reflection, Bardock replied, We did intend to assault that planet, but I sensed Frieza's intent to attack planet Vegeta. Hence, we returned before launching an assault. Is there something special about that planet? Vegeta elaborated. There exists a Kanashan who possesses the ability to foresee the future. In certain parallel worlds, you were struck by this Kanashan and Appo's mystic punch, granting you the gift of foresight, which allowed you to know of Frieza's plan to destroy planet Vegeta. Bardock frowned slightly. Frieza exhibited clear signs of his intentions. One could surmise his plans even without the ability to see the future. Wait, are you suggesting I seek out that individual on Kanasha? Vegeta inhaled deeply and replied, That is indeed my intention, as this ability may possess a degree of potential. For instance, it could foresee an opponent's actions mere seconds into the future during real-time combat. If you have the chance, consider visiting. It would be best to acquire this ability peacefully, without needless slaughter. Bardock nodded. I shall contemplate this seriously. If key figures are being reborn with their previous memories intact, who knows how the future may unfold? This ability could serve as a form of warning. The group then instantaneously transported back to the Capsule Corporation in West City. Vegeta shared his plans with Goku and Broly. Goku, intrigued, remarked, I see. That Vegeta experienced events entirely different from mine after the Majin Buu incident. What an interesting competition. I shall not lose. In terms of mastery, Goku now likely surpassed Gogeta, having freely mastered perfected Ultra Instinct prior to his rebirth. Although he still had some distance to cover compared to his battle against Gas, he had acquired knowledge of all training techniques, leaving only time as a factor. The greatest benefit of training with Gogeta was their mutual sparring, providing Goku with a tangible reference to gauge the disparity between himself and his fused counterpart. After discussing these matters, Gohan looked at Vegeta with concern and asked, "Little Vegeta, how long will you be gone?" "About 20 years, I suppose. During this time, please refrain from directly killing Demon King Piccolo," Gogeta replied, reclining with his legs crossed. "Do not worry. We will ensure Piccolo's successful birth and guide him onto the right path," Vegeta added, standing beside Gogeta and nudging him. "Remember to maintain some distance from Bulma. Vegeta is quite sensitive about this matter. If you find yourself lacking in affection, I will keep an eye out for suitable partners during my travels through the cosmos." Gogeta blushed and retorted, Who lacks affection? I certainly won't compete with Vegeta. After you leave, I will move to stay at the Capsule Corporation." Vegeta chuckled, patting Gogeta on the shoulder. "By the way, Bulma has a sister you might consider." "Get lost. Who asked you to meddle in my personal affairs? As your older brother, is it not my duty to be concerned for you?" After exchanging banter, Gogeta lowered his head thoughtfully. "The prospect of not having you around for a while, it seems no one will dare to quarrel with me. If I lose a fight, do not refer to me as your younger brother." As Vegeta paused at the door, turning to face the group, he smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I will adeptly shift my identity upon my departure." Gogeta suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "What do you mean?" The fiery reckoning of Gogeta. The rebuilding of bridges by Vegeta. Gogeta grabbed an apple from the table and hurled it at him. "You scoundrel!" In an instant, Vegeta vanished from the spot. A voice echoing from afar, "Please take care of Broly." Regarding Broly's guardianship, Vegeta had given it considerable thought. Those Scions were ruthless killers who might lead Broly astray. Spending time with Goku was undoubtedly the best choice for Broly. If he could maintain his composure in his green-haired state, he would reach the levels of perfected Ultra Instinct and Beast Gohan. Moreover, this was merely Broly and Appo's baseline. Vegeta had prepared a comprehensive upgrade plan for him. The final stop on Earth was the Capsule Corporation in West City. Vegeta presented the time machine, crafted by the Dragon, to Dr. Brief, requesting, "Please transform it into a grand spacecraft capable of traversing time and space." Dr. Brief gazed thoughtfully at the time machine, murmuring, "I never imagined someone could indeed create a time machine. Please, exercise caution. Time travel is a grave offense. How long will the modification take?" After taking a puff from his cigarette, Dr. Brief assessed, "Currently, we have sufficient small capsule ships available for alteration. It depends on the size you require and whether you need a gravity chamber." "Certainly I do," Vegeta replied. "What is the maximum gravity that can be set in the chamber?" "Well, based on the materials we currently possess, the maximum would be 1,000 times Earth's gravity. Should superior materials become available in the future, I can assist with an upgrade." Vegeta crossed his arms and stated, "I entrust this to you. I shall return in 6 months. Remember to keep this confidential." Chapter 16. The Perfect Mechanism on Namek. Vegeta appeared before everyone with a flourish. "All right, the journey of cultivation officially begins. Those who wish to partake, place your hands upon me." Nairu felt a surge of excitement, having spent many years within Piccolo. He had already developed the spirit and mindset of a martial artist. It would not be an exaggeration to say that on a soulful level, he was already half a Piccolo. Yet, he remained troubled by the thought of the Elder, caught in a quandary. The Elder seemed to sense Nairu and Appo's thoughts and reassured him. "Fear not, Nairu. Frieza will not dare to return anytime soon. Should there be any crisis on Namek, I will promptly inform Veget." Nairu smiled and nodded at the Elder, then flew to Veget and inquired, "May I join as well?" Raditz stepped forward, stating, "This is a gathering of Scions. Namekians are not." Before Raditz could finish, he was silenced by a piercing glare from Veget. The latter then extended his hand to Nairu, saying, "Welcome, Nairu. I have long wished to discover the limits of the Namekian race. If you can cultivate to the orange form independently and then merge with Piccolo, King Kai, and others, you may even reach the level of Black Frieza, or perhaps even stronger." Nairu shook hands with Veget, responding, "Like you, I too wish to uncover my future limits." Presently, Nairu's strength was comparable to Super Saiyan 2 Gohan during the Cell Saga. making him the second strongest among the group, second only to Veget. Once everyone placed their hands together and then on Veget and Apos' shoulders, they all vanished from their location. On Yardrat. Suddenly, they appeared before Elder Pibra. And Veget declared with enthusiasm, "First stop. The journey to Yardrat begins. Anyone who dares to leave before mastering their abilities will find their legs broken." Pibra looked at the unexpected assembly without surprise, simply smiling and welcoming them. Vegeta remarked, "This fellow seems utterly unfazed by our arrival." Elder Pibra chuckled. "I can communicate with various versions of myself across different timelines, so I have some knowledge of you." He then turned to Veget. "Haven't you already?" "Very well, let us do it again." Veget gazed intently at Pibra and asked, "What are you implying? That I have already learned this? Are you certain that the person you refer to is the one standing before you now?" "In your own words, who knows?" Veget slightly bowed his head, contemplating. "His words are not without merit. It seems I've experienced all this before, yet it feels somewhat different." Vegeta inquired, "What is this spirito you speak of?" "It is what you refer to as ki. We Yardratans do not specialize in peculiar techniques. Rather, we dedicate our lives to studying the principles of spirito. Those techniques are merely byproducts of our research. It is a universal force, with combat being its most fundamental and superficial application." Vegeta scoffed, "Your ki doesn't seem particularly strong. Yet your words are quite bold." Elder Pibra spread his arms and smiled. "Vegeta, if you possessed my mastery over spirito, you could likely defeat 100 versions of your current self without altering your ki's strength." Nanai. The astonishment was shared not only by Vegeta, but also by Nairu, Nappa, Raditz, and Dales, who gazed in disbelief at the enormous blue being before them. Veget explained to Vegeta, instant transmission signifies altering space through ki, while Pibra's ability to connect with different timelines through ki represents time itself. Often, we focus too heavily on numerical enhancements in battle, neglecting the underlying mechanisms. To grasp these mechanisms, we must learn here. Vegeta, slightly disgruntled, replied, "Scions should enhance their physical strength and ki. Those bizarre techniques are merely distractions." Pibra countered, "You have said this before. Yet, shortly after, you mastered instant transmission in just a few days, a feat that took Goku a year." Vegeta haughtily huffed, "Humph, as an elite warrior, it is only natural for me to surpass Kakarot in talent." Thus, the group commenced their research and training in ki. Months swiftly passed, and Vegeta had already mastered instant transmission. Nairu had also learned the forced separation technique, allowing him to split from the Namekians he had previously merged with. Training together yielded significant improvements, and their efficiency far surpassed that of solo cultivation. One day, Veget returned to Earth to retrieve the time machine, where he briefly encountered Bulma and Ties before departing. Upon returning to Yardrat, Veget and Vegeta sat together for a meal. Vegeta, still perplexed, asked, "During this time, I've come to understand ki, and my strength has grown with my control over it. But these techniques remain mere auxiliary methods, do they not?" Holding a large lizard leg, Veget swallowed and murmured, "You speak the truth. Great numerical strength itself constitutes a mechanism. However, do you possess the kind of numerical strength that can evolve into a mechanism?" Veget continued, "Even I, at this moment, cannot claim my numerical strength reaches such heights. He encompasses all, connecting everything. Beyond that lies the divine essence, enabling even greater feats, including divine power. Yet, fundamentally, all of this is energy derived from ki, and mastering the structure of spirito allows for broader applications of this elevated energy. Thus, with formidable numerical strength and mastery of the perfect mechanism, one could approach the state of invincibility." Vegeta closed his eyes, pondering deeply. Then, what mechanism or superpower do you consider the most perfect? None, unless one must posit a concept. It would be the ability to ascend dimensions and then strike downwards. Upon ascending, one becomes a true deity, capable of controlling, rewriting, granting, and erasing everything. Upon reaching this point, Veget seemed lost in thought for a moment before adding, "However, such a notion is utterly absurd. Even if it were achievable, that individual would experience profound loneliness." "Loneliness?" Vegeta mused. "Indeed, especially for a scion, who would find no worthy adversary. Wouldn't that be lonely?" Vegeta struggled to fathom the realm Veget spoke of, and after a few bites of fruit, he placed it down. Losing interest, Veget continued, "Even the Omni King can only erase. Yet, his erasure is not flawless. It merely eliminates the current existence of things. failing to erase their past and future. For even after erasure, there are those who remember what has been removed, and with the Super Dragon Balls, one can restore what has been erased, thus preserving the future. True erasure must encompass the past, present, and future. Vegeta, suddenly enlightened, questioned, is there a mechanism that approaches perfection? Indeed, and there are many. First, Ki can be dissected into the components of all things. Creation from nothing is the best proof. Speaking of which, Vegeta conjured a black cube from thin air. The magic referred to by Namekians and the Kais can achieve such feats. Even Babiti's techniques are merely different applications of Ki. Imagine if your energy could influence time, allowing you to halt its flow and eliminate your foes in an instant. Vegeta reminisced about Guldo from the Ginyu Force of his past life. That bespectacled, rotund fellow? Indeed, if I possessed such powers, perhaps I could have triumphed over Frieza back on Namek. After finishing his meal, Vegeta wiped his hands and donned his gloves once more. All right, let us resume our training. I have recently mastered some unique techniques that will assist you. What? Vegeta extended his hand and snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a formidable gravitational force crushed Vegeta to the ground. The earth beneath him began to cave in, and even in his Super Saiyan form, he found it exceedingly arduous to rise. Vegeta crossed his arms and chuckled. This is gravity. I have amplified the gravitational effects upon you. This technique is quite effective for both training and combat. Now, acclimate yourself to this gravitational environment. By the way, I am currently in a state of enhanced gravity, which, while not my utmost limit, is still 100 times heavier than what you are experiencing. I will increase the intensity once you can move freely under these conditions. Chapter 17. Cell, you, Vegeta, are merely a fortunate bystander. In the year 739 of the Age of the Universe, the inhabitants of Yardrat spent a full year in training. However, aside from Vegeta and Nappa, the other Saiyans failed to master the instant transmission technique. During this year, Vegeta developed a technique that accelerated his personal flow of time, allowing him to age rapidly, reaching full maturity. Even without engaging in any combat training, his power level had increased manifold. Moreover, he maintained a state of constant high gravity in his daily life. Were it not for the prolonged use of Ki to sustain a semi-flying state, each step he took would have caused the ground to cave in. This heightened state was even subconsciously preserved while he slept. Although there were instances when he slept too soundly and crushed his bed, Vegeta, on the other hand, learned to accelerate his own time flow. But his control only allowed him to increase his time flow by a factor of 5. Thus, his physical age had just entered adolescence, which was still early for a Saiyan in terms of growth. However, Vegeta secretly experimented with techniques to alter his skeletal structure, internal organs, and muscles, resulting in a height of 170 centimeters. He claimed that this increase in height was due to his accelerated state, asserting that it was a natural progression for him. Potentially even more so. Vegeta saw through Vegeta's little ruse but chose not to expose him, granting him some dignity. The technique of accelerating 1 and amp, Appo's, S-time flow proved equally effective in battle. Under the same power levels, the ability to speed up time granted a significant advantage in speed, often several times or even dozens of times faster than the opponent. Conversely, it also allowed for a slowdown in time, extending 1 and Appo's S lifespan during non-combat scenarios. However, for Vegeta, lifespan was of little concern. He possessed numerous methods to attain immortality. One day, Vegeta remarked to Vegeta, excluding the peculiar techniques learned on Yardrat, your baseline combat power must now be comparable to that of Majin Buu during his corrupted state, correct? Vegeta reflected on his strength during that time and replied, roughly so. I can still transform into Super Saiyan 3. Would you be interested in exploring alternate timelines with me? Vegeta proposed. Alternate timelines? Vegeta inquired. Vegeta produced a capsule, tossing it to the ground, which transformed into a massive time-traveling spaceship. We can battle former foes in different timelines, such as Cell and Buu. Intrigued by the prospect of avenging past grievances, Vegeta responded, absolutely. I will reclaim the losses I suffered at their hands. Currently, among the other Saiyans, only Dallas maintained a respectable combat power of 2 million, yet he still could not transform into a Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, Vegeta intended to take everyone along for a broader experience. Upon entering the spaceship, Vegeta retrieved an external computer designed by Dr. Brief and connected it to the control panel. This device will help us accurately reach specified parallel universes. Specified? Vegeta queried. Vegeta explained, "We shall not interfere with the original history. Instead, we will clean up the mess in the defeated universes. It will be far more entertaining." Vegeta furrowed his brow. Defeated universes? Like the one where Cell triumphed over Gohan? Precisely. There are numerous such universes. In truth, luck often plays a role in defeating those villains. After entering some key data, the super-time computer created by Dr. Brief began its calculations. Once connected to the time machine's energy source, it swiftly identified a suitable universe. After adjusting the time settings, Vegeta pressed the control panel button. "All right, let's depart." The spaceship floated into the air before vanishing from sight. On May 26th, 767 of the age of the universe, on Earth. "Dad, I'm sorry, I just can't hold on any longer. This is it, Gohan." The formidable Kamehameha engulfed Gohan's body as Cell achieved ultimate victory. Breathing heavily, he turned to the remaining warriors. "Gohan drained quite a bit of my energy. If you all attack together, you might have a chance against me." Piccolo was the first to charge forward in rage. "Damn it, I will avenge Gohan." Following him were Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, ready to fight. Cell vanished from their sight, and while Piccolo searched frantically, Cell reappeared behind him, delivering a swift chop that cleaved Piccolo in two. Krillin, horrified at the sight of Piccolo's demise, fought to suppress his fear and continued to battle. Piccolo, damn it, super energy sphere. Krillin concentrated and formed an energy sphere over 3 meters in diameter, hurling it at Cell. Cell remained unfazed, standing still with a slight smile. He casually grasped the edge of the energy sphere and, with a flick of his wrist, sent it back, vertically bisecting Krillin. Krillin, Tien, prepared to pay the price of his life, aimed his special beam cannon at Cell. New special beam cannon. The attack struck Cell, but he remained unyielding, floating in the air and gazing down at Tien. Such techniques no longer affect me. However, since you caused me some trouble in the past, I shall allow you to perish by your own attack. For body technique, Cell created a duplicate that flew towards Tien, pointing a finger at Tien's third eye. DKB. A golden beam instantly penetrated Tien's head. Cell then charged at Yamcha without making any aggressive moves, simply colliding with him at incredible speed, reducing him to a puddle of flesh. Now, the last warrior, Vegeta, floated in the air, his gaze filled with terror directed at Cell. As Cell's duplicates returned to him, he chuckled. Hee, have you lost your fighting spirit, Vegeta? If you had intervened during my battle with Gohan, perhaps the outcome would have been entirely different. Even if Gohan had bested me, you, Vegeta, would merely have been a bystander in victory. With a cowardly and foolish father like you, Trunks, even with the ability to traverse time, cannot escape the fate of being slain by me repeatedly. Cell clenched his fist, reveling in the power of his evolution. Ultimately, I owe my progress today to you, Vegeta. Allowing you to live might inflict a greater blow than ending your life. Hide away like a stray dog, Vegeta. I will eradicate everyone on Earth but you. Vegeta was beset by conflicting emotions, regretting his role in Cell's transformation into a perfect being, lamenting his failure to eliminate him when he had the chance. He also felt a surge of anger at himself for being unable to avenge Trunks. Finally, he regretted and raged at himself for not aiding Gohan in that crucial moment. Vegeta's eyes turned green, and lightning crackled around him. You may kill me, but I shall never cower and live in shame. In that moment, Vegeta shattered his own limitations, attaining the state of Super Saiyan 2. Although he was currently in a weakened state, and his baseline combat power fell short of Goku and Gohan's, Cell had also expended a significant amount of energy. With Vegeta and Appo's breakthrough, the battle once again became uncertain. Sheru was momentarily taken aback, attentively sensing Vegeta and Appo's energy, and chuckled. Heh, are you prepared to exhaust yourself for one final dance? Very well, regardless of the outcome, you have at least earned my admiration. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Sheru, and they became entwined in combat. At that moment, their struggle was nearly indistinguishable in intensity. Lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, was Piccolo, who murmured, Vegeta, if only you had unleashed this power sooner. Meanwhile, on a distant hill, Vegeta's allies were observing the fierce battle. Nappa, drenched in cold sweat, inquired, Can Prince Vegeta emerge victorious? Vegeta, attentively gauging the energies of the two fighters, replied, This is a tale of defeat. The conclusion is destined to be Sheru's triumph. Beside him, the alternate timelines Vegeta furrowed his brow, visibly displeased, and suggested, Shall I take my turn? Or perhaps we should wait a bit longer. I wish to witness how you, in this universe, meet your downfall. No need to rush. We can unravel it all. Chapter 18. Vegeta. Cell is mine. Mine. The clash between Cell and the original timeline's Vegeta was relentless, with shockwaves erupting from each brutal impact. Both warriors sustained increasing injuries, even though Cell possessed formidable regenerative abilities. At this critical juncture, having already expended much of his stamina, he refrained from further exhausting himself to heal. Their fingers interlocked. They unleashed their maximum power in a fierce struggle. Instinctively, this Vegeta inadvertently accessed his muscular form while in Super Saiyan 2, granting him a temporary advantage. After pinning Cell to the ground, he delivered a powerful kick to Cell's chest. Boom. The force of the kick caused Cell to spit out a mouthful of liquid. And with all his might, he managed to break free from Vegeta's grip, quickly distancing himself. Gazing at his bulging muscles, Vegeta murmured, "So this is it. After surpassing Super Saiyan, I can still alter my form." A confident smile spread across Vegeta's face as he looked at Cell. "Cell, your doom is imminent." Cell placed 2 fingers on his forehead, retorting, "It's too early to celebrate. Your energy is depleting far quicker than mine." Special Beam Cannon. Vegeta understood that in a contest of equal energy levels, the one who endured would perish, so he swiftly dodged. In that fleeting moment, Cell seized the opportunity to instantaneously appear behind Vegeta and struck him down with immense force. "Ha! Vegeta, have you forgotten? Excessive muscle mass slows your movements." In an instant, Vegeta sprang back to his feet, his muscles now even larger than before, akin to Trunks in his Super Saiyan 1/3 stage. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he chuckled, "I am well aware. Even in my normal form, I couldn't evade your attack. Hence, I reinforced my muscles in that brief moment, significantly enhancing my defense. Your previous strike was nothing to me." Witnessing this, Vegeta remarked, "I never imagined Vegeta would devise such a strategy. Indeed, when there's only one warrior left, tactical intelligence flourishes, except for Gohan." Vegeta then turned to the Vegeta of his universe and inquired, "By the way, what did you train during your second visit to the hyperbolic time chamber?" Vegeta shot a sidelong glance at Vegeta, countering, "As the fusion of me and Kakarot, shouldn't you possess my memories? Unfortunately, I lack your private memories. I only retain recollections from significant events you both experienced." Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a wave of relief wash over him. Years after the Cell incident, his intimacy with Bulma had grown, and he would have been mortified had a third party discovered such details. Vegeta replied, "During my second stay, I intended to train in Kakarot's fashion, but felt it would merely place me in his shadow. Therefore, I focused on enhancing my basic combat power and practiced transitioning between the second and third stages of Super Saiyan 1. Yet, I never had the opportunity to employ those skills. After Kakarot's demise, I spent about 3 or 4 years without training. It wasn't until 2 years later that I attained Super Saiyan 2, but I never considered the possibility of altering my form from that foundation." At this point, Vegeta contemplated, "If only I had mastered form switching back then, perhaps I could have contended with Kakarot without relying on Babidi and Appo's power." The more he pondered, the angrier and more ashamed he felt. How could he have been so bewitched as to allow himself to be controlled by Babidi? If that's the case, Super Saiyan 3 and 4 should also be capable of similar muscular transformations. Accompanying Vegeta was undoubtedly the correct choice. It has indeed broadened my horizons. Naru observed the increasingly anxious Cell and queried, "At this rate, Cell cannot possibly win, can he?" Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly. Who knows? Perhaps Vegeta might become reckless again. The energy expenditure in that muscular enhanced state will also be greater. If Cell employs a kite fighting strategy, he could still prevail. At that moment, the Vegeta of this timeline, in his Super Saiyan 2 muscular enhancement form, extended his arms, the lightning swirling around him flickering more violently. "Cell." Vegeta clasped his hands together, aiming at Cell. "Do you have the audacity to face my attack once more?" Cell gazed at Vegeta in terror, but a moment later, a calm smile returned to his face. "If my conjecture is correct, this could be a splendid opportunity." Cell assumed a fighting stance. His fists clenched at his waist, grinning. "Vegeta, I shall utterly shatter your confidence. Bring it on." Vegeta suddenly sensed a decrease in Cell's energy. What is that fool scheming? Theoretically, if he also enters a muscular state, he should be able to withstand it. Now, however, I see. Vegeta looked at Vegeta in confusion. What is going on? You'll find out soon enough. At this moment, The Vegeta of this timeline had finished charging his energy. The golden energy crackling violently in his hands, aimed directly at Cell. Final flash. A powerful energy wave surged forth towards Cell, who chose not to evade with instant transmission, instead standing his ground, awaiting the impact. Vegeta's all-out strike struck Cell, sending him hurtling beyond Earth, his body disintegrating under the force. I must hold on. After this blow, Vegeta hovered in the air, slowly descending, the electricity surrounding him fading away. Though his hair remained golden, it appeared softer than before. Naru crossed his arms, observing Vegeta. His energy is nearly depleted, but thankfully, Cell's energy has also diminished. Vegeta focused intently on the energy beyond Earth, not necessarily. Moments later, everyone sensed a colossal energy presence, nearing that of Majin Buu, if not equal to Fat Buu. With a gust of wind, Cell instantaneously reappeared before Vegeta, laughing heartily. "Huh, Vegeta, you have once again facilitated my evolution." Vegeta stared at Cell in horror, instinctively stepping back. How is this possible? You should have been obliterated." Cell chuckled. "Oh well, let me clarify things for you. As you stated, I indeed was shattered, nearly ceasing to exist. I expended considerable energy to protect my core, as I wished to confirm whether the traits of you Scions could be replicated within me." Vegeta's pupils trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. "See, could it be?" "Indeed, just as you surmised. While you were provoking me, I had already devised a plan. And as you can see, after resurrecting from the brink of death, my power has once again surged. I am now the strongest being in the universe, an invincible destroyer." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression gradually turned menacing. Vegeta quickly interjected. "Don't act rashly. I promise to handle this guy." In an instant, Cell appeared before the Vegeta of this timeline, grasping him by the neck and lifting him off the ground. "I now regret allowing Goku and Gohan to perish. Granting you another chance to train might have proved far more entertaining. As for you, Vegeta, who has aided me on 2 occasions, I shall grant your wish. Go to the underworld and reunite with your comrades. To perish at the hands of one as invincible as I am should fill you with a sense of honor." Cell lunged with a lethal chop aimed directly at Vegeta's heart. At that moment, however, his seemingly unstoppable strike was seized by a hand clad in white gloves, gripping his wrist with unyielding strength. No matter how forcefully Cell struggled, he could not move. With an expression devoid of emotion, Cell turned to confront the figure before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Goku with a hint of Vegeta. "Who are you?" Vegeta, pointing at himself with an air of defiance, declared, "I am the one who is truly invincible." In an instant, without even transforming, Vegeta unleashed a single punch that sent Cell hurtling away, shattering the green crown of exoskeleton atop his head and causing one of his eyes to be violently ejected from its socket due to the immense pressure. With a murderous intent, Vegeta advanced towards Cell. With the first step, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. "No one can claim to be invincible in my presence." With the second step, he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. "If you possess a penchant for suffering, you shall undoubtedly become enamored with me. For I intend to make you dance perpetually on the precipice of death." Witnessing Vegeta prepare to take a third step, the original Vegeta urgently shouted, "No, that fiend has lost control. Stop him, at all costs. Cell is mine. Mine." Chapter 19. The Triple Vegeta, the pinnacle among Scions. Sheru lay on the ground, convulsing and emitting peculiar sounds. Vegeta's punch had rendered him utterly senseless, with strange fluids oozing from his mouth, nostrils, and ears. At that moment, Sheru had lost all capacity for thought, resembling a being clinging to life by sheer vitality. Suddenly, the main timeline's Vegeta teleported in front of Vegeta to obstruct him. Nelu quickly followed, grasping his hand. "Vegeta, you can't possibly feel pride in defeating such an opponent, can you? Why not practice with us instead?" While a mere handful of individuals could not physically restrain Vegeta, Nella's words managed to calm him. Vegeta stepped back, regaining his composure. "My apologies. I couldn't help but unleash my fury." At this juncture, Vegeta noticed a mysterious switch on Vegeta's person. The next time he faced an insurmountable foe, he would contact Vegeta, claiming the adversary proclaimed himself invincible. This way, Vegeta would have mastered a formidable summoning technique. Nelu approached Sheru to inspect him. "It appears your core has been damaged by that punch. However, with Piccolo's and Frieza's cells, he should be able to heal in due time." The Vegeta of this timeline gazed at the suddenly appeared individuals and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" The main timeline's Vegeta explained, We are travelers from another timeline, utilizing a large time machine to traverse through time, specifically to clean up the mess left in your timeline. The Vegeta of this timeline looked at his alternate self and mused, is this guy truly another version of me? He possesses formidable energy, yet he may not be Sheru's match. Why does he appear taller than me? Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Vegeta. This guy is powerful. A single strike was enough to severely injure Sheru. He bears a striking resemblance to me and Kakarot in both aura and appearance. Does such a being exist in the universe? The main timeline's Vegeta tossed a Senza bean to his counterpart. Consume this, and watch my performance. After swallowing the bean, the alternate Vegeta skeptically regarded the main timeline's Vegeta. Do you truly believe you can defeat this foe? The main timeline's Vegeta chuckled coldly. Humph, a being of this caliber does not warrant my full strength. Nelu then rushed to assist the nearly exhausted Piccolo. After training on Yardrat, even a combat-oriented Namekian like him could utilize healing techniques. Once revived, Piccolo stood and murmured to Nelu, "Are you Nelu?" "Indeed. But in a manner of speaking, I am also you. We have assimilated for far too long," Nelu replied. Piccolo, sensing Nelu's energy, inquired, "Your energy is formidable, surpassing Sheru's. How did you cultivate such power?" Nelu turned to Sheru and responded, "I assimilated many Namekians and trained on Yardrat." Moments later, Sheru regained a semblance of rationality and consciousness, promptly concentrating his energy on his core to heal himself. He rose, his expression filled with terror as he surveyed the unexpected assembly. "Who are you? How dare you ambush me? I shall eliminate you all." As Sheru spoke, he unleashed an even more potent aura, surpassing even that of Majin Buu. Vegeta stood behind Vegeta. That fellow has activated the Saiyan Revival Enhancement. Is there truly no limit? Vegeta observed Sheru and remarked, "Given he has merged with your and Kakarot's cells and Frisia's, it is only natural for him to possess additional potential. If he survives and continues to train, he could very well reach the level of a fusion warrior." Stepping forward, Vegeta declared, "It's time for a contestant exchange. I shall be the one to end you." Vegeta cautioned, "Be careful. His current strength is likely second only to the Gohan absorbed by Buu." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead, clearly indicating the pressure Sheru exerted. Nevertheless, he wore an excited grin. "That suits me perfectly." Sheru cracked his neck and stretched. "It seems you, like me, hail from other timelines. Fortunately, there is no one left in this timeline who can challenge me. I am eager to see the level of individuals from other timelines." Taking a deep breath, Vegeta focused on amplifying his aura, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Golden lightning crackled around him as his hair lengthened, eventually cascading down to his waist, his brow protruding, and his eyebrows vanishing. Vegeta observed the Super Saiyan 3 form of Vegeta and mused. The Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle varies across different universes. Could it be due to a few extra centimeters in height? In truth, Vegeta felt that this long-haired Super Saiyan 3 suited him better, considering Gotenks had a similar hairstyle to Vegeta, yet he was even shorter. However, Gotenks' Super Saiyan 3 hair also flowed down to his waist, rather than standing completely upright. Nonetheless, one could argue that Gotenks, being half Saiyan, lacked the rigid hairstyle of a pure Saiyan. Meanwhile, Goku's default hairstyle was not entirely upright either. At this moment, Vegeta's transformation left Sheru in a state of shock, both due to the intensity of his aura and his striking appearance. The Vegeta of this universe regarded this transformation with bewilderment. What is this transformation? Sheru shared the same confusion, astonished that after 3 instances of Saiyan near-death revival, another's aura could rival his own. Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself with a smile. "This is Triple Super Vegeta, the pinnacle among Saiyans." Sheru, having carefully compared the energy disparity between them, regained his composure and chuckled. "What Triple Super Vegeta? Even if you have reached the peak in other universes, you still fall short compared to me." "Peak?" Vegeta assumed a combat stance, grinning. "Peak? You are gravely mistaken. There is no such thing as a peak among Saiyans." Sheru prepared himself. "Your self-praise is commendable, yet the fact remains that each time you flaunt before me, you end up severely beaten." This remark incensed Vegeta. Despite his soul's age exceeding a century, the mere mention of past humiliations ignited his fury. In an instant, he charged toward Sheru, landing a punch to Sheru's abdomen before he could react. Vegeta's fist nearly sunk into Sheru's body. Sheru coughed up a mouthful of purple blood, staggering back before collapsing to the ground, spitting out more blood. How? How is this possible? My energy is supposed to be stronger. I can't even see your movements. Vegeta looked down at Sheru with a cold gaze. I have made many mistakes in the past, and upon seeing you, I perceive the embodiment of those errors. After Kakarot departed, I reflected on this period and regretted it. But now, Sheru, I shall not grant you another opportunity. At these words, Vegeta's demeanor shifted, displeased. Without his usual recklessness, could he still be called Vegeta? The cautious side of Vegeta would rob him of much amusement. From a distance, Vegeta crossed his arms. Vegeta, there's no need to be so serious. Feel free to play as you wish. If anything goes awry, I shall cover for you. Earlier, Vegeta had employed a time acceleration technique, but he did not wish to exploit such a method against Sheru. The recollection of how he had once single-handedly created the perfect Sheru filled him with remorse, prompting him to adopt a more conservative approach. However, now that Vegeta has reached this point in his discourse, perhaps indulging a little should not pose a problem, right? Vegeta has reduced his acceleration state, increasing it by only 20. This level should be more than sufficient to handle the current Cell. Just as Vegeta altered his acceleration state, Cell sensed a peculiar aura emanating from Vegeta that had shifted. What was that energy just now? It seemed to displace him from the surrounding space-time. Is this the reason for his incredible speed? Chapter 20. Vegeta. I am the master of Saiyan training. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta and the newly evolved Cell engaged in a fierce battle that appeared evenly matched. However, despite the claim of parity, Cell was unable to inflict any significant damage upon Vegeta, as most of his attacks were deftly evaded or skillfully blocked by the Saiyan Prince. In contrast, Cell found himself increasingly on the receiving end of Vegeta and Appo's strikes. Cell, keenly attuned to the peculiar energy emanating from Vegeta, sought to assimilate it. As Vegeta began to dominate the skirmish, he decided to turn off his acceleration technique. He noticed that while his movement speed had diminished somewhat, his reflexes remained unparalleled. The Vegeta of this timeline gazed at the two combatants, exclaiming, "So powerful. Incredibly powerful. Is this the standard I can achieve in another world?" The main timeline Vegeta, hearing this, chuckled with pride. This is merely the beginning. Remember, Saiyans have no limits. He then declared, "Allow me to showcase my latest technique." With intense focus, Vegeta locked his gaze on Cell, announcing, "Pay attention. This is my original technique, the Vegeta Triangle Kill. It requires exceptional precision. Watch closely." Big Bang Attack. Vegeta concentrated a massive surge of energy in his right hand and unleashed it. To the onlookers, the energy sphere appeared formidable. Yet its speed was somewhat sluggish, so much so that even Dallas might evade it. In the next instant, Vegeta conjured another energy sphere and hurled it forth. Light Wave. This smaller sphere zipped through the air at extraordinary speed, surpassing even Vegeta's own swiftest movement. This was a result of applying his acceleration technique to the energy he projected outward. As the light wave soared, it accelerated further mid-flight, striking Cell with a powerful impact. Although it did not inflict harm, the energy seemed to cling to Cell's form. Vegeta, with 2 fingers pressed to his forehead, instantaneously teleported behind Cell, exclaiming, "Instant transmission, repositioning." He then delivered a powerful kick, propelling Cell towards his Big Bang Attack. At that moment, the Big Bang Attack also surged forward, seemingly drawn towards the energy enveloping Cell. Cell, unable to control his trajectory, was pulled toward the colossal energy sphere, and just as he attempted to use instant transmission to evade, he discovered that even that was ineffective. Vegeta grinned at Cell, proclaiming, "Once struck by this technique, evasion is impossible. Prepare to meet your demise." Cell's body collided with the massive energy sphere, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The resulting mushroom cloud ascended into the atmosphere, leaving the spectators in awe of the display's sheer power. Only Vegeta felt that the flourish was excessive and the impact lacking. Yet he acknowledged that it marked a significant step in Vegeta's mastery of technique. As the smoke cleared, Cell lay injured, with 2 arms and a leg severed. His body stained with purple blood as he glared at Vegeta. "Damn it!" Cell roared, unleashing his energy to heal himself. In an instant, he teleported behind Vegeta, gripping him tightly. "Even if your speed is unmatched, my raw power surpasses yours. I will crush you." Cell enhanced his muscles with a surge of energy, causing his physique to swell dramatically, while his arms constricted around Vegeta. In addition to his chokehold, Cell's regressed tail re-extended, piercing into Vegeta's thigh. "I shall absorb your power as well." Vegeta screamed in agony, but, channeling his Super Saiyan 3 state, entered a muscular enhancement phase. Although Cell's grip yielded little effect, he managed to siphon some of Vegeta's essence. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta delivered a headbutt to Cell's face, forcing him to loosen his grip. Vegeta swiftly turned, launching a close-range Big Bang attack squarely at Cell's head, rendering him momentarily dazed. "Go, Vegeta!" exclaimed Gogeta. Utilize time control acceleration and launch Cell into the atmosphere. Vegeta maneuvered behind Cell, locking his arms around Cell's waist as he ascended skyward. After executing several rapid spins, he and Cell dove toward the ground, releasing Cell just before impact. Cell crashed heavily onto the Earth, and Vegeta's Earth throw proved remarkably effective. "Well done, back at you. Just wait, Gogeta. Soon you will see who the true master of Saiyan training is." Vegeta unleashed his ultimate flash attack, condensing green energy in his right hand, a fusion of the ultimate flash and Big Bang attack from GT, combining the strengths of both techniques. With his left hand, he manipulated energy to extract the distorted Cell from the ground, bombarding him with a Kamehameha wave. Cell was obliterated by the powerful shockwave, yet, much like before, he shielded his core with a substantial amount of energy. Even so, his core suffered significant damage, and his energy began to dwindle, leading many to believe he was finally vanquished. Vegeta, witnessing Cell's apparent demise, smirked confidently. Ultimately, he is merely a relic of a bygone era. Even with enhancements, he cannot contend with my triple Super Vegeta. Reverting to his normal state, Vegeta instantaneously rejoined his companions, inquiring of his counterpart, "How was that? Did you learn?" The alternate timeline Vegeta clenched his fists, retorting, "How could one possibly master such a technique after a single demonstration?" Vegeta, with a smug smile, replied, "No matter. As long as we remain here for a while longer, I can accompany you to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. From this point forward, Kakarot will only be trailing in your wake." Piccolo, relieved to no longer sense Cell and Appo's energy, sighed. "Thank goodness for your assistance. Otherwise, Earth, no, our entire universe, would be doomed." Naru furrowed his brow, observing the sky. "It seems it is not yet over. Cell's energy has diminished, but it has not completely vanished." "Nani?" The group turned to Naru as the main timeline Vegeta closed his eyes to concentrate, confirming, "Indeed, that fellow is exceedingly tenacious." Piccolo turned to the main timeline Vegeta, suggesting, "Can't you use instant transmission to return to the past and eliminate him once and for all?" With crossed arms, the main timeline Vegeta scoffed, "No need. If he revives and grows stronger this time, I will not hold back. I shall unleash my true power and obliterate him in one fell swoop." Though he spoke with confidence, should Cell enhance himself once more, Vegeta would find himself relying solely on speed, lacking sufficient power to defeat him. 10 minutes later, Cell revived, instantaneously teleporting back to Earth. Without hesitation, he lifted his hand and unleashed a high-speed energy wave directed at the main timeline Vegeta. The velocity of this energy wave was astounding, catching even Naru and the main timeline Vegeta off guard. Gogeta swiftly positioned himself before the main timeline Vegeta, deflecting Cell's energy wave with a powerful strike. As the dust settled, the observers noted a transformation in Cell's appearance. His colors shifted to a red and green palette. His regressed tail elongated once more, the tip morphing into a hammer-like appendage adorned with several small orifices. Nara gasped, instinctively stepping back. Cell Max, and in his complete form. But, no, although his appearance has transformed into Cell Max, his power has yet to reach that level. Vegeta gazed at Sheru and murmured, "This time, I've certainly improved significantly, even surpassing Gohan and Bu by several folds." Sheru, feeling the transformative energy surging within him, erupted in laughter. "Ha! Vegeta, you truly are my lucky star. I never anticipated that there would be new forms beyond the perfect state. I quite liked what that Namekian called me earlier, Sheramax. Excellent. Who wishes to be the first to experience it?" The main timeline Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow as he forced a smile. "You won, and Appos. Do need anyone else to deal with you? I am more than sufficient." Vegeta looked at Vegeta and remarked, "That's enough. If you keep pretending, you'll end up getting hurt. Let us not jest. Did we not come to these timelines to challenge formidable opponents? I am Vegeta. I can only meet my end in battle." As soon as the words left his lips, Sheru instantaneously appeared before Vegeta, but this was not mere teleportation. It was the inherent time manipulation of acceleration that Vegeta had mastered. After absorbing a couple of breaths from Vegeta, he finally learned this technique. The speed, akin to teleportation, caught Vegeta off guard as Sherry seized him by the throat and lifted him. Then let me fulfill your wish. Meet your demise in battle. Chapter 21. Vegeta, do you wish to dance as well? Vegeta exerted every ounce of strength, yet failed to free himself. However, Cell refrained from delivering a fatal blow. For Vegeta stood merely a meter away, watching intently. His sixth sense warned him that if he were to kill Vegeta in front of this individual, he might very well cease to exist. Thus, Cell pretended that Vegeta's fingers had merely grazed him, releasing his grip on Vegeta's neck. By this point, Cell had lost interest in Vegeta, akin to the feeling one has after finishing an action film and entering a state of contemplation. His curiosity lay instead in the true extent of Vegeta's power. At that moment, the allure of Vegeta was comparable to that of a striking figure in black silk. Alone in a secluded room with a companion, Cell regarded Vegeta, asking, "Your power must be the strongest, is it not? What is your name?" "Vegeta," he replied. Although Vegeta had suppressed his aura, he still exuded an inexplicable pressure that unsettled Cell. "So, Vegeta, would you care to play with me? Consider it a warm-up." Vegeta crossed his arms and chuckled coldly. "Oh, are you certain? You may not be pleased when I truly strike you. I have encountered many like you. Villains who think a modicum of strength grants them the right to dominate the world. You feign mastery to impose rules, yet falter when faced with those who surpass you." Cell was not without reason when he deemed Goku's only unrelenting adversary, intent on having Gohan eliminate him. During their first encounter, Goku had already issued a challenge. Yet Cell's second form vastly eclipsed Goku's power. He disregarded Goku's challenge, fixated instead on annihilating him. Upon facing Vegeta, he agreed to engage fully only after evolving into his perfect form. After emerging from the room of spirit and time, Goku sought out Cell, prepared for their final confrontation. He understood that Cell differed fundamentally from Frieza. The latter had granted Goku numerous opportunities during their battle. Frieza, though villainous, adhered to certain principles. He was shrewd, discerning when to advance and when to retreat, even refraining from provoking those whose power surpassed his own. Upon his resurrection, Frieza arrived on Earth with a clear intent for vengeance, yet halted his assault upon encountering Beerus, wary of the latter's demeanor. Thus, should Vegeta strike, he would offer Cell no chance of survival. Vegeta gradually lowered his arms, his gaze growing increasingly serious. Just as he prepared to unleash his fury, Vegeta interjected, "Wait. I have a method to continue the fight." As he spoke, he concentrated an energy sphere in his hand, declaring, "Hold on, Cell, soon your confident smile will vanish completely." Vegeta raised his hand, launching the energy into the sky, let it mix with oxygen. Turning to the other Saiyans, he instructed, "Close your eyes." Moments later, Vegeta transformed into a golden great ape. As he prepared to compress his energy further, Vegeta approached him, saying, "Hold on a moment." "What is it?" Vegeta proposed an idea. "In the Super Saiyan Great Ape form, try to enhance your power further, akin to Super Saiyan 2. Is that even possible?" Vegeta responded, "I don't know, but perhaps this way, I can surpass Super Saiyan 4 without relying on others." Vegeta was uncertain if this method would work, yet he was willing to try. In the blink of an eye, a colossal aura resonated throughout the universe as the golden great ape was enveloped in immense lightning. The hair atop its head standing erect. Cell could only watch helplessly as Vegeta grew stronger, sensing that any attempt to intervene would result in his own demise. "Damn, I don't know what other tricks they possess, but if they can exceed my power, I shall borrow their strength to elevate my own." Even then, I doubt that Vegeta would pose a challenge. Once Vegeta maximized his power in the great ape form and further condensed his energy, his body shrank, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. The blazing heat radiating from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was palpable, and he exclaimed, "I've truly done it. My strength even surpasses that of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta carefully sensed the energy emanating from him. This enhancement likely exceeds that of the completed Super Saiyan Blue form. Unfortunately, my base combat power remains too weak, barely equating to that of a deflated Super Saiyan Blue." With newfound confidence, Vegeta descended to the ground, gazing at Cell. "Cell, don't you revel in gaining strength through near-death experiences? Allow me to indulge you this time." Cell, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, chuckled, "Such bravado. But can you truly deliver?" In an instant, Vegeta approached Cell, placing both hands upon his chest and unleashing a powerful energy wave that obliterated him. Naru, sensing that Vegeta was still holding back his energy, inquired, "Do you still wish for him to grow stronger?" With his back turned to the others, Vegeta replied with a smile, "Cell's current level might not even match that of an ordinary Super Saiyan 4. At this level, he is no match for me." At that moment, Vegeta felt Cell's fighting spirit shift towards him. He regarded Vegeta with a confident grin. "Do you wish to dance as well?" Vegeta assumed a battle stance, stating, "Cell's revival will take some time. Why not use this opportunity to gauge your limits? You won't be able to see them." Without further ado, Vegeta charged at Vegeta, who instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, meeting Vegeta with a flurry of 2 swift strikes. Smack! Smack! The 2 slaps stunned Vegeta, who could scarcely comprehend the speed at which Vegeta moved. Vegeta employed no acceleration techniques. Merely his rapid movements delivered 2 decisive blows, forcing Vegeta to recognize his place in the hierarchy. Vegeta felt waves of pain and swelling across his face. Vegeta returned to his normal state, facing away from him. "Perhaps if you enhance your base combat power a bit more, you might match my Super Saiyan form, but as it stands, you are insufficient." Moments later, Cell revived once more, experiencing a significant boost in power. While his form remained unchanged, his aura now rivaled that of Golden Frieza from his resurrection. Compared to Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, he was nearly his equal. The two resumed their battle, and Naru furrowed his brow. "Vegeta, if this continues, you may very well reach the level of perfect Cell Max. Should Vegeta falter, we must eliminate him immediately." Vegeta was intrigued by the prospect of perfect Cell Max. According to Naru, even the ferocious Gohan had been subdued at that level. Moreover, Cell's power continued to swell during the fight, akin to Broly, eventually leading to a self-destructing loss of control. His strength might even rival that of Black Frieza. After several minutes of fierce combat, Cell began to gain the upper hand, mastering the nuances of his inherent temporal manipulation. With his acceleration surpassing Vegeta's, the latter found himself unable to retaliate. Whoosh! Bang! Vegeta was sent crashing to the ground. And Vegeta remarked, "That's enough. You've reached your limit. Allow me to take over." Vegeta was eager to witness the true form of perfect Cell Max that Naru had spoken of. Aware of his own shortcomings, Vegeta wiped the blood from his lips and conceded, "Very well. My base combat power is still insufficient to fully control Super Saiyan 4. So I shall leave this one to you." After the two exchanged a high five, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan and approached Cell, smiling as he said, "The opponent is mine. I hope you do not lose your fighting spirit." Cell clenched his fists, unleashing an immense power. "Come at me." Vegeta raised 2 fingers, pointing at Cell. "Your current strength is still too feeble. Allow me to enhance it a few more times and see where your limits lie. Witness my finger of insight." In the next moment, Cell was obliterated by Vegeta's 2 fingers. Observing this, Vegeta remarked, "Isn't this just filthy fireworks? Enough of the chatter. I call it as I see it." Cell's remnants fell to the ground, but after a brief twitch of his core, it ceased to respond. Sensing the complete absence of Cell and Appo's energy, Vegeta furrowed his brow and pondered, "Surely, I haven't and Appo's killed him outright, have I?" Naru stepped forward to investigate and, upon seeing Cell's withered core, deduced, "It seems that, after all, Cell is merely a creation of Dr. Gero, and his potential for enhancement is limited. He has now completely surpassed this threshold and is, in essence, in a state of exhaustion. If he were to be destroyed once more under such circumstances, it would indeed lead to his demise. Should we, perhaps, wait a moment longer to observe?" Chapter 22. Is she still there? Vegeta glared at Vegeta with a look that could cut. "You were just suppressing my cards, and now you can't handle a pair against 3? Naru revealed his last 2 cards, a pair of 4s, I win. Bored from waiting for Cell's resurrection, the group resorted to a game of poker. Several times, when Naru was the dealer, Vegeta consistently pressured Vegeta's cards, entirely oblivious to the concept of teamwork. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and pointed at Dales and the others, declaring, "You go play at the kids' table. Get another Vegeta over here." The Vegeta of this timeline returned, carrying the corpse of a large creature and placing it aside. He approached Cell's remains and inquired, "Can this guy really come back to life? Or should we gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone first?" At that moment, Vegeta suddenly recalled something and asked Vegeta, "Did this Cell spit out Android 18? He did. Right. That guy should still be alive." Upon hearing this, Vegeta stood up. loosening his belt. Is she still there? The two Vegetas blushed and asked, what do you want to do? I need to relieve myself, and, while I'm at it, I'll save her. The main timeline's Vegeta looked at Vegeto skeptically. Is it really just to relieve yourself? Should I do it here? To avoid any misunderstandings. Vegeto found a nearby rock to do his business. After fastening his belt and wrapping his tail around his waist, he soared into the sky in search of Android 18. Before long, Vegeto descended beside Android 18, but he felt a pang of disgust at the slimy substance covering her. Utilizing the magic he learned on Yardrat, he cleaned her up before lifting her away. Once he brought Android 18 before the group, they began deliberating on how to handle her. Should they take her back? What is there to deliberate? Vegeto explained. What if our Android 18 inherits the previous memories? Then I would be out of luck. The main timeline's Vegeta looked at Vegeto in astonishment. You can't possibly have feelings for her? What else could it be? Should I go find Bulma? Vegeta immediately responded. I think Android 18 is quite good too, but isn't that just one aspect of your concerns? Vegeto crossed his arms and replied seriously, well, if all goes well, our Android 18 would be even stronger. So you're considering letting the stronger Android 18 be absorbed by our cell? Aren't you curious? What if our cell has my and Gogeta's cells? If he becomes perfect, it might be beneficial for me. Vegeta responded without hesitation, then just have him spit her out again. The situation is different. If I don't intervene, it would be like handing her over to Cell myself. Even if she is spat out later, I would feel guilty. But unlike you in the past, I want to rush to let Cell absorb her. If I save her, I would be her savior. Niru examined Android 18's condition. If we don't save her, this Android 18 can only be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Vegeto crouched down to inspect Android 18 and Appo's body. After infusing energy into her, her anatomical structure became clear. Compared to a normal human, she merely had an energy core, a self-destruct device, and a control chip with a substantial amount of flesh, making it understandable that she could continue training to grow stronger. The Vegeta of this universe frowned slightly. Are you saying these broken dolls can still train and grow stronger? Yes, and their potential isn't low, at least at the Super Saiyan 3 level. The Vegeta of this universe's eyes widened as he muttered. These broken dolls can actually be stronger than Cell? Yes, as long as we act quickly. Forcibly removing her self-destruct device seems feasible. This way, we can save a wish. Although the muscle tissue and bones are incredibly resilient, they still retain their original human form. Perhaps some materials or drugs were used to enhance her body. I wonder how the effect would be if modified with Saiyan genetics. Taking advantage of Android 18's unconsciousness, Vegeto swiftly extracted her self-destruct device. Then, he employed the healing techniques he learned on Yardrat to treat her. After the treatment, there were no scars left on her chest. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and sat up, looking at everyone. What? What happened? Vegeto held up the self-destruct device and said, You were spat out by Cell, and I saved you, also removing your self-destruct device. You? Android 18 scrutinized Vegeto, searching her database for relevant information, resulting in unknown. She stood up and asked Vegeto, Who are you? I am Vegeto, a Scion. Then why did you save me? Vegeto smiled. Of course, it's because I like you. So, how about you repay me with your body? Android 18 froze for a moment before blushing and shouting. Who proposes such a thing upon first meeting? The main timeline's Vegeta crossed his arms and said to Android 18, Being noticed by him is your fortune. Don't be ungrateful. Vegeto looked at Vegeta. Did you ever say something similar to Bulma? Well, she seemed to enjoy that kind of attention. Don't you think we're coming off as villains? I could handle this myself. Thank you. Vegeto handed her the self-destruct device. That guy speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart. If you don't like it, just walk away. Android 18 instinctively took the self-destruct device and then tossed it into the air, blasting it apart with a key blast. Finally free, the Vegeta from this timeline stepped forward. Wait. If you don't plan to take her away, I will dispose of her. Keeping her around is a constant risk. You just mentioned that these puppets can reach Super Saiyan 3 level. Upon hearing this, Android 18 turned her head in surprise to see another Vegeta. There are 2 Vegetas? The main timeline's Vegeta explained, We came from another timeline to help defeat Cell. Android 18 took a step back, preparing for battle against the imposing Vegeta. Vegeto urged the main timeline's Vegeta, Let her be. She's not inherently bad, and she has participated in several battles to protect the universe and Earth in the future. Moreover, with your current strength, even if she acts recklessly, you can still stop her. If you're worried about being surpassed, then train harder. Ultimately, the main timeline's Vegeta refrained from attacking, not out of fear of Android 18, but rather of Vegeto. This seemingly troublesome situation was, in fact, Vegeto's way of boosting his favor in front of Android 18. It is known that although the proud prince may appear cold, he can adapt his pride when necessary. Just like when he busied himself to please Beerus, even performing an extremely embarrassing dance. Seeing that everyone had lowered their hostility, Android 18 asked, "So, have you dealt with Cell?" Vegeto scratched his head while looking at Cell's remains. "We initially didn't plan to deal with him so soon. I just may have overdone it. It seems I actually defeated him. Forget it. Since there's been no movement until now, let us withdraw. Let's rest at Capsule Corporation for a few days before heading to the next timeline." In this timeline, Vegeta hoisted Trunks' lifeless body and remarked, "Only Trunks and Gohan can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. What about Kakarot? We can simply head to Namek. Additionally, let me have a look at Trunks," he added. After taking Trunks' body, Vegeta gently placed it back on the ground. Closing his eyes, he employed healing techniques to mend the wounds and internal injuries of Trunks. Through the faint aura connecting body and soul, he located Trunks' spirit and forcibly extracted it from the underworld, returning it to his corporeal form. Gradually, Trunks' heartbeat resumed, and his breath returned. Piccolo gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, exclaiming, "You can even resurrect others? Are you truly an ordinary person?" Vegeta looked at his hands and murmured, "I merely intended to try. I never anticipated it would succeed. Under these circumstances, I should be able to resurrect anyone whose physical body remains largely unscathed, regardless of their death count. It's not particularly difficult. Even Nappa could likely manage it." At this point, Trunks abruptly sat up, taking several deep breaths. I'm still alive. No, I should be dead. Was it the Dragon Balls that revived me? Does this mean Cell has been defeated? In this timeline, Vegeta gestured with his thumb towards Vegeta and said, "You owe him your gratitude. He was the one who vanquished Cell and facilitated your resurrection." Trunks, still bewildered by the events, approached Vegeta and bowed deeply. "Thank you very much. I still Don and Appos. Do you know your name?" Vegeta smiled slightly and replied, "You may call me Father." What? Chapter 23. Vegeto. Call me Father in the primary universe, Vegeta elucidated. This being is a fusion of myself and Kakarot. Nevertheless, he possesses an independent personality, so in a certain sense, he can be considered your father. Nani. Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, everyone except Niru gazed at Vegeto in astonishment. Daitai murmured, "2 fathers? No, 3? Wait, 2.5? The original universe's Vegeta remarked, "They, like you, must have traversed through time and space to arrive here." Daitai, sensing the formidable energy emanating from both Vegetus and Vegeto, thought to himself, "Such incredible power. Both of these fathers are extraordinary." While the group continued their conversation, Vegeto approached the withered core of Cell, picking it up in an attempt to restore it. He infused it with energy, commenced healing, connected souls, and tried to summon it. After a few moments of writhing in Vegeto's grasp, the core succumbed to desolation and turned to ash. Indeed, it has reached its limit. Well, I suppose I shall seek out Cell Max directly when the opportunity arises. At that moment, Daitai noticed Android 18 within the crowd and instinctively became wary, asking, "What do you intend to do?" The primary universe's Vegeta glanced at Vegeto, who was examining Cell's core, and stepped forward to clarify, "Do not be alarmed. This individual is someone Vegeto holds dear." "Nani, Mr. Goku and my father's fusion is fond of an android?" "Absolutely not. That is far too perilous." The primary universe's Vegeta chuckled. "There is no danger. According to the original timeline, this fellow is destined to become Bulma's husband." For the original universe's Vegeta, hastening to find Vegeto a wife was paramount. The sooner Bulma was safe, the better, and as for Gogeta, he would reunite with him after completing his training with Vegeto. Upon hearing this, 18 stared at the primary universe's Vegeta in disbelief. "What? That little bald guy? How could that be?" "Who knows? Perhaps it is due to his relentless pursuit of you in the original timeline," Vegeto interjected, teleporting beside Vegeta and declaring, "Now that Vegeta has brought this up, I might as well inform you all of the potential crisis that lies ahead." "A future crisis?" Vegeto crossed his arms and continued, "I was likely born 7 years from now, created to combat Majin Buu." Majin Buu? Indeed, a pink monstrosity with formidable regenerative abilities. In the future, he absorbs all warriors except for Kakarot and Vegeta. By the way, Trunks, You also exist in your future world. But due to the lack of powerful fighters in your timeline, his resurrection was postponed. However, you will inevitably encounter him. Remember, if you meet someone claiming to be the Supreme Kai, do not heed his words. Simply obliterate Babbidi's ship to prevent Majin Buu's revival. Trunks listened intently, and upon hearing about Babbidi, he inquired, "Is Babbidi strong?" Babbidi possesses no combat prowess. He only wields peculiar magic. However, as long as you harbor a righteous heart, you need not fear him. Additionally, he is accompanied by a demon named Dabura, whose strength is comparable to that of Resurrected Cell and Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Super Saiyan 2? As someone inquired, both Vegetas simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 2, exuding an air of superiority. In unison, they proclaimed, "This is Super Saiyan 2. After exchanging glances, the primary universe's Vegeta transitioned into Super Saiyan 3, wearing an expression of pride as he explained, "And this is Super Saiyan 3. Majin Buu's strength is roughly equivalent to mine at present. Such power alone would suffice, but as Vegeto mentioned, that creature also possesses immortality and the ability to absorb others." At that time, Kakarot and I, as the final warriors, fused using the Patera earrings to become Vegeto. However, in our history, Vegeto intentionally allowed himself to be absorbed, which led to his disintegration. Niru observed the primary universe's Vegeta and remarked, "It must be a time limitation, right? If not for the Supreme Kai, the Patera fusion could last no more than an hour." Upon hearing this, Vegeta reflected on the battle. No. At that time, Vegeto's existence exceeded an hour. Moreover, during the fusion process, I distinctly sensed that the air within Buu's body influenced it. Returning to the topic at hand, Vegeta addressed Vegeto. "In your universe, you were likely not absorbed, but rather dealt with by Buu directly, correct?" Vegeto, recalling fragments of memory, replied somewhat uncertainly, "I believe so, though I cannot recall clearly." Vegeto bore at least 3 distinct memories of battling Buu. One where he disintegrated upon entering Buu's body, another where he did not dismantle the barrier and saved everyone, and the last where he voluntarily minimized himself to breach Buu's form, unleashing a flurry of blows while only utilizing one of his power, ultimately detonating with such force that not a single cell of Buu remained. Android 18 turned to Vegeto and queried, "Since you were born from fusion, does that mean you might one day revert back into Goku and Vegeta?" Vegeto promptly affirmed, "Impossible. I have already attempted it. Is that even feasible? I learned a technique to forcibly separate fusions on Yardrat, but I could not dismantle myself. Moreover, not just me. Even Gogeta is immune to that technique." Vegeto then turned to Trunks, extracting a piece of paper from his glove and handing it to him. "By the way, Trunks, in the future, you will encounter Babbidi and others, as well as a villain who resembles Kakarot. At that time, you will once again travel back in time using the time machine. This is the original timeline's trajectory. Just come to find me." Trunks respectfully accepted the note. "Yes. Thank you. Call you father. F.A. There." The primary universe's Vegeta furrowed his brow. "Are you taking advantage of this situation indefinitely? By the way, your original timeline should not have me and Kakarot, right? You must have a family of your own." Vegeto stroked his chin, pondering, "Is that so? I seem to recall that in my original timeline, I, you, and Kakarot all coexisted. Never mind, that is irrelevant. We cannot return anyway." "How do you know?" Vegeto explained, "Previously, I took the time to seek out a being named Zuno, who possesses omniscience. In many respects, his abilities rival those of the Eternal Dragon. He provided me with a definitive answer, even stating that neither I nor our Gogeta have any possibility of disintegration. And how can you verify the truth of his claims? He was able to articulate where each of you originated from, aside from myself." Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a pang of disappointment. He had held on to a glimmer of hope of returning to their original timeline, but it now seemed impossible. Besides, Bulma and Trunks from that timeline had aged and passed away, and Kakarot's whereabouts remained a mystery. Vegeto consoled him with a pat on the shoulder. "Take it easy. Consider this a new beginning and cherish the present." Indeed, Vegeto turned to the group. "If there are no further matters to discuss, shall we return to Capsule Corporation for a meal? I am quite famished. Android 18, will you join us?" Upon observing the expressions of resistance etched upon the faces of those in this realm, number 18 remarked, "No need. You all may proceed with your meal." "Very well. You need not worry about the events concerning number 17. He will be revived by the Dragon Balls." The crowd promptly soared towards the Capsule Corporation. But number 18 suddenly interjected, Could you hold on for a moment? Yes. What is it? She inquired, lowering her head slightly. If all goes as anticipated, will I be together with that little bald fellow if I remain here? Indeed. Then, if I were to accompany you, would it have any repercussions on this timeline? Not significantly. It would primarily affect Krillin. Upon hearing this, number 18 gradually ascended into the air. Then please inform me when you are ready to depart. That is what I intend to convey. Yet I cannot sense your energy, so how shall I communicate with you? Where do you plan to stay during this time? You must require sustenance and rest. Do you not? Do you have any money? Number 18 lowered her head and responded, no. Pray tell, are you contemplating dining and dashing? Perhaps it would be wiser for you to accompany me. With my presence, the others would think twice before causing you harm. Furthermore, you still possess a control chip in your mind. True freedom will only be yours once Bulma extracts it. Number 18 gazed at the outstretched hand of Vegeta, and after a moment of silence, she grasped it. Very well. In the next instant, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to appear before Bulma. Hey, Bulma, could you assist by removing the control chip from her head? Chapter 24, Vegeta, what is going on? Bulma was startled by the sudden appearance of Android 18 and Vegeto. Who are you? How did you suddenly show up here? Vegeto playfully lowered his spiky hair and tilted his head back, grinning at Bulma. I am Kakarote's half-brother. Quite the resemblance, don't you think? Bulma murmured. You look similar, but I can't shake the feeling that you also bear a resemblance to Vegeta. Vegeta is indeed my relative. In any case, I'm a genuinely good person. Let us take a look at her. By the way, this is Android 18. I know, although I've never seen her in person. I came across her in the memory bank of Android 16. At this moment, Android 18 suddenly inquired, what about 16? Unfortunately, his chip was likely completely destroyed by Cell. Being purely mechanical, the Dragon Balls can't help. Vegeto trailed off, stroking his chin thoughtfully. But it seems there might be a way. Instead of wishing for his resurrection, if we wish for repairs, perhaps he could be restored. If that fails, we could revert 16 to the state before Cell's destruction. Upon hearing this, Android 18 grasped Vegeto's arm and pleaded, please. He saved me. You must think of something. I can only say we can try. But success isn't guaranteed. Once Bulma activated Android 18's dormant mode, she meticulously disassembled the control chip using precision instruments while listening to Vegeto recount the events. So, Son Goku and Gohan are dead. Yes, but there is no need to worry too much. I can visit Namek and use their Dragon Balls to resurrect those who have died more than twice. Are you truly a relative of Son Goku and Vegeta? Not quite. I was just teasing you. I am their fusion, hailing from another timeline. By now, Bulma had located the control chip and remained unfazed by the shocking news. Any slight mistake could result in Android 18's demise. Observing the configuration of Android 18 on her computer, Bulma noted. The configuration of Android 18 differs slightly from that of 17, and several functions remain dormant. What functions? Her eyes are made of organic materials that can scan opponents, possessing abilities similar to your Scion Scouters. Once activated, are there any side effects? No. Actually, 17 also possesses energy detection, but it is not activated. Dr. Gero probably didn't want them to detect Cell's energy. I'll remove the chip now. Just as Bulma was about to do so, Vegeto interjected. Wait a moment. What is it? Vegeto proposed. Could we implant a new chip or modify this one? Bulma looked at Vegeto with disdain. You don't mean to suggest you want her to obey you, do you? No, I aim to enhance her combat abilities. If there were a chip that could autonomously predict opponents' attacks and analyze their techniques, she could become incredibly strong. Bulma exclaimed, I say. Isn't your request a bit excessive? Where do you expect me to procure such a thing on short notice? Moreover, do you Scions have nothing in your heads but battle? Combat is crucial. She must be able to defend herself. Vegeto crossed his arms and approached Bulma with a mischievous grin. My dear, you wouldn't want Vegeta to find out about your previous baths with Goku, would you? You. How do you know about that? Didn't I mention? I am their fusion, created from zero. Bulma contemplated for a moment, then stated, chips differ from large machinery. They require far more precision. To match your kind of monstrous speed, ordinary chips will not suffice. We need a superconductor material that surpasses any known superconductor. Vegeto smiled. If you can provide me with the atomic nuclei and structure of such a material, I might be able to create it. Is that for real? Do Scions possess such talents? Without further ado, Bulma produced paper and a pen and began sketching her concept. Soon, she handed Vegeto the drawings of the atomic nuclei and structure. Vegeto raised his hand, and began to create from scratch. Moments later, he held a cubic material in his hand. Let us see if this will suffice. Bulma took it and examined it with specialized instruments. Impressive. It's exactly as I envisioned. I can't believe you can create something that doesn't exist in reality. Now, you must assist me. We need to accelerate the process. Vegito unleashed his aura, enveloping much of Capsule Corporation. I have created a time dilation field. Within this field, our speed will be tenfold compared to the outside world. Let us begin. Bulma touched her face, pondering. Wait a minute. Does this mean I will age 10 times faster than usual? Once we finish, I'll help you look 5 years younger. Then let us get started. After a while, they returned to Capsule Corporation. The two Vegetas sensed Vegito and Bulma's combined energy and hurried over. The Vegeta of this timeline observed the primary timeline Vegeta ahead and remarked, "You seem even more familiar with this place than I. Of course, I've lived here longer than you." The two stood at the doorway, focusing their attention on the commotion inside. Crack, 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 crack. I'm about to pull it out. Just wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. Upon hearing the commotion, the two Vegetas widened their eyes and immediately burst through the door. They found Vegito and Bulma wielding a delicate apparatus as they worked on Android 18's head. Bulma, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "All right, I'm in position. Pull it out quickly." Vegito swiftly grasped the original chip with tweezers and removed it, while Bulma promptly installed the new chip. Bulma looked up to see both Vegetas wearing expressions of confusion, shock, concern, and a hint of anger. So there really are two Vegetas. Did you two have an argument? Vegito wiped the blood from his gloves and asked, "What is the matter?" The primary timeline Vegeta quickly replied, "Nothing. Just asking what you'd like to eat. I'll have someone prepare it. Anything will do. Just make sure there is plenty." After Bulma completed the final installation, she stated, "It's done. Now you just need to treat her wounds. Is that reliable?" She questioned Vegito with an unyielding gaze. "Of course. Do you think I'm just anyone? I'm the world's greatest scientist. All right, if something goes awry, I'll be back for support." Vegito treated Android 18's head wound, and Bulma rebooted her. Android 18 sat up and touched her forehead. "Is it done? I feel somewhat different than before." Vegito explained, "The previous chip was removed. Bulma and I have replaced it with a new one that will enhance your combat capabilities." "A new one?" "Rest assured, this chip cannot be controlled by anyone. It boasts numerous new functions, all of which you can manage freely. For instance, it can assess the energy intensity and location of enemies, as well as identify the source of energy signals. It will also allow you to learn, imitate, and anticipate the moves and actions of your opponents." After introducing the functions of the chip, Number 18 gazed at Vegeta with an impassive expression and inquired, "You cannot be suggesting that I accompany you into battle, can you?" Well, Vegeta indeed harbored such thoughts, for in his eyes, it was a means to strengthen their bond. "I apologize for not seeking your consent. However, we shall face numerous battles ahead, and there will inevitably be times when I require your assistance. If you are uncomfortable, I can remove it for you." At that moment, Number 18 seemed capable of perceiving the internal organs of others, as if possessing X-ray vision. Upon noticing Vegeta and Appo's steady heartbeat, she realized he was not deceiving her, and that she could indeed extract it if she so desired. Nevertheless, she stepped down from the modification platform and stated, "No need for that. Let it remain as it is. Since you claim it will aid you, I would prefer not to be a mere ornament." Chapter 25. The deep affection of the Scions in the backyard of Capsule Corporation. Vegeta devoured meat voraciously, even more fiercely than the other Scions. Android 18, with a hint of concern, gazed at Vegeta and inquired, "By the way, how do you sustain yourself in your universe?" Vegeta swallowed a hefty chunk of meat and replied, "I usually rely on hunting for sustenance. However, the beasts in Bowsy Mountain are nearing extinction because of us." Android 18 gulped, inwardly thinking, "Oh no. After marriage, I hope I can still support him. What if he gets hungry and seeks out Bulma?" She then turned to the two Vegetas and remarked, "Unlike Prince Vegeta, who needn't worry about survival on any planet." Bulma, glancing back and forth among the Scions, asked, "Are you all from the same timeline?" "Indeed," replied one of them. Reflecting on her past, Bulma said, "I have seen Goku's elder brother, Raditz, in death. Vegeta's age should be similar, yet you both appear fully grown while they still seem like children." Vegeta explained, "We accelerated our growth through certain unique methods, akin to the time realm we encountered today." Android 18, upon hearing this, asked Vegeta, "Hey, you aren't still considered minors, are you?" How could we be? This Vegeta beside me has a mental age that likely exceeds 100 years, he replied. And what about you? Who knows? But at least I must be several decades old, she quipped. Bulma, curious, pressed on, what about your actual ages on your identification? Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. What identification do we aliens possess? My physical age is merely that of a young adult, around 17 or 18. By the way, you and Android 17 ceased aging after your modifications, remaining around 16 or 17, right? And your aging process is exceedingly slow. Android 18 tilted her head and mimicked Vegeta's tone. Who knows? Regardless, I should be considered an adult. Trunks, gazing intently at Android 18, remarked. Androids do not age. Otherwise, we would not have to struggle against them for so many years. The main timeline recalled the Android 18 from the GT universe, stating, no, they do age, just very slowly. I remember that before my death, 18 was only in her 40s. Bulma, filled with excitement, asked again, what about me? I must have become quite ugly with age, right? Everyone ages, even scions are not exempt. However, to me, you shall forever remain the most beautiful, came the heartfelt reply. Upon hearing this, Vegeta smiled at him, saying, well said, Vegeta, you have become a commendable husband. Rest assured, should Gogeta dare to mistreat Bulma, I will ensure he pays dearly. Bulma was deeply moved by this sentiment, never expecting the typically aloof Vegeta to exhibit such a side. To express such feelings in the presence of others, what immense courage it must take for him. Vegeta, looking at his counterpart from the original universe, advised, cherish her dearly. In a few years, you will realize she is the most significant part of your life. The original universe's Vegeta merely scoffed, saying nothing further. Trunks, however, wore a blissful smile, feeling fortunate to witness such a transcendent declaration of love, even if the Vegeta and Bulma before him were not from his timeline. Perhaps, this is the greatest gift and essence of traversing time. Bulma turned to the main timeline's Vegeta and asked, when do I pass away? Before you or after? Vegeta lowered his head, a hint of sadness in his demeanor. You passed away before me. I lived another 20 years after that. Bulma sighed in relief. That essay relief. At least I won't have to mourn your passing, though it must have been difficult for you, Vegeta. You must have been so lonely without me, right? Vegeta remained silent. In his world, the Dragon Balls no longer existed, and misusing them comes at a cost. If given a choice, no one wishes to witness their beloved grow old, let alone attend their burial. The Vegeta of this timeline did not possess such emotional depth yet, unable to comprehend the feelings of his counterpart. To him, death is simply a part of life, a matter of time. Seeing the main timeline Vegeta's demeanor, Android 18 mused to herself. So, scions are capable of such profound feelings, even that Vegeta can reach such depths. It seems the only concern of being with a scion is financial. The Vegeta of this timeline, unable to bear the sentiment, crossed his arms and retorted, scions do not need such trivial emotions. All we require is to fight endlessly. Hearing this, Nappa, Raditz, and Dorius nodded in agreement. However, should you ask them who they would choose to follow, it would undeniably be the main timeline's Vegeta. Before Vegeta could speak, the main timeline Vegeta interjected, you are mistaken. The true strength of a scion stems from love and justice. One must have something worth protecting fiercely to transcend their limits in dire situations. When you transcended to Super Saiyan 2, did you not feel anger at the thought of losing something if you failed? TCH tedious. The Vegeta of this timeline rose, declaring, I shall take my leave to rest. Afterward, I will be awaiting your training. Though he said nothing, the Vegeta of this timeline was already determined to push himself to his limits. Not merely to defeat Goku, but also to ensure he could safeguard certain individuals when future calamities arise. Bulma seemed to understand Vegeta and Appo's sentiments and held no grievances over his departure. She turned to Vegeta and asked, how long do you plan to stay here? We and Appo's, uncertain. If possible, I hope you and Dr. Brees can assist us in upgrading our spaceship, Vegeta replied. He then looked at Trunks and added, for our next destination, we will accompany you. If the temporal coordinates match, we can travel on our ship. Trunks responded eagerly, really? I would be thrilled to have everyone with us. My mother will surely be delighted to see my father. Aside from that, I will find a way to resurrect Gohan and the others in your timeline. But Goku and Vegeta may not be able to return. Trunks anxiously asked, why not? Vegeta explained, Goku died of a heart disease. Even the dragon from Namek would be ineffective. Perhaps the Super Dragon Balls might work, but that could draw the attention of the gods of destruction and the Omni King. The gods of destruction are manageable, but if the Omni King is angered, even I would be powerless. As for the Vegeta of your timeline, he has no chance of reaching heaven. Too much time has passed, and he may have already been reincarnated after being cleansed. So, be prepared for that. Trunks nodded. All right. Thank you for your efforts, Dad. The main timeline Vegeta felt a twinge of annoyance at this title, but could not think of a better alternative. He couldn't very well be called by his name. As for calling him Uncle, that would imply that the Goku within Vegeta's being held a greater share. Calling him Dad felt more appropriate. As night fell, the group settled down to sleep. Vegeta stood on the rooftop of Capsule Corporation, arms crossed, gazing at the starry sky with a smirk. A bunch of oblivious fools think they can lay claim to Earth. Only the one from the south shows some potential. Yet he remains too weak at this moment. What are you muttering about? As number 18 approached him from behind, Vegeta explained, it and amp. Oppos, nothing. This timeline is more intricate than I anticipated. After a brief silence, number 18 lowered her head and inquired, so, did you truly have no family before? I cannot recall. I have lost my previous memories, he replied. If, after being with me, you were to one day remember your past and discover that your family belongs to another, what would you do? Vegeta answered resolutely. Since my life has turned a new page, it signifies my determination to start afresh. Therefore, I shall not dwell on the past. Very well. Is there something you wish to tell me? A woman's intuition is remarkably keen. Despite Bulma being moved to tears by Vegeta today, number 18 observed the longing in Bulma's gaze directed at Vegeta. Who knows if Vegeta were to return to his original timeline or venture into another? He might encounter fervent admirers? A vague sense of competitive urgency began to stir within her. However, she found herself somewhat shy about expressing her feelings openly. That infuriating Vegeta had hinted at his affection, yet made no further advances. He had merely stated, upon her awakening, I like you, and left it at that. After contemplating for a moment, he murmured, well, you should rest early. I'll handle matters concerning 16 and 17. Number 18 felt a tinge of disappointment, having awaited a more profound response. Yet she found solace in the fact that his words revealed he cared for her. As she turned to leave, she glanced back at Vegeta and said, you should also rest early. Yes, have sweet dreams. Chapter 26. From the heart of Porunga at dawn the next day, Vegeta and Naru arrived on Namek through instantaneous movement. The inhabitants of Namek, sensing this formidable aura, began to gather around. The Grand Elder, Mulin, upon seeing Naru, was astonished and dropped his cane. Is it really you, Naru? Naru turned to Mulin and smiled. It has been a long time, Elder Mulin. How could it be? I have not revealed my identity as a reincarnated being here. A lot has transpired, and I will be staying here for a while. However, I do not belong to this time and space. I will eventually have to return. Mulin, upon hearing this, inferred the situation. Ah, so you are the Naru from another timeline. No worries, Namek will always be your home. You may stay for as long as you wish. Thank you. In fact, we have another matter to discuss, Vegeta interjected with crossed arms, looking at Mulin. Greetings, Grand Elder. I am Vegeta. Due to the events involving Cell, several important individuals on Earth have perished. Since they have died more than twice, the Dragon Balls cannot resurrect them, so I must ask for your assistance. Mulin, surprisingly accommodating, seemed delighted to see an old friend. No problem. Mr. Goku had mentioned this to me before and then took Dandy away. Wait, what's the matter? Mulin murmured, clutching his wrinkled bald head. Dandy should be able to resolve this limitation. Could it be that I must have overlooked the issue when increasing the wish count. So now the Dragon Balls on Earth still cannot revive those who have died more than twice. Then please wait a moment while I notify the village elders to bring the Dragon Balls, Mulin said. Once the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, Mulin smiled at the 2. Afterward, we also realized the limitations of Porunga. After my modifications, Porunga now has no restrictions on the number of resurrections. That's splendid. Vegeta did not wait for the Namekian translation and began summoning the Eternal Dragon in the Namekian language. This astonished many Namekians. The fact that someone could speak their language without seeking their consent was quite remarkable. Mulin's impression of Vegeta at that moment was quite positive. He found him rather amiable. Porunga, for my first wish, resurrect all those who died on Earth due to Cell. Before Vegeta could finish his wish, a voice echoed in his head. Hey, don't revive me. It's me, Kakarot. Vegeta looked up at the sky and asked, Goku, are you certain? After being revived, Training with me would be far more efficient than doing it alone in the afterlife. Besides, Vegeta has grown significantly stronger. I am even more powerful than him. Don't you wish to test your might against us? Of course. If you insist on playing dead, I can also take care of Chi-Chi for you. With a few of Vegeta's persuasive words, Goku found it difficult to refuse resurrection. In the afterlife, Goku looked at King Kai. Well, King Kai, how about we just come back to life? King Kai sighed. Do as you wish. But if you leave, there will be no one to keep me company. Goku quickly smiled. Don't say that. I will come to visit often. Fine. Just remember to have that guy revive me too. I don't want to be mocked by the other Kais. After everyone had made their decisions, Purunga's eyes gleamed, and he proclaimed, Your wish has been granted. All who died due to Cell have been revived. Vegeta inquired of Purunga, Is an android named number 16 also revived? Purunga replied, He does not fall under the category of humans, lacking a soul, so he cannot be resurrected. Then let us approach it differently. Restore number 16 to his pristine state before Cell destroyed him. Additionally, remove his directive to eliminate Kakarot from his mission parameters. Purunga hesitated for a moment before responding, This is quite challenging for me. This counts as 2 wishes. Vegeta playfully adjusted his Patera earrings and chuckled. Is that so? I shall grant you another chance to rephrase. At that moment, cold sweat dripped from Purunga's brow. What? What is this being? No, his divine power exceeds even that. Who is he? Lord Vegeta, I have fulfilled your 2, no, your 1 wish. There is still 1 wish remaining. Vegeta rubbed his ears and said, Oh, only 1 left? Yes. I must have miscounted. There are still 2. But truly, that is my limit. At this moment, the Grand Elder and the gathered Namekians looked at Vegeta in astonishment. When had they ever seen Purunga so humble? So humble that he could disregard the rules. Vegeta crossed his arms and smiled. I seem to have forgotten the Namekian language. No worries. You may speak in the language you are accustomed to, said Mulan. Vegeta directly spoke in the divine tongue. Tell me, is the fate of Earth in this timeline destined for destruction? Moreover, will it occur within 100 years? If the outcome is unfavorable, respond in the divine language as well. I do not wish to incite panic. Upon hearing this, Purunga was struck with shock as if struck by lightning. The divine language. Could an ordinary person articulate such words? This individual before him was undoubtedly extraordinary, remarkably so. Furthermore, this wish exceeded Purunga's expectations. Taking a deep breath, the red light in his eyes flickered. With great effort, he perceived the inquiry posed by Vegeta. Subsequently, Purunga responded in divine language, Indeed. And it will not take 100 years. Most likely, within 50 years, Earth in this timeline will face complete annihilation. Even if you intervene, it will merely prolong the inevitable. There may exist a method to save this timeline, but it is beyond my reach. The only possibility I can grasp is the Super Dragon Balls, and they must be used after the calamity to have any chance of reversal. This is the fate you refer to as the defeated universe, with a survival probability of merely 1 in several thousand. Vegeta inhaled deeply and replied in ordinary speech, better than nothing. For my final wish, assist Neru and the Namekians of this universe in unlocking their potential, but if there are any malevolent Namekians, disregard them. This was not a daunting task for Purunga, it merely required some time to accomplish. As a result, the power of the Namekians surged, with Neru and Piccolo awakening a withered yellow form of potential development. Piccolo's combat power matched that of Goku 7 years later, and Neru was even more formidable. The potential development form alone equated to the caliber of a Super Saiyan god. Vegeta waved his hand, let us depart, until we meet again. With that, Purunga vanished, and Neru gazed at Vegeta. You taught me the divine language. Vegeta patted Neru's shoulder and declared, we shall confront whatever comes our way. The fate of this universe is determined by my will, not by fate. I shall return, you stay here and spend time with them. Call for me when it and Appo's time to depart. Understood. Chapter 27. The fate of the defeated universe. Does the defeated universe possess a destiny of inevitable annihilation? In the primary timeline, Vegeta gazed at Veget with a sense of reluctance and inquired, how did you come to this realization? Veget pointed towards the heavens and elucidated. It is because I sensed the energy of Broly and the cohort of Bojack drawing near. Under normal circumstances, even if there were another Broly, he should have encountered us prior to the Cell games, yet they were previously unacquainted with him. The inhabitants of this timeline, at least those on Earth, were fated to perish at the hands of Cell, but we have already vanquished Cell. This Broly seems to have materialized suddenly, as if to fulfill Cell and Appo's purpose. At this rate, they will likely arrive within a year or two. Upon hearing that name, Vegeta appeared to be stirred by unwelcome memories. Broly, is he coming to eliminate him? Vegeta sensed several approaching energies and remarked, indeed, at this stage, he is a suitable training target. Given your current strength, eliminating him should be manageable. You can first allow Kakarot and Gohan to practice against him. However, even if we can defeat him, there will still be threats looming, such as Majin Buu 7 years hence, and Beerus 11 years later. Even the Omni King lays in wait. Eventually, one of these foes will bring about the destruction of this universe. In the best-case scenario, even if we preserve the universe, the Earth and its current warriors will meet their demise. Damn it! Vegeta struck the wall with his fist, leaving a dent in the surface. Is there truly no way to save this timeline? Vegeta pondered, stroking his chin. I am contemplating. The power of Barunga is also limited, not exceeding that of the Kais and Destroyers. In other words, combined with the answers it provides, the ultimate threat that could annihilate everything is at least at the level of a destroyer. If we can eradicate all potential threats in this timeline, including all destroyers and the Omni King, then we should be able to alter fate. Vegeta's understanding of destroyers was confined to the memories of Nello. He was unaware of their true power. Clenching his fists, he declared, then let us eliminate all the destroyers. Vegeta looked at the naive Vegeta and replied, setting aside whether we currently possess the capability to eliminate all destroyers, when the Omni King intervenes, they will still be eradicated. Rather than confronting them head-on, it would be wiser to adopt a more conciliatory approach. At the very least, this would stabilize the destroyers and the Omni King, allowing the people of this universe to learn the techniques of the gods. Furthermore, Barunga has stated that our forced intervention, even if it cannot change fate, can extend it. I will instruct Bulma to create an interdimensional emergency communication device. If we encounter insurmountable troubles, we can contact her. Prolonging existence for another 100 or 200 years would suffice. When the time comes to save the Earthlings, we shall use the Dragon Balls here to wish for them to inhabit another planet. For the time being, this was the only method Vegeta could conceive to effectuate a roundabout salvation. Regardless of the universe, every existence faces an inevitable end. Eternal existence is unattainable. Vegeta took a deep breath. For him, it sufficed that his loved ones could live out their natural lives. It appears we must proceed in this manner. Observing the despondent Vegeta offered words of comfort. Take heart. We cannot indefinitely rescue every timeline. Even the future timeline of Trunks is marked by such a fate. However, if we can prepare and plan ahead, we may discover that one in tens of thousands of ways to ensure survival. At that moment, Bulma shouted from downstairs, Hey, Vegeta! There's another Vegeta. Goku and the others have returned. Vegeta communicated telepathically with Bulma, saying, We shall not make an appearance after it concludes. Instruct them to seek me at the Sacred World. With that, Vegeta employed instant transmission to bring the primary timeline Vegeta swiftly to the Sacred World. Meanwhile, the repaired Android 16 had located Android 17 through the signal and successfully reunited with Android 18, making their way to Capsule Corporation. Krillin approached Android 18, grasping her bald head with a smile. I'm so relieved you're all right, Miss 18. She replied, her expression impassive as she scanned for Vegeta's presence. Responding with a curt word, Krillin awkwardly glanced at the other two. Of course. 16 and 17 are fine too. Revived Gohan approached 16 with a smile. Extending his hand, Mr. 16, it's wonderful to see you again. 16 regarded Gohan with a gentle smile, replying, Indeed, I too did not expect to be repaired. You must have been the one to defeat Cell, correct? Well, I actually had the opportunity. But I failed to heed my father's advice and ended up being killed by Cell. I've only just returned. That said, Mr. 16, my father has also died once. Perhaps you could refrain from killing him again? 16 chuckled. Rest assured, eliminating Goku is no longer my mission. Among these individuals, only Goku had witnessed some of the subsequent events. Since he was with the King Kai during his death, he had been observing the affairs of the lower realm through the King Kai. It was only after Vegeta had completely eradicated Cell that he felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, his contingency plan would have been to assist his fallen comrades in preserving their physical forms and to seek vengeance against Cell upon becoming sufficiently powerful. Naturally, if everyone perished, he would be indifferent, as aside from Vegeta, everyone else would likely cross paths in the other world. At this moment, Most of those revived were unaware of how Cell had been dealt with. They simply turned their gazes toward the unscathed Vegeta and Piccolo. Tien Shinhan exclaimed in astonishment. Was it Vegeta who ultimately vanquished Cell? Incredible. Goku chuckled and explained to the others. In fact, it was another individual who dealt with Cell, though he seems reluctant to show himself now. But Vegeta has also grown remarkably strong, at least comparable to Gohan. The Vegeta of this timeline crossed his arms, casting a sardonic glance at Goku. Humph, perhaps even stronger than Gohan. Ultimately, our self-perceived strength is merely the rudimentary level when measured against truly formidable beings. Kakarot, if you choose not to return, you may find yourself unable to catch up to me for the rest of your life. With that, Vegeta ascended into the sky, declaring, that fellow has already reached the sacred world. I shall take my leave first. Vegeta immediately surged with energy and shot towards the sacred world, prompting Android 18 to say to the other two androids, we should go as well. Before Krillin could keep up, Android 18 swiftly soared into the sky. Ah, Miss 18, he exclaimed. At the sacred world, Vegeta placed his hand upon the door of the hyperbolic time chamber and closed his eyes. Beside him, Piccolo inquired, is it truly possible to modify the hyperbolic time chamber? With his eyes still closed, Vegeta responded, what is so difficult about it? Dondi and Mr. Popo have previously altered the number of individuals and the time constraints of the chamber. Upon finishing, Vegeta opened his eyes and withdrew his hand. All right, let us wait for Kakarot and the others to arrive before we enter. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Goku led Dend, Gohan, Bulma, and Baby Trunks to join them. Meanwhile, the earlier departing Vegeta and the three androids were still en route. Observing this, Vegeta immediately teleported to them, bringing them along. Android 18 looked at Vegeta and asked, why didn't you wait for me to come together? I cannot sense your energy. If you were to wait here, you could at least locate me. All right. I shall first remove the bomb and chip from 17, Vegeta replied. As he approached, the ever-confident Android 17 felt an unexpected sense of pressure. Fortunately, no. 18 has already provided an explanation. Number 17 glanced at Vegeta with a smile and said, so, you are my brother-in-law? Number 18 interjected, he is the brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Vegeta slightly furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had encountered this scenario before. However, this expression immediately rendered both individuals silent, fearing they had misspoken. Vegeta placed his hand firmly on number 17's shoulder and commanded, do not move. Number 17 felt an involuntary sense of obedience and instinctively replied, ah, yes. Vegeta moved with remarkable swiftness. The others failed to perceive his actions as he deftly procured a bomb and a crushed chip. With his other hand, he tended to number 17's wound. Goku, visibly astonished, gazed at Vegeta and murmured, what an impressive fellow. Indeed, he is from a different dimension than us. Chapter 28. The History of Dimension Number 2. Vegeta gazed at the gathered crowd and proclaimed, before we embark on our training journey, I shall designate this dimension as Dimension Number 2 for the convenience of my future travels. He then inquired, are you all prepared to commence your training? Gohan, appearing somewhat puzzled, scratched his head and remarked, Mr. Vegeta, since Cell has already been dealt with, does that mean I can forego training? Besides, my father has been revived, and Uncle Vegeta has surpassed his limits. Clearly, Gohan was more preoccupied with his studies than with the prospect of training. Trunks, with a serious demeanor, responded, Mr. Gohan, the future is far from resolved. Mr. Vegeta has informed me that even greater foes lie ahead. We must always be ready to fight. Vegeta silently regarded Gohan before approaching him and unleashing his formidable aura. Those who had yet to experience Vegeta's energy were overwhelmed with despair, for he had not even transformed. The energy detection system of Android 16 was utterly incapable of measuring Vegeta's power. It was astonishing. Even in his ordinary state, he was immensely powerful. As Vegeta stood before Gohan, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Harnessing the might of the great ape, his eyes darkened, and his aura became malevolent and frenzied. He looked down at Gohan and raised his hand, condensing an energy sphere above the ground of the sacred realm. Tell me, son Gohan, how would you prevent me from annihilating the earth right now? Gohan, paralyzed by fear, found his legs weakening and collapsed onto the ground. Vegeta suddenly bellowed, answer me. Look into my eyes. His roar sent clouds of dust swirling from the floor, shattering the tiles beneath his feet. Goku, observing Vegeta, questioned, could he truly be serious? Gohan, trembling on the ground, emitted whimpers, which only fueled Vegeta's rising anger. Finally, he gritted his teeth, reverted to his normal state, and declared, "The reason you lost a cell in this universe is not without cause. No wonder this dimension is destined for tragedy. Depart from my sight." Vegeta had already prepared opponents and training plans for everyone, yet it is difficult to reason with a stubborn fool. He resolved to relinquish his inclination to assist, to respect the destinies of others, ensuring that all would find contentment. After Vegeta turned away, Gohan remained in a daze, feeling akin to an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Should such an enemy arise, the Earth would undoubtedly meet its end. With Goku and Apos as assistants, Gohan stood up, and Goku's gaze bore a hint of disappointment. "Gohan, your father understands that you do not relish combat. Now that the cell matter has passed, you may focus on your studies. I can shoulder the burden." Upon hearing this, Gohan reaffirmed his resolve, bowing his head and clenching his fists. I will train and fight alongside everyone." Vegeta found Gohan's words somewhat peculiar. He appeared weaker than Vegeta had anticipated. Goku's encouragement seemed to carry a hint of manipulation, and his emotional intelligence appeared somewhat heightened. As for Vegeta in this dimension, his ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2 at that time bordered on the extraordinary. Was it the shift in character among the main cast that led to this dimension's fate of destruction? If so, might Android 18 also harbor some unknown issues? Vegeta glanced back at Android 18 with a hint of concern, only to find her smiling at him. Vegeta approached the Vegeta of this universe and extended a hand, saying, "Would you mind if I pet your head?" Although he posed the question, his hand was already atop Vegeta's head. Vegeta closed his eyes to read Vegeta's memories. It was then that he discerned the deviations in this Vegeta's history from the canonical timeline. Notably, upon his first arrival on Earth, his power level had already reached 24,000. Even Goku, employing the Kaioken 3 times, could only manage to match him. Furthermore, Vegeta did not transform into a great ape, as Goku's 4 times Kaioken had already reached its limit. Despite the relentless onslaught from the others, he ultimately fell, though Goku's injuries were notably less severe than in the original history, allowing him to walk. It was Goku who had shielded Krillin and permitted Vegeta to escape. Later, upon reaching Namek, Vegeta's power level consistently surpassed that of the original history. After recovering from his injuries, his power soared to 30,000. But misfortune befell him as he encountered Dodoria, Zarbon, and Good, who assailed him. He vanquished all but Zarbon, inflicting severe wounds before transporting him to the healing chamber. Upon his recovery, Vegeta's power escalated to 70,000, and he subsequently followed the original plotline, stealing Frieza's Dragon Balls and fleeing. He later fought alongside Krillin and Gohan, though Gohan's blunders occurred more frequently than in the original timeline. Fortunately, no casualties ensued. Vegeta executed surprise attacks and withstood direct confrontations, defeating Good and Raikum in succession. Eventually, Jeez and Berta managed to achieve a stalemate against him, yet none sustained injuries, allowing Goku to conserve 3 Senzu beans. When Goku arrived on Namek, Jinyu followed closely behind. This time, Vegeta chose not to flee, but rather to repay Goku a favor. In a 2-on-1 scenario, he ultimately dispatched Jeez and Berta. Upon Goku's arrival on Namek, his power level had already reached 130,000, thus he did not employ the Kaioken, evading Jinyu and Apos' attention. Subsequently, Vegeta joined the fray, and Jinyu quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Realizing he could not prevail, Jinyu severely injured Vegeta, bringing him to the brink of death. In a fit of rage, Goku unleashed the Kaioken, delivering a crushing blow to Jinyu's chest before rushing to Vegeta, offering him a Senzu bean. Seeing this, Jinyu attempted to ambush Goku and swap bodies, but he faced a fully revived Vegeta with a power level exceeding 500,000. After being wounded, Jinyu exchanged bodies again, only to be thwarted by Goku, who reclaimed his original form. This time, Jinyu didn't even have the chance to transform into a frog. He was swiftly obliterated by a Kamehameha wave from Vegeta. At this point, Vegeta's strength surged, and he brimmed with confidence, while Goku, having consumed the saved Senzu beans, reached a staggering power level of 3,000 without entering the healing chamber. After a brief respite, Vegeta approached the threshold of 1,000,000 in power. Goku, without concealing anything from Vegeta, made secret wishes. confident in his strength to deter Vegeta from any reckless actions. However, when the third wish was granted, the Grand Elder perished, the dragon vanished, and the Dragon Balls turned to stone. Consequently, Frieza unveiled his final form, leading to a situation where Piccolo had proclaimed moments earlier, "I have attained ultimate power." Upon arriving at the scene, however, he found himself without the opportunity to intervene. Both Goku and Vegeta possessed the potential to defeat Frieza's initial form with ease, yet they felt compelled to honor their Saiyan lineage, resolutely wishing to witness Frieza's ultimate transformation. Thus, Vegeta took the lead, charging forward and exclaiming, "I'll burn you to ashes." Following a series of ineffective attacks, Vegeta collapsed, gravely injured. Goku produced the last Senzu Bean for Krillin, urging him to save Vegeta. This time, Vegeta has returned with a substantial enhancement, his base combat power surpassing Goku's, reaching an impressive 5 million. Unfortunately, he lacks the Kaioken technique, possesses insufficient S-cells, and has not encountered the opportunity for absolute rage. Goku, utilizing all his abilities, was unable to inflict any truly fatal wounds on Frieza. However, in this timeline, Goku refrained from using the Spirit Bomb, as Frieza mistakenly perceived Krillin, who was attempting to assist the severely injured Vegeta, as merely a healer, and thus prioritized eliminating Krillin. Goku, in a state of distress, exclaimed in agony, "It hurts. It hurts too much." Subsequently, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed a torrent of blows upon Frieza. It is noteworthy that Goku's current condition is significantly superior to that of his first transformation in the original timeline, and he was also being supported by a genuine healer. Dandy. Having witnessed the might of the Super Saiyan, Vegeta later learned from Dandy that he could provide healing for Goku. Consequently, Vegeta, consumed by obsession, took Gohan and Dandy along to train and enhance their abilities, determined to achieve his own Super Saiyan transformation. Ignoring Gohan's consent, he unleashed a powerful energy wave, inflicting severe injuries upon Gohan, and then summoned Dandy for healing. After Gohan was restored, Vegeta insisted that Gohan injure him in turn, resulting in another near-fatal situation due to Dandy's reluctance to heal him. Fortunately, he was ultimately rescued, though his power increase was not as monumental as before, only rising from 5 million to 6 million. After several training sessions, Vegeta ultimately stabilized his power at 8 million without further enhancement. When Frieza unleashed his full power at 100, he was unable to reach his peak of 120 million due to his injuries. Goku, leveraging his overwhelming advantage, defeated him. Yet the Namekian planet still met its explosive fate. As before, all individuals except Goku were transported to Earth. Thus, while the major events on Namek mirrored the original history, numerous details underwent significant alterations. The subsequent android saga commenced, with Frieza and his father arriving on Earth, only to be swiftly dealt with by future Trunks. Trunks apprised Goku of the events to come, and the group began preparing for the impending crisis 3 years hence. Meanwhile, the Vegeta and Goku of the alternate timeline emerged with even greater strength than their counterparts in the original history 3 years later. Chapter 29, Kakarot. The lazy victor at this moment, Vegeta was watching another version of an anime with great interest. In the second timeline, Vegeta, due to his exceptionally high base combat power, transformed into a Super Saiyan within the first year of training. His relationship with Bulma began as a result of his excessive training, after which Bulma seized the opportunity to consummate their bond. 3 years later, the androids made their appearance. Goku, afflicted with a heart condition, defeated Android 19 but reached his limits and returned home for treatment. As for Dr. Gero, Vegeta initially intended to eliminate him, but after a brief skirmish, he lost interest due to Gero's weakness. Subsequently, Dr. Gero clamored to activate androids 17 and 18. Hearing this, Vegeta became excited and declared that anyone who dared to hinder the awakening of the androids would face his wrath. Notably, in this timeline, Vegeta did not neglect Bulma and Trunks when they were in danger. After rescuing Bulma's spaceship, he grumbled, "What a nuisance," before pursuing Dr. Gero. At this point, Vegeta was at least twice as strong as his counterpart in the original timeline. However, androids 17 and 18 were even more formidable. During his battle with Android 18, he initially held his ground, but eventually succumbed due to exhaustion. In the second timeline, Vegeta was continuously overpowered by Android 18. After their battle, Android 18 and the others prepared to leave, while Krillin was spared from Android 18's teasing, merely exchanging a cheerful bye before being reeled into a trap. Subsequently, Piccolo fused with Cammy and pursued Cell for several days before encountering Android 17. This time, he did not fare any better and was similarly overwhelmed by 17. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Cell underestimated 17's abilities, believing he could absorb him effortlessly. It was only when Piccolo, unable to withstand the fight, used a solar flare to escape that Cell seized the opportunity to absorb him. As a result, Cell's second form was stronger than in the original history. However, he was subsequently defeated by the hastily arriving Vegeta, who then began to revel in the chaos, assisting Cell in searching for Android 18. Ultimately, this led to Cell achieving his perfect form, which was at least 50 stronger than in the original timeline. After mercilessly beating Vegeta, Cell found immense satisfaction and proceeded with events similar to the original narrative. It was only when Gohan began to change the tide of the battle that Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and fought Cell to a standstill. Vegeta's intervention caused Cell to become disoriented. Observing this, Vegeta internally mused, without a doubt, aside from a few Earthlings, everyone's power levels in the tournament are somewhat enhanced compared to the original timeline. They simply have not found the breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta glanced at Android 18, noting, in comparison to her original history, she hasn't become malevolent and hasn't even vandalized a police car. Her combat power is at least 2 to 3 times stronger than in the original history, and she hasn't even kissed Krillin. Is it because she prefers handsome men this time? Sensing Vegeta's gaze upon her, Android 18 turned and inquired, "Do you have something to say to me?" "I want to ask what type of men you like." Android 18 pondered for a moment before responding, "Strong, handsome, tall, preferably wealthy. Of course, if it's genuine affection, wealth isn't a necessity. If I can't support Vegeta and our future child, I can always work in a factory." The original timeline Vegeta remarked, "Something feels off. What you described has nothing to do with Krillin." Bulma, cradling Trunks, approached with curiosity. "Do you have any standards for strong, handsome, tall, and wealthy?" She suggested, "Let us rate everyone. For instance, if my wealth is a perfect 10 and my looks are also a 10. Android 18 immediately retorted, "Your looks are not a perfect 10, at most an 8. 5 what? What do you think your looks are?" Bulma challenged. "If I were to rate myself, I would certainly give myself a perfect 10. You should ask others," Android 18 replied. Bulma quickly approached Goten and asked, "What about my son?" Android 18 scrutinized Trunks and evaluated combat power, 6, looks, 7, height, and wealth. It's hard to quantify. What about Vegeta? 10, 10, 10. A perfect score of 100. Hearing this, Vegeta crossed his arms and said, "That's not right. If Trunks deserves a 6, then I should at least be rated 1,000,000. The original timeline Vegeta questioned, "If you can achieve 1,000,000, do you think I could reach 100,000? Not even close." The current timeline Vegeta clenched his fists and declared, "What nonsense. If we are to rate something, let us assess the performance from the Cell games. I, Vegeta, should rank second or third, around 7 or 8 points, while Vegeta should rank first with a perfect 10. Kakarot deserves a 0. Vegeta crossed his arms and remarked, "Why are you all so fixated on these ratings? They diminish the value of one's efforts. Do you understand the difference between alienation and specificity? For instance, during the Cell games, if I inadvertently dispatched Cell and resurrected everyone, when the review occurred, I would be awarded the MVP. Meanwhile, Kakarot had logged off early, inadvertently contributing to the death of the North Kai, thus aiding Cell in evolution. He's a lazy victor. Can you really assess it that way? Shouldn't we consider what he actually did? Did he help Cell evolve, altering the course of events, allowing Cell to defeat Gohan and thereby capture my attention? Did he?" After contemplating for a while, Vegeta seemed unable to identify any other redeeming qualities in Goku's overall performance. Alright, in this timeline, Kakarot indeed is a lazy victor. Goku sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled, "Haha, it seems I truly didn't contribute much." Bulma moved closer to Vegeta and said, "Let's not digress. It's time for the matchmaking segment, not a post-game analysis." She pointed at Vegeta and urged, "Vegeta, give Android 18 a comprehensive evaluation." Vegeta stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Well, her personality and looks are commendable, financial status is unimportant, but her combat power is slightly lacking. I'll give her a 9. Bulma looked at Vegeta in confusion. Wait, when Son Goku and Vegeta were looking for a partner, did they consider combat power? Why does it matter so much to you? It diminishes a wife's contributions. Vegeta smiled and pointed his thumb at himself. As my wife, being able to engage in some physical activity is secondary. The key is that she can keep up with me. While combat power isn't the most crucial factor, it is one of my standards. At the very least, being stronger allows her to withstand my impact. Android 18 blushed and asked, what kind of impact? Of course, that kind of impact. The original timeline. Vegeta hurriedly covered Vegeta's mouth, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? Our son is right here. Can't you tone it down a bit? Android 18 immediately turned away from the crowd, her face reddening as if scalded by boiling water. What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants that with you? Besides, my body is sturdier than you think. Vegeta, with a swift elbow, nudged old Vegeta aside and remarked, and Oppos. It's about time your son found a wife. Approaching Trunks, he placed his hand on his shoulder and inquired, Trunks, tell your father, do you have a preference for older women? Why do you ask that? Oh, it's nothing. In most timelines, you seem to have chosen a girl whose age is akin to your father's, though she has utilized the Dragon Balls to regain her youth. What? Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Bulma immediately sprang to their feet, rushing towards Trunks and exclaiming, Trunks, why would you have such a preference? Vegeta attempted to clarify, he is unaware. Nevertheless, in my humble opinion, half-blood Saiyans should ideally seek companionship with other half-blood Saiyans or pure-blooded Saiyans. Old Vegeta, infuriated, retorted, speaking of this, it makes my blood boil. In my original timeline, this boy ended up with Gohan's daughter. My standing has been diminished. Trunks, equally incredulous, pointed to himself and exclaimed, me? With Mr. Gohan's daughter? Bulma tugged on Vegeta's arm and said, Vegeta, could you do me a favor? What? Help Trunks find a suitable partner? Exactly. I trust your judgment implicitly. Very well, but if he is not interested, I shall not force him. By the way, what are we here for? At that moment, Goku, who had been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to train, finally stood up in excitement. However, before he could speak, Vegeta interjected, I believe we came here to eat. Did we not? Regardless, let us dine first. Chapter 30, Vegeta's Thumb. After finishing their meal in the sacred temple, Vegeta sat down for a moment to rest before rising and saying, now then, wait here for a bit, I shall return shortly. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta vanished, only to reappear 3 seconds later, carrying a group of unconscious individuals and discarding them onto the ground. Old Kai approached, gazing at the unconscious figures with surprise and remarked, in such a short time, aside from Bojack's crew, I never anticipated that even Broly would be brought back upon witnessing this. North Kai quickly communicated telepathically with the others, urging them, you all must not underestimate the situation. The notorious reputation of Bojack and his gang is not inferior to that of Frieza. They simply prefer to toy with a planet until they tire of it before annihilating it. However, in terms of combat prowess, they far surpass Frieza. It took considerable effort for the 5 of us Kai to seal them away. Upon hearing this, Vegeta inquired, the 5 Kais? Shouldn't it have been the 4 Kais who sealed them? Did the Grand Kai also intervene? North Kai, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, replied, initially, we believed 4 would suffice, but their power exceeded our expectations. Ultimately, it was the Grand Kai who intervened to seal them away. Bojack's strength is even comparable to that of Cell. Goku, your moment of recklessness led to my temporary demise. They must have escaped their seal during that time. For the safety of the universe, it is best to eliminate them completely. Goku gazed up at the sky and assured, do not worry, Lord Kai. They should not pose much of a threat. Old Kai crossed his arms with a scoff. Bojack is merely on par with a newly transformed perfect Cell. Even if this timeline SL is slightly stronger than ours, he is hardly noteworthy. Vegeta then turned his attention to the unconscious Broly, stating, while Bojack may be inconsequential, I am eager to see how far Broly can grow. The old version of Broly from Toei may have instilled a sense of despair with his presence and pressure. Yet when it comes to combat capabilities, the new version from the time-space continuum far surpasses the old by leaps and bounds. Of course, the old version from Dragon Ball Heroes is also quite formidable, with one hand grasping Broly and the other holding Bojack. Vegeta made his way toward the hyperbolic time chamber. Let us move the rest inside. Number 17, with hands on his hips, questioned, are we to partake in your training games as well? Vegeta halted and turned to address the 3 androids, saying, Number 16 is a pure mechanical being. To grow stronger, he must undergo further modifications. However, you and Number 18 can continually enhance your prowess through training, and surpassing Cell will not take long. Number 17 chuckled lightly. That sounds rather intriguing. Number 18, are you joining? Number 18, with an expressionless demeanor, stepped forward, stating, what do you think I'm here for? Ever since number 18 learned that combat strength was among Vegeta's preferred attributes, she resolved to continue her growth. Bulma handed a capsule to Trunks, saying, this is a new battlesuit I made. I'll be waiting for you at the sacred temple, so don't take too long. All right, I'll be out as soon as I can. Trunks replied as he pocketed the capsule and carried one of Bojack's accomplices inside. Upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, number 18 remarked, feeling the environment, it's so hot and my body feels heavier. Number 17 walked to the center of the chamber and mused, I see. Staying here for a year equates to one day outside. No wonder Vegeta and the others experienced rapid growth in power. After tossing Broly onto the ground, Vegeta addressed the group, Kakarot, your strength should be comparable to Bojack's. He is yours to handle. Broly's power will experience a gradual increase. Initially, he won't be very strong, so let this timeline's Vegeta take the lead. Remember not to kill him right away. With that, Vegeta clapped his hands, and everyone regained consciousness. Broly and Bojack's crew, clutching their heads, slowly stood up, bewildered. Where are we? Choose your opponents, Vegeta instructed. Number 18 approached Zanya, declaring, I'll take this one. Zanya frowned at number 18 and asked, who are you? Without a word, number 18 raised her hand and sent a blast of energy that sent Zanya flying, initiating the battle. Bojack and his crew, seeing this, disregarded everything else and charged forward. Goku instantly teleported in front of Bojack and kicked him away. Trunks confronted Gokuya with his sword, while Gohan faced off against the smallest member, Bujin, who specialized in magic. Meanwhile, Broly, upon spotting Goku, made a beeline for him, growling. Kakarot his energy began to clash as he entered the ascended Super Saiyan state. The Vegeta of this timeline swiftly moved to confront him, arms crossed, and declared, how dare you ignore me here? Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant and delivered a punch to Broly's face, forcing him to stagger back, blood trickling from his mouth. After a brief moment of shock, Broly wiped the blood from his lip and grinned maniacally. Vegeta? Seeing that his opponent could utter his name, Vegeta involuntarily gestured in a defensive manner. Wrong, it's Super Vegeta. Huh. At that moment, Vegeta struck Broly in the abdomen with another punch. A dull thud echoed as Broly remained rooted in place, seemingly unaffected, with Vegeta's fist merely sinking slightly into his abdominal muscles. Old Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. Sensing something amiss, this doesn't seem right. Broly's rate of power increase is faster than the one I encountered before. Vegeta, having witnessed the capabilities of the new Broly from the time-space continuum, replied, it's about what I expected. Don't be fooled by his lack of movement. He is not significantly stronger than another version of you. However, his utilization of energy is remarkably efficient, even in a state of equal energy levels. His physical enhancement is superior to that of an average fighter. In Vegeta's eyes, Broly was merely an ascended Super Saiyan with no speed deficiencies, coupled with a gradual increase in power ceiling. As long as he didn't engage for too long, even a newly transformed Broly could be swiftly dealt with by an ascended Super Saiyan. Noticing that he couldn't land a hit on Broly, the Vegeta of this timeline quickly distanced himself to increase his energy levels. At that moment, Broly entered his Super Saiyan state, his muscles continuing to swell, and moments later, his eyes became entirely white. He transformed, appearing significantly more imposing than before. Vegeta, now in his ascended Super Saiyan form, began to unleash a flurry of blows on Broly, albeit with a hint of restraint. As anticipated, Broly's resilience only worked against fighters of equal energy. Against an ascended Super Saiyan, he was still susceptible to being knocked off balance. Vegeta charged in, delivering a kick to Broly's abdomen, causing him to bend over, his expression contorted in pain. Then, wrapping his arms around Broly's head, Vegeta delivered a series of knee strikes to Broly's face. When Broly attempted to defend with his arms, Vegeta followed up with an uppercut that sent him soaring into the sky, then bolted upwards to impose his dominance. Yet, this situation didn't last long. Although Broly's energy quality hadn't yet surged, its quantity was increasing immensely. With sufficient energy, even a slightly weaker energy quality could contend with an ascended Super Saiyan. The battle between the two intensified, with Broly growing stronger while Vegeta began to feel increasingly uneasy, marveling internally, This guy is continuously growing stronger. He is now on par with a resurrected Cell. Broly frantically amplified his ki, instinctively compressing it until its density eclipsed Vegeta's. The hyperbolic time chamber trembled under the force of his energy. The ground quaked, and a colossal rock formation ascended from the earth behind Vegeta. Broly surged toward Vegeta, ensnaring his neck in a brutal grapple and slamming him against the massive stone. The impact carved a deep crater into the rock. Seeing this, Vegito remarked to the elder Vegeta, "You must vividly recall that maneuver." "Humph, I shall not be subjected to such torment again. My counterpart is nearing his limit. It is my turn to engage." With that, the elder Vegeta swiftly interposed himself between the two combatants. The Vegeta of this timeline disengaged, cognizant of his impending exhaustion and the monster's escalating power. He preferred to observe his counterpart's strategy for defeating the behemoth. The Vegeta of this timeline, battered and bruised, rose to his feet and declared, gesturing with his thumb toward the elder Vegeta, "Indeed, he possesses formidable strength, but misfortune awaits him." For the ultimate Vegeta is about to enter the fray. The elder Vegeta felt an ominous premonition as the thumb was pointed in his direction. I always have a bad feeling when that gesture is made. Before the Vegeta of this timeline could finish his sentence, he redirected his thumb toward Vegito, who stood near the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. And there, an even more formidable presence resided. Vegito, anticipating this, teleported away, scolding Vegeta, "If you brandish that digit at me again, I shall snap it off." The elder Vegeta addressed his counterpart, "Step aside and observe how I subdue him." Arg. The elder Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, deeming Super Saiyan 2 inadequate to showcase his dominance. At that moment, Goku and the others fixed their gaze upon the elder Vegeta. Such potent ki. Is that a transformation that transcends even the Super Saiyan form? Bojack, noticing Goku's distraction, also underwent a transformation, his orange hair turning crimson and his attire straining against his augmented muscles. "You dare to be inattentive in my presence. Prepare to die." Bojack launched a punch toward Goku, who parried the blow but was sent hurtling backward. Sama was correct. This fellow's power may even surpass that of Cell after his self-destruction and resurrection. Vegito glanced at Bojack, musing, "Bojack has also grown stronger, has he? It seems a cosmic force is at play, augmenting the villain's strength in proportion to the protagonist's. I wonder to what extent the antagonists in our timeline will be empowered?" Chapter 31. Good Brothers and Pakmana. With both fists clenched, Vegeta struck Broly's back with great force. Broly crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive dent in the earth beneath him. In his Super Saiyan 3 form, Vegeta gazed at his hands, murmuring, "What is this guy's body made of? My hands are numb from the impact. Speaking of which, it hasn't even been 10 minutes. This fellow is already nearing my Super Saiyan 3 level. Such a terrifying growth rate." Everyone, save for Vegito, found Broly's increasing strength utterly grotesque. Vegito glanced at the clock on the wall and remarked, "It's been 10 minutes since the switch, and he still hasn't reached Super Saiyan 3. What was I expecting? My hands are itching to fight. But there's no one capable. If only I had brought my little brother along. I wonder if the fusion of Broly and Vegito would satisfy my desires." With this thought, Vegito instinctively touched his earrings. Meanwhile, Bojack and his crew had nearly all transformed into their enhanced forms. Even Zanya had attained this transformation, albeit with some difficulty before her transformation, as Android 18 had managed to hold her own. Utilizing the computational and learning capabilities of her chip, along with a supply of infinite energy, she gradually gained the upper hand. However, after Zanya suddenly transformed, the gap in power and speed between them became starkly evident, even though Android 18 could match Zanya's reflexes. Android 18 was sent flying by a kick from Zanya towards Vegito. He raised his hand to catch her, saying, "Don't push yourself, take it slow." With a smile, Android 18 tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear and resumed her battle stance. "No pressure, my current opponent has just piqued my interest." With that, she soared back towards Zanya, her vision flooded with intricate data. Information about her opponent and herself appeared in great detail, even indicating the power output of each of her strikes. The damage inflicted by her opponent was also swiftly calculated. Observing her output gradually increasing, she analyzed, "This feeling is as if I am being constrained. If I were to amplify my output, defeating her would be trivial. Let us see if I can break through this limitation." With her eyes closed, Android 18 attempted to unlock her restrictions. Zanya quickly flew in front of her, grinning. Have you given up? Smack. In the next moment, Android 18 caught Zanya's punch with one hand and opened her eyes, looking directly at her. It's not just you who can grow stronger. Pulling back her hand, she destabilized Zanya's balance, and with a swift elbow strike, knocked her out cold. This was merely out of mercy on Android 18's part. She lifted Zanya and flew back to Vegeto, unceremoniously dropping her at his feet. It's over. Vegeto, observing Android 18, inquired, if the output limitation of the eternal energy is lifted, how long can you fight? Landing gracefully, Android 18 looked into Vegeto and Apos' eyes and replied, do you understand my energy operation principles? Bulma has briefly explained that if I enter an overdrawn state, the recovery speed of the energy device will not keep pace with consumption. Staring at her data, she continued, if I'm not exerting myself, there won't be any additional consumption. In a high-frequency, intense battle, I can last around 30 minutes. The amplification is about 10 times in a stable state. Noticing Vegeto and Apos' contemplative expression, she asked, what's wrong? Do you have some ulterior motive regarding my body? Huh, is that permissible? You wouldn't be interested in me at all if I weren't an android, would you? Seeing the skeptical look in Android 18's eyes, Vegeto felt a pang of guilt and scratched his head, stammering, in no way. Android 18 playfully hooked her finger around Vegeto's collar, whispering in his ear, so, if I agree, what do you intend to do? In response to Android 18's insinuation, Vegeto thoughtfully stroked his chin, murmuring, if possible, I should enhance the recovery speed and power output of the eternal energy. I wonder if Bulma can manage that. Meanwhile, I must not neglect physical training. I recall that 17 once reached Super Saiyan level, and his energy could maintain stable output at that time. From this perspective, the eternal energy device should gradually lift restrictions as physical strength increases, automatically enhancing recovery speed. Still, I should refrain from tampering with that device too hastily. Physical training comes first. Also, I wonder if the overdrawn state will have any side effects. Android 18 was incensed. She saw this straightforward man endlessly contemplating how to grow stronger, even mentioning other women at such a time. Ouch, ouch, ouch. She stomped down hard on Vegeto's toes, then tugged at his collar, coldly stating, are you toying with me? Vegeto quickly explained, and no. I was just pondering whether your overdrawn state might have side effects. Do you feel any discomfort? Yes. I feel quite uncomfortable right now. I want to punch someone. At that moment, a powerful green energy blast hurtled towards the group. Danger. Vegeto sprang up, cradling Android 18 in his arms, and with a swift motion, swatted the energy blast away. He looked down at Android 18 with concern, asking, are you all right? And no. I'm fine. Feigning anger, Vegeto glared at the airborne old bee, whose lips were barely suppressing a smile. Hey, aim properly, and don't hurt my Android 18. Truly, she is my Pokemon. Ingeniously redirecting Broly and Apos' attack towards me, helping to defuse the crisis. We are already in sync. Old bee smiled slightly at Vegeto and Apos' exaggerated display of anger. What a good brother. He instantly comprehends my good intentions. We share an understanding. Wait. Danger. Don't let your guard down, you fool. Vegeto shouted, just as Broly instantaneously appeared behind Vegeta. Grabbing his head, he slammed it into the ground and dragged him for dozens of meters before tossing him aside, followed by a powerful energy wave crashing into Vegeta. Boom. Nappa and Raditz rushed forward, alarmed as they shouted, Your Highness. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta was revealed, his body covered in red fur. His eyes and eyelids transformed to crimson, gazing at Broly with blue pupils. To think I would encounter two individuals capable of forcing me to utilize this transformation at this juncture. But this is where your journey ends, Broly. Broly charged at Vegeta, throwing a punch that, at that moment, appeared to Vegeta in slow motion. He merely shifted back slightly to evade Broly's fist. As Broly's massive arm remained extended, Vegeta seized his wrist and twisted it forcefully. The immense pressure forced Broly down to one knee in pain. Raising his other hand, Vegeta concentrated energy for a wave attack. Vanish. The energy wave surged forth, and with a scream, Broly was severely injured, collapsing back to his normal state amidst a cloud of smoke. Vegeta clenched his fists, relishing this power, indeed. Super Saiyan 4 exists on an entirely different plane from the others. Furthermore, I can now achieve full-power Super Saiyan 4 all by myself, perhaps even surpassing it. Vegeto instantaneously appeared before Broly, healing his body, pondering. I wonder if the amplification from the near-death revival is still applicable. After a brief moment, Broly opened his eyes once more and rose to his feet, casting a fierce glare at Vegeta, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. His power surged, eclipsing what it had been moments prior. Yet, this was not the end. Broly's aura continued to escalate in intensity, and green lightning crackled around him. His verdant hair elongated, morphing into the form of a Super Saiyan 3. At this juncture, the onlookers were once again struck dumb, transitioning from participants to mere spectators. The members of the Bojack gang, save for their leader, found their morale shattered. In truth, few remained fully conscious. The very space surrounding Broly trembled and fractured under the weight of his aura. Vegeta, with a delicate tap of his toes against the ground, restored the shattered space instantly. As he beheld Super Saiyan 3 Broly, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. This amplification is utterly astounding. Broly soared toward Vegeta, who, relinquishing all restraint, ascended to the transcendent state of Super Saiyan 4 and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Broly's head. However, even Vegeta's most fervent strike only managed to momentarily halt Broly, his head tilting back slightly. Broly then erupted into maniacal laughter, effortlessly swatting Vegeta away. Ha ha ha! Broly's aura continued to swell, sweeping over the crowd like a tempest. Vegeta stood serenely before Android 18, shielding her from the onslaught. Nappa and the others huddled behind Vegeta, inquiring, "Lord Vegeta, aren't you afraid this brute might suddenly decide to annihilate us all?" "Huh. I would relish the challenge if he possessed the capability," Vegeta retorted. In a heartbeat, Vegeta was at Broly's side, dusting off his face as he stood tall. "I still have more to offer. Moreover, I possess a final trump card yet to be revealed." Vegeta's words elicited a chuckle from his counterpart. "Is that so? I had intended for you to experience the fusion of the great ape's power with that of the gods." "Fusion with divine power?" Vegeta exclaimed, gazing at his counterpart in astonishment. "How can that be achieved?" "Who knows? I cannot say for certain if it is even possible. Nonetheless, we shall attempt it." Vegeta placed his hand upon Vegeta's back, channeling a significant amount of divine energy into him. Instantly, Vegeta's aura surged uncontrollably, transforming from a jet-like golden flame into a fiery crimson hue. Additionally, a lustrous layer of ethereal white energy enveloped his form, akin to starlight. Through sheer will and in his base state, Vegeta had amassed enough divine energy to propel Vegeta beyond the limits of Super Saiyan 4. This augmentation rivals that of Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta mused, momentarily taken aback. Muttering to himself, "Could your trump card possibly be that so-called Super Saiyan 5? Chapter 32. Vegeto. It's all right, for I am the strongest. What of Super Saiyan 5? Broly charged towards Vegeta and Vegeto, yet Vegeto effortlessly evaded all of Broly and Appo's attacks with his base form. Meanwhile, Vegeta, bolstered by his innate time control, also deftly sidestepped the onslaught. "Give me a moment of silence," Vegeta declared, raising his left hand to intercept Broly's punch, while his right hand tightened into a fist, delivering a devastating blow to Broly's abdomen. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Broly doubled over, clutching his stomach. Vegeto interjected, "As far as I know, there are several versions of Super Saiyan 5. Though they may appear identical, their power increments vary. The weakest may only be 2 to 3 times stronger than Super Saiyan 4, while the strongest would not exceed tenfold. Moreover, there exists a transformation of Super Saiyan 5 that places immense strain on the brain. Recklessly altering one's form solely for power enhancement is ill-advised. Much like the progression from Super Saiyan 1 to 3, where the bodily burden escalates with each transformation, the optimal state resembles Gohan, who can manifest power exceeding Super Saiyan 3 without the need for transformation, thus avoiding any additional strain. Broly slowly rose to his feet, only for Vegeta to launch himself forward, delivering a knee strike that slammed Broly back into the ground. Then, he leaped into the air, spinning several times, utilizing the tenfold gravity and his own acceleration to land both feet upon Broly. The ground beneath them contorted under the immense force. Stepping off Broly, Vegeta returned to Vegeto's side. In confusion, Vegeta asked, "Is that form achievable without relying on the Kaioshin's power?" "Not yet for me," Vegeto replied. "At least I need to observe its mechanics once, aside from Gohan's potential unlocking transformation. Only Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue are genuinely significant transformations." Super Saiyan 4 can be regarded as a baseline state of another form, precisely to harness the might of the great ape. Embodying ultimate power in a base form incurs no substantial burden, even when sustained over time. Super Saiyan Blue, while rapidly depleting stamina, offers tremendous boosts and numerous advantages. However, if you possess the current limit-breaking Super Saiyan 4, further development of Super Saiyan Blue may be unnecessary. Vegeta gazed at his own aura and energy, contemplating. Can I independently unlock this form? Absolutely. Even if you can't do so now, with more training, you will, Vegito assured. Broly struggled to rise from the crater. And Vegito remarked, in the end, he is still young. Perhaps in another 20 or 30 years, he may reach his peak. Yet, he should still be able to improve further. Do not hesitate to unleash your power. I have your back. With that, Vegito departed the battlefield, allowing Vegeta to continue exerting energy to suppress Broly. Although Broly was still unable to counter effectively, Vegeta's attacks began to dwindle in potency. Gohan, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "Uncle Vegeta's strength is waning. That transformation consumes a lot of energy." Goku, observing the two, stated, "Do not speak foolishly. Vegeta's energy has not diminished. Rather, Broly is growing stronger. Their power transcended our comprehension, making it difficult for us to perceive their enhancements." Vegito addressed the alternate timelines Goku. "Would you care to spar with Broly?" Goku, dripping with sweat, replied, "That power is absurd. Even if Vegeta and I teamed up, it would be futile, right? Perhaps we should try fusion." Fusion? Before Vegeta could refuse, Vegito swiftly embraced him, enticing him like a succubus. "Do not be so hasty to decline. This fusion is not permanent. Furthermore, any growth achieved during the state will revert to your individual forms once the fusion is undone. Would you not wish to experience the strongest power in this dimension? It is quite exhilarating. The foundational battle power post-fusion would suffice for you to utilize various transformation states." Goku, upon hearing this, eagerly turned to Vegeta, pleading, "Come on, Vegeta. This is a splendid opportunity." Vegeta crossed his arms, taking a deep breath. "I have no choice. Since you all have brought it up, what must we do?" Vegito began teaching the Metamorph's fusion dance. After witnessing it, everyone, except Goku and Gohan, felt rather awkward, especially Vegeta, who now regretted his agreement. Number 17 posed an absurd question. What if I fused with number 18? Would it be male or female? Number 18, gripping 17's collar, coldly replied, "I'll kill you." Vegito genuinely contemplated the question. There could be several scenarios. One might appear as a female with male characteristics, or vice versa, potentially even possessing both reproductive systems. Bam! Number 18 punched Vegito in the abdomen, exclaiming, "You are actually pondering such matters." Clutching his belly, Vegito squatted on the ground, feeling aggrieved. "Is that so strange? As far as I know, in a certain timeline, you and 17 did indeed fuse." Number 17, momentarily stunned, murmured, "I was just asking casually. I didn't expect it to be true." Number 18 stepped forward to help Vegito up, advising, "Next time you encounter such a trivial question, simply ignore it. Now let us commence practice. First, we must maintain a unified energy signature." After 5 minutes, Vegeta aimed a kick at Broly's head, which Broly caught with one hand, revealing a sinister grin. "Ha! Vegeta, you're done for." Grasping Vegeta's ankle, Broly executed a move reminiscent of Hulk smashing Loki, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground in disarray. The limit-breaking state was consequently undone, leaving Vegeta barely able to sustain Super Saiyan 4, and his body sustained multiple fractures. Broly opened his mouth wide, targeting Vegeta, turning the ground beneath him into a scorched crater. Vegito hoisted Vegeta back into the crowd, tossing him a Senzu bean. Broly charged forward, but a figure clad in a revealing vest stepped in front, declaring in overlapping tones, "Your opponent is now me." Gritting his teeth, Vegito transformed into Super Saiyan, launching himself at Broly with a kick. Broly remained stationary, only to counter with a swift blow that sent Vegito hurtling. In midair, Vegito rolled to dissipate the impact before regaining his footing. "Wow, so strong. In that case, let me try Super Saiyan 3. In his Super Saiyan 3 state, Vegito surpassed even the limit-breaking Vegeta. However, this was partly due to Vegeta's insufficient foundational battle power, which was not significantly stronger than his counterpart from this timeline. Vegito charged at Broly once more, but the battle remained lopsided, with Broly still dominating over Super Saiyan 3 Vegito. In under a minute, Vegeto was forced back to his base form, rolling to Vegeto and Apos' feet. Hurry, let me transform into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeto crossed his arms, stating, how can you transform without a tail? The next part is up to me. Number 18, watching Vegeto's retreating figure, anxiously inquired, are you certain you can truly defeat him? Perhaps we should confine him here instead? Vegeto turned back to number 18 with a smile. No worries, for I am the strongest. In an instant, Vegeto was engulfed by a shadow, as Broly's colossal lats overshadowed Vegeto's presence entirely. Be careful. Broly swung a hand blade towards Vegeta, who swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan as he crouched. He then delivered an uppercut to Broly's abdomen. Aya! Broly expelled a mouthful of blood, soaring into the sky like a kite severed from its string. In an instant, Vegeta teleported above Broly and kicked him down to the ground. Broly's body crashed heavily onto the earth, only to rebound back up. Before he could touch down again, Vegeta had already appeared beside his suspended form. With both hands clasped into fists, he struck down forcefully upon Broly's chest. The resounding collision echoed, reverberating through the reinforced hyperbolic time chamber, leaving cracks in its structure. In that fleeting moment, nearly all of Broly's ribs shattered. Just 3 moves Broly lay in a crater, having dispelled all transformations. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed nearby, remarking, well, I suppose this is the extent of your abilities. Let's go another round. He addressed the onlookers, everyone with a tail, close your eyes, except for our Vegeta. Upon hearing this, the main timeline Vegeta broke into a cold sweat. You can't be thinking. Suddenly, a sphere of light materialized in Vegeta's hand and was tossed into the air. Indeed, the artificial moon's radiance erupted instantly. After healing Broly, Vegeta grasped his head with brute force, holding it steady as he pried open his eyelids to gaze at the artificial moon. Do not disappoint me, Broly. Chapter 33. Super Vegeto. Broly's body rapidly expanded, sprouting golden green fur. His aura surged far beyond that of Super Saiyan 3 as he unconsciously unleashed a maelstrom of energy, enveloping the arena in a barrage of green energy blasts. Vegeto raised his hand towards the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, conjuring an energy barrier. He then soared towards the gaping maw of the great ape and declared, awaken, Broly. Show me your true strength. The colossal green-gold ape opened its massive jaws, directing a powerful energy beam at Vegeto. In an instant, Vegeto, fueled by rage, single-handedly pressed down on the immense energy cannon. They were merely 10 meters apart. Yet Vegeto forcefully shoved the energy beam back into the great ape's mouth. With a thunderous explosion, the great ape was sent hurtling backward, smoke billowing from its mouth. Vegeto darted forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps, exclaiming, hey, snap out of it. A glimmer of awareness flickered in the great ape's eyes, and its energy intensified, compressing at an alarming rate. Its form began to shrink, and with a blinding flash, Broly successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. He elevated his energy, pointing at Vegeto and declaring, I will make you bleed. Vegeto beckoned with a hand. If you can, come and try. Broly roared, charging at Vegeto. Vegeto effortlessly countered, delivering a swift chop to Broly's throat, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his neck. Vegeto approached, remarking, you're too loud. Does all that shouting actually boost your power? Furious, Broly rose and retaliated with an elbow strike. Vegeto, however, moved with lightning speed, planting a foot on Broly's head, forcing him back to the ground. Is this the extent of your Super Saiyan 4 power? Broly strained against the ground, his fury palpable. Vegeto smirked, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his hair standing on end, then reasserted his foot on Broly. Not only did he suppress Broly, but he also subtly infused him with divine energy, one of the unique abilities of Super Saiyan 4, the capacity to absorb energy. Sensing that Broly was nearing a critical threshold, Vegeto lifted his foot. Broly erupted with terrifying energy. Old Kai looked on in astonishment, muttering, that guy has surpassed my first transformation into Super Saiyan 4. If this continues, he will soon eclipse even the one-star dragon. Beside him, Gogeta inquired, you were this strong when you first transformed into Super Saiyan 4? Of course. At that time, both Kakarot and I in Super Saiyan 4 could easily defeat the current Super Saiyan 3 version of you. At this rate, I truly fear for that guy. Vegeto stood beside Broly, smiling. Indeed, you have become worthy of my serious attention. With that, Vegeto clenched his fists and unleashed an aura that shot skyward. The entire hyperbolic time chamber transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, the temperature and gravity spiraling into chaos. The shockwave expelled Broly, who smashed his feet through the ground, his hands embedding in the earth to halt his momentum. The energy barrier Vegito had created shattered. Vegito's body radiated intense golden flames, particles of golden energy swirling around him, accompanied by flickering white lightning, while his tail shimmered golden. Gogeta stared wide-eyed, murmuring, "What? What transformation is this? Super Saiyan 2? Old Kai frowned. No, when he was in Super Saiyan 2, all his hair was erect. Now, he resembles a regular Super Saiyan, yet his energy is astonishing. Vegito turned to the gathered onlookers. This is Super Saiyan. I merely attempted to channel the full power of a Super Saiyan without altering my form. By the way, Vegito gave a thumbs up to his chin, grinning. If it must have a name, let us call it Super Vegito. Simply amplifying one's stats without any other significant effect beyond aesthetics is futile. Thus, I conducted this trial. And the outcome was as I anticipated. As Vegito spoke, Broly launched a punch from behind him. Vegito tilted his head aside, allowing the massive fist to narrowly miss. He then retaliated with an elbow jab. Broly clutched his ribs, staggering back. Vegito continued to face away from Broly, chuckling. With such overwhelming intent and energy, a sneak attack is utterly futile. Now, Vegito turned, crossing his arms. I'll allow you to use both hands. This could prove more entertaining. Furious at the taunt, Broly charged at Vegito, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Vegito's face. Vegito sidestepped once more, his golden tail coiling around Broly's wrist, deftly pulling him off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. Broly roared again, his anger ignited. But Vegito's tail struck his face, momentarily clearing his vision. How many times must I say? Stop barking like a mad dog. With that, Vegito's golden tail re-wrapped around his waist. 18 looked at the tail, blushing. That tail seems remarkably agile and powerful. 17, noticing her reaction, asked, Why are you bleeding? 18 quickly wiped her nose. Mind your own business. Ask again, and I'll kill you. Broly relentlessly attacked Vegito, who skillfully deflected each strike. Despite Broly's escalating energy, Vegito transitioned from using both feet to a single foot in his defense. Broly swung a massive arm, aiming a wide punch. Vegito responded with astonishing speed, landing a kick on Broly's bicep. The blow left Broly's arm aching and heavy, almost too painful to lift. Clutching his right arm, Broly glared at Vegito, fear creeping into his eyes. Vegito, amused, asked, What's the matter? Need a timeout? Stepping closer, Broly instinctively retreated 2 paces, his fear magnifying. What are you doing? I'm not going to eat you. Look at that expression. Where's your fighting spirit? Vegito relaxed his stance, assuring, Rest easy. I won't leave you unable to fight. I merely wish to teach you a few techniques. Your attacks are riddled with flaws, tied to your physique and combat style. Even with your massive muscles, they slow your speed, yet they cause noticeable movements in your initial strikes. This makes it easy to predict your actions. Thus, despite your rising energy, I find it simpler to contend with you. You must learn to initiate without any detectable movement. Bang! In the instant Vegito finished speaking, his fist sank into Broly's abdomen, twisting with force. Of course, Vegito held back. This strike did not pierce Broly's skin, but left a deep impression. Just like this. No need to charge up. Unleash your power directly from a relaxed state. Have you grasped it? Broly suddenly coughed up blood, prompting Vegito to swiftly distance himself, avoiding the splatter. I should have avoided your vital points. Yet why are you still spitting so much blood? Standing beside Old B, Vegeta remarked, How can that fellow be so ostentatious? Old B reminisced about the appearance of Super Saiyan for Vegeta and said, If you possessed his strength, you would likely be even more pretentious than he is. Chapter 34. The Tower Do Not Approach. Although Broly could not clearly see Vegito's attack, he somewhat comprehended Vegito's intent, coupled with his own experience of such techniques. His extraordinary talent prompted him to attempt to instantaneously unleash his power, minimizing any wind-up time. Vegito, continually blocking Broly's strikes with his feet, chuckled, Not bad. You possess quite a talent. Evolve a little more. After deftly evading Broly's assault, Vegito delivered a knee strike that landed heavily on Broly's chest. Following a muffled thud, Broly staggered back, clutching his chest and glaring at Vegito. Why aren't you attacking? Why, you ask? The disparity in our techniques is simply too vast. To attack you under these circumstances would feel somewhat like bullying. You have always relied on overwhelming numerical superiority, fighting solely on instinct, lacking in technique. Broly roared. Then let us compare pure strength. He lunged toward Vegeto, reaching out to grapple. However, Vegeto executed a spinning kick that sent Broly flying, leaving a red shoe print on his face. Are you a fool? Until now, I have been holding back in terms of both speed and power, though I admit that may sting a bit. But you are not yet worthy of matching any aspect of my abilities. First, focus on bridging your shortcomings, and afterward, I shall grant you a chance to witness my full might. This statement left everyone astounded, with beads of cold sweat trickling down the forehead of Big Bet. Mr. Vegeto hasn't unleashed his full power yet? Gogeta murmured, his pupils trembling in disbelief. What kind of hellish training has he undergone to reach this level? Hellish training? Old Bet, arms crossed, chuckled with a hint of exasperation. That guy hardly takes training seriously. He merely lives under a constant burden, coupled with rapid growth, which has elevated his fighting prowess to such heights. Aside from that, he has been researching techniques from the planet Yardrat. But those techniques do not directly enhance combat power. Here, Old Bet clenched his fist, producing a cracking sound. What infuriates me the most is that when I asked him why he doesn't train properly, he replied, and Oppos, because I fear leaving those from our timeline too far behind and feeling lonely. And Oppos, Vegeto, overhearing, turned to Old Bet. That's not entirely fair. My weighted training is something few can manage. Old Bet retorted loudly, stop joking. It's merely living in a supergravity environment. You haven't even done a proper push-up. Wait. Are you still in a supergravity state? In the hyperbolic time chamber, your gravity is multiplied tenfold from your original base. Vegeto smiled, ah yes. I will now cancel the supergravity state. Continuing to train like this wouldn't be fair to you all. With a snap of his fingers, the space around him seemed to distort, returning to normal only after the supergravity was fully lifted. Moments later, his aura erupted with even greater intensity. Vegeto stretched. I feel much lighter now. Even under 10 times gravity, I feel remarkably agile. Come on, Broly, let me truly experience what my body is capable of now. Broly charged forward, launching a barrage of rapid attacks at Vegeto. Yet, to the spectators, it appeared as though Vegeto stood immobile, each of Broly's strikes seemingly passing through him. His body has become intangible, exclaimed Android 18. Gogeta and Old Bet wore somber expressions, though they could not discern Vegeto's precise movements. They could certainly feel his energy shifting. Gogeta explained, not at all, this guy is merely showing off. He evades at lightning speed and returns to his original stance, leaving behind an afterimage. His body is constantly in motion. Curse him. Does he have to show off like this? Vegeto stood with his back to Gogeta, grinning. Do you know, Gogeta? I relish the feeling of you watching me perform, while you can do nothing to replicate it. Gogeta clenched his teeth in frustration. You bastard. If I could defeat him, I would have already done so. At that moment, Broly leaped into the air, creating distance before unleashing an even more potent aura. Speed. I must become faster. In the next instant, Vegeto appeared before Broly, placing a hand on his head and firmly pressing him into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Very well, I shall teach you this technique with a crash course. Vegeto infused Broly's mind with the principles of his innate time manipulation. Since you lack practical experience, how much you can utilize it is up to you. Broly, in a fit of rage, unleashed tremendous power, causing the ground around him to erupt as if a colossal force had pressed out a semicircular pit. He then approached Vegeto with a speed almost imperceptible to others, resuming his relentless assault. Yet, the gap between them seemed unchanged. All of Broly's attacks continued to pass through Vegeto's form. Gradually, Broly's hands seemed to vanish as thunderous collisions echoed around Vegeto. Vegeto began to smile. Not bad. I am now starting to block. Go faster. Use all your might to impress me. Aya. Broly's upper body appeared on the verge of disappearing, with his lower half becoming increasingly indistinct, vanishing, vs motionless. This peculiar sight astounded onlookers. Were it not for the occasional deafening echoes of their clashes, they would scarcely believe this was a fierce battle unfolding before them. This state persisted for several seconds until Broly stumbled back. Vegeto, with a slight haze about him, raised a hand and murmured, "It seems I have discovered an extraordinary technique." Broly returned, astonished as he gazed at Vegeto. This feeling is wrong. What have you done? Who knows? I haven't quite figured it out. Try attacking me a couple more times. Broly charged at Vegeto and kicked out, but this time, his body genuinely passed through Vegeto's. Is that another afterimage? Gogeta exclaimed. Old Bet furrowed his brow, entering an accelerated state to scrutinize Vegeto. No. Vegeto approached Broly, extending a hand to touch him. To his surprise, Vegeto's hand passed through Broly's front and emerged from behind him, leaving no trace of injury. Recalling his hand, Vegeto chuckled. I see. The molecules passed through. With that, the hazy aura enveloping Vegeto dissipated. He had unconsciously entered a state of rapid vibration, so rapid that even molecules can pass through. If I were to cease vibrating while passing through someone, it would inflict substantial damage upon them. Is this akin to the Godspeed technique? What is the Godspeed technique? That sounds familiar. It seems that neglecting serious training can inadvertently lead to the discovery of remarkable techniques. Android 18, standing a short distance away with her back to the onlookers, blushed and asked, could you slow down that vibration a bit? I wish to experience. Vegeta, still savoring that state, remarked, very well. But this means we cannot pass through. Number 18 murmured in a voice only she could hear, there is no need to pass through. Before long, Old B also lowered his head, clutching his head, and said, Coach, I too wish to learn. That slower pace. They say if one moves slowly, one cannot pass through. Are we not on the same wavelength? Old B's face instantly flushed deeper as he shouted, even if you know, don't say it out loud, you rascal. Vegeta chuckled softly as he gazed at Broly, saying, by the way, your energy growth has been slowing down. Have you nearly reached your limit? Indeed, it seems quite challenging for you to exhaust yourself to please me. Let me think. Vegeta's gaze swept across the crowd, revealing a wicked grin. This could potentially be quite amusing. With that, he approached Broly and, with a single punch, knocked him unconscious before placing one of his earrings onto Broly's left ear. In an instant, he teleported before Gogeta, holding the other earring with a mischievous grin. Come on, Gogeta, this will be delightful. Gogeta instinctively took a few steps back, saying, no, that won't be necessary. Come on, I assure you. This time it will be the most formidable power in the dimensions. A splendid experience for you, my dear Gogeta. Allow me to adorn you. No, do not come near me. Chapter 35. Bugikong vs. Vegeta forcibly donned the Patera earrings, soaring towards the unconscious Broly. Don't worry. Veget waved his hand dismissively. This is merely temporary. The two collided, releasing a blinding radiance. Old Vegeta inquired, Veget, I am aware of your formidable strength, but you are now facing an opponent who is a fusion of the three mightiest scions in existence. Are you prepared for the possibility of defeat? Veget, stretching his legs and limbering up, replied, no, I possess a multitude of adjectives, many of which are negative, tyrannical, arrogant, willful, reckless, but never defeated. As the brilliance gradually faded, a towering figure emerged before the crowd, a muscular man just over 6 feet tall, clad in a Metamoran vest and adorned with a golden necklace. A tail coiled around his waist, and golden gauntlets adorned his arms, emanating an aura that could only be described in 4 words, unfathomable depth. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Veget with a confident smile, declaring in a resonant tone, Veget, you will come to regret creating a truly invincible warrior. Old Vegeta furrowed his brow, muttering, what a terrifying individual. Even in his base form, his presence rivals that of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Little did I know that in this era, my fusion with Kakarot and Broly would surpass the results of my past fusion with Kakarot. Veget shook his head, twisting his neck. Humph, that is my Patera. Although I am uncertain of its origin, based on my recollection, this is not the plastic imitation of the Super Era or Dragon World. It bears no constraints of time or energy. Only I and the wearer can remove it, and it automatically disintegrates upon removal. Moreover, it maximally enhances the abilities of the fused individuals, drawing upon their strengths and amplifying them. But remember this, there can be only one that achieves the true synergistic effect. Veget proudly pointed his thumb at himself. Behold, it is I, Veget. He then turned to the fused warrior and asked, what is your name? The figure crossed his arms, revealing a confident grin. Bugikong. This name will haunt you for a lifetime. Oh, such a brazen tone laced with threat. It seems Broly's personality is more dominant, Veget mused. Bugikong extended his arms. Floating gracefully in the air, rest assured, I will not slay you or those who appreciate this battle. However, when you exert yourself to the utmost, You will only glimpse a mere fraction of my true power. Vegeta approached Bujikong. Is that so? I believe that statement should be reversed. Old Vegeta, following closely behind, cautioned, unleash all the techniques from Planet Yardrat. This is no opponent you can afford to underestimate. No need for that. It would be unfair and render the battle dull. I only fight with full resolve against gods and those on my death list, Vegeta replied, now face to face with Bujikong. Now transform. Humph, with your current state? Bujikong replied, reverting to his base form as well. Without transforming, you are only worthy of battling me in my base form. Arrogance. Bujikong suddenly raised his hand, delivering a swift chop to Vegeta's shoulder, shattering the ground beneath him. Vegeta's eyes turned icy as he regarded Bujikong, saying with a smirk, see? That level of force merely serves as a massage for me. Bujikong withdrew his hand, contemplating a peculiar sensation, as though striking the earth itself. I must not underestimate. Ha ha ha. Bujikong clasped his hands at his waist and immediately transformed into his full-power Super Saiyan form, prompting Vegeta to revert to Super Vegeta. Bujikong launched a punch towards Vegeta's chest, who stood his ground, absorbing the blow without flinching. Bujikong stared in disbelief. Upon impact, he rapidly reinforced the struck area with a massive surge of energy. How terrifying his control is. Vegeta stood straight, grinning. I recommend you unleash your strongest form at once. There's no need for gradual escalation. Old Vegeta, concerned, thought, is this fellow not planning to waste energy? The longer he probes, the more it will affect his ultimate form. With that in mind, old Vegeta asked, would you like a Senzu bean? What are you saying? Just stay back and watch. Bojack is itching to make a move, and his subordinates are waking up from their feigned slumber. Old Vegeta complied, returning to the crowd, casting a warning glance at Bojack, who promptly settled down. Bujikong retreated a few steps, smiling. I initially intended to make this more dramatic, but since that's the case, I shall reveal a glimpse of my true power. I hope you won't bore me, eh? Bujikong transformed into full-power Super Saiyan 4. His overwhelming aura instilling fear and despair even in the battle-hardened old Vegeta. Throughout his century-long existence, no adversary had ever exuded such a menacing presence. Whether it be the Super One-Star Dragon, Ace, Zyko, Gray, or even the ancient Saiyans, none could be compared to him. To even place them side by side would be an affront to Bujikong. Can Vegeta truly prevail? Vegeta stood firm, raising his hand and clenching his fist. Ha! Boom! Vegeta erupted like a volcano, a vibrant crimson aura igniting around him, resembling flames, before rapidly retracting into his being. His hair, eyebrows, and pupils changed to a vivid red, appearing slightly enlarged, yet his physique remained unchanged. Vegeta exclaimed, incredible, though I cannot perceive his energy. The sheer force and intensity indicate immense strength. The transformation took Vegeta 5 seconds, and he exhaled deeply. Apologies for the delay. This is my first attempt at this form, and I am not yet proficient. Fortunately, the transformation proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen complications. Come now, I await your attempt to vanquish me. This was not the Super Saiyan God that Vegeta had previously transformed into, but rather the full-power Super Saiyan God. The principle was akin to that of full-power Super Saiyan Blue, consolidating the excess energy within. Bujikong could barely sense the divine energy emanating from Vegeta, unsure of his exact strength, yet the oppressive aura was undeniable. Bujikong swiftly struck towards Vegeta, who anticipated the attack. Using Bujikong's arm as leverage, Vegeta propelled himself off the ground, launching a kick to Bujikong's face. Bujikong was sent reeling, and Vegeta seized his ankle, spinning rapidly before hurling him towards the ground. Boom! As Bujikong crashed violently into the earth, an explosive attack followed, striking him directly. Vegeta crossed his arms, observing the vast crater of smoke. This level of assault should not be fatal for you, I presume? In the next instant, Bujikong teleported behind Vegeta, yet Vegeta seemed prepared, delivering an elbow strike to Bujikong and Appo's ribs. Blood spurted from Bujikong and Appo's mouth, and before he could react, Vegeta spun around and executed a roundhouse kick to his neck, sending him crashing down once more. Before Bujikong could touch the ground, he vanished from sight, reappearing just above Vegeta's head. Yet, as if anticipating the moment, Vegeta raised his hand and delivered a soaring dragon fist to Broly's abdomen. Broly, clutching his stomach, with bloodshot eyes filled with confusion, inquired, Why? Why? How is it that you can always predict my moves? Is it truly that difficult? Even Super 17 could manage it, let alone myself. In an instant, the air around them quivered slightly as he teleported, allowing him to foresee where his opponent would materialize next. Upon hearing this, 17 turned to Vegeta and asked, "What is Super 17? Old Kai, now transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form, intently observed the clash between the two, stating, "I have no time to answer you now. Let us witness this battle unfold." Enduring the pain, Broly rose, unleashing an even more formidable aura. The fragment of Broly within him enabled his continuous ascent in power, while the aspect derived from Gogeta seemed to render this enhancement boundless. His strength surged at an accelerated pace, nearly rivaling that of Super Broly. The two surged toward one another, their forearms colliding in a moment that generated shockwaves, altering the very fabric of the hyperbolic time chamber. Under the influence of their might and fervor, the chamber transformed into a searing inferno. At last, Vegeta, without resorting to superior transformations or special techniques, found himself immersed in the battle he had long awaited. The two engaged in a rapid aerial duel, their bodies colliding thousands of times each second. As Broly's strength eclipsed Vegeta's, he seized Vegeta's head and delivered a powerful knee strike to his face. With one hand gripping Vegeta's head and the other relentlessly pummeling his body, Broly laughed heartily. "How does it feel, Vegeta? This is the battle you have yearned for, is it not? I sense you are pushing beyond your limits, while I continue to grow stronger. Now, your time is up." 18, witnessing the struggle, cried out. Vegeta, Chapter 36, Breaking the Rules. Number 18 anxiously gazed at Vegeta, dashing forward recklessly. "Do not harm my Vegeta." Old B tapped quickly in front of number 18 and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? That kind of battle, even the aftershocks could shatter you. But how infuriating. My Vegeta." After exchanging hundreds of blows, Bujikong lifted Vegeta and Appo's head and laughed. "What's wrong? Have you lost your fighting spirit? Then this strike should conclude the battle." After gathering his energy, Bujikong unleashed a heavy attack towards Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta unexpectedly caught Bujikong's fist with one hand. Vegeta smiled slightly and said, "Who told you I had reached my limit?" "Nanny." Before Bujikong could comprehend the situation, Vegeta landed a powerful punch on Bujikong's jaw, causing him to momentarily stagger and release his grip. Vegeta pinched one nostril shut and blew out the blood, chuckling. "Was it merely a trickle of blood that led you to such a grand misconception?" Bujikong, astonished, took a few steps back, exclaiming, "No. It's impossible. After all those hits, you weren't injured?" He swallowed hard, contemplating. Could it be that he reinforced himself each time I attacked? In that case, unless it's a sneak attack, there's no way I could harm him without exceeding his strength. Vegeta dusted off his attire and smiled. "Though those 100 attacks felt like mere massages to me, do not be too disheartened. That last hit might have stung a bit. Enough for you to brag about it for a lifetime. Furthermore, I noticed you've fallen into a delusional state, so I refrained from shattering your dream. But illusions are ultimately just that. It is now my turn to awaken you." Vegeta's tone suddenly turned grave as he pointed at Bujikong, declaring, "Unleash your limit-breaking potential. I intend to shatter your most cherished pride." No longer overconfident, Bujikong realized that he could not defeat this enigmatic figure without revealing his full strength. "Huh," he cried. As his black hair gradually transformed into a purplish-red hue, his body enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy. Vegeta clenched his fists, concentrating the divine aura, veins bulging on his forehead as his red hair slowly morphed into blue. At that moment, he sensed an invisible shackle constraining his power's explosion. "What is this? Something is suppressing everyone's strength. I shall break through it in one breath." "Huh." Vegeta's voice echoed in the vastness of the hyperbolic time chamber. He unleashed a surge of even greater energy, shattering the intangible restraints. Waves of blue spiritual energy erupted uncontrollably from him. Simultaneously, in the realm of the Kaioshin, the god of destruction, Beerus, sensed a rule being forcefully breached. Unfortunately, his meager knowledge could not decipher what had been shattered. Beerus slowly opened his eyes and sat up from his bed. Whis instantly appeared before Beerus, saying, "Lord Beerus, it seems someone has forcibly broken the limitation that humans cannot surpass the gods." Beerus, with a grave expression, replied slowly, "Logically, my strength will always surpass that of the strongest human. Not to mention, even if they approached me, my power would increase in tandem. Unless..." Whis interjected with a smile. unless this individual's power surpasses the rules and your growth speed in an extremely short time. Moreover, at the moment of breaking the rules, an immense force erupted. Do you wish to see Lord Beerus? Whis inquired. Beerus yawned widely. Forget it. Rules will self-repair. Surpassing me is merely temporary. Do not mistake a moment for permanence. When I awaken from my slumber, my power will automatically catch up and surpass. It's quite convenient not to train. By the way, if there were, that's something. The Super Scion. God. Beerus's words trailed off as he fell asleep again, and Whis, fully aware of the situation, refrained from informing Beerus. It would be tantamount to courting death. In essence, it was as exaggerated as defeating Uchiha Madara in the Chunin exams of the Naruto world. Whis contemplated the scene before him, thinking, if the energy that just shattered the rules were to fully erupt, it would be enough to obliterate 12 universes. The rules may no longer be reparable. And it's not just Lord Beerus who will endlessly grow stronger. The inhabitants of Universe 7 will no longer have a limit to their strength. Yet Zeno and my father have yet to express their stance. They must have other plans. The calamity surrounding Universe 7 is gradually dissipating. Once they return, I shall seize the opportunity to train those scions. Perhaps we can alter the fate of Universe 7. With that thought, Whis glanced at the now soundly sleeping Beerus and smiled gently. But at this intensity, Lord Beerus will need to sleep for 50 years to surpass this, won't he? Back in the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, Vegeta focused intently. As he maximized his control over his energy, the abundant blue droplets of spiritual energy gradually receded back into his body. Vegeta exhaled a stream of blue energy, murmuring, "How that took a considerable toll on my stamina, but thankfully, I succeeded." Ultra Instinct Limit Break Bugikong versus Ultra Blue completed Vegeta. Theoretically, the amplification from the Ultra Instinct Limit Break should be superior, yet the enhancement from the full power Ultra Blue form is also unpredictable, much like a pressure cooker. Internal combustion engine, or bomb, the more energy that spills outward, the stronger it becomes once contained within. Vegeta's spiritual energy in the Ultra Blue state was significantly greater than that of a singular Ultra Blue. If left unchecked, this energy would surge uncontrollably towards the heavens, resulting in immense wastage. As he completed the sealing of his aura, even his body, long subjected to extreme gravity, felt as if it might explode. Vegeta stared incredulously at his hands, muttering, "This Ultra Blue feels peculiar. I never anticipated my divine aura would be so vast. It seems that my temporal self was indeed restricted by Patera, even in the manga version, likely set to a level incapable of surpassing the god of destruction. Even the energy during a charge that could potentially kill a god of destruction would instantly dissipate. Only during the Buu saga did the ancient Patera of the old Kaioshin allow one to unleash true, formidable power. This is the strength that a Patera warrior should inherently possess." Feeling the immeasurable power within him, Vegeta excitedly clenched his fists and shouted, "YSH!" In the next instant, the entire space transformed into a deep blue hue. The ground of the hyperbolic time chamber appearing as though covered by a thick layer of blue crystal. Bugikong, striving to elevate his own energy, charged towards Vegeta and unleashed a superhuman punch. Thud! Nanny! Bugikong's desperate strike was effortlessly halted by a single finger of Vegeta-S, leaving anyone astonished. Old B even doubted his own vision, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Wah! What a joke! Is this truly something a human can achieve? Bugikong attacked Vegeta once more in a flurry, yet every blow was effortlessly thwarted by Vegeta's solitary finger. With a mysterious smile, Vegeto crossed his arms and remarked, "Indeed, even a single finger can be somewhat oppressive. What if I stand here and let you strike?" Frustrated, Bugikong unleashed a punch directed at Vegeto's face. But his utmost effort resulted in nothing more than a mere tousling of Vegeto's bangs. Vegeto then assumed a combat stance and said, "What a pity you lack immortality. I have many formidable techniques I dare not employ against you." With a fierce glare, Vegeto caused Bugikong to spew blood and be sent flying by an invisible force. At a considerable distance, Vegeto launched a punch. Boom! The powerful spiral punch generated a shockwave that struck Bugikong directly. The force propelled Bugikong's body at astonishing speed, making a complete circle around this planet-sized sphere before returning to be caught by Vegeto's outstretched hand. Merely the air pressure from that single punch left Bugikong on the brink of death, reverting him to his normal state. Vegeto tossed him to the ground and administered healing once more. Upon regaining consciousness, Bugikong experienced an unprecedented surge in power. He transformed again into Super Saiyan 4, pushing his limits as he gazed at Vegito. Yet, despite his significant enhancement, he felt no certainty in overcoming this. This creature whose very name was synonymous with invincibility. Vegito looked at Bugikong with a hint of regret and said, "It is unfortunate that removing the Patera earrings will lead to our separation. Otherwise, with the addition of Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks, the 6 of us together might truly compel me to unleash my full potential. Perhaps I should ask Bulma to develop a fusion bracelet. But if it fails to replicate the effects of the Patera, it would be futile. Nevertheless, you should be able to grow stronger now, shouldn't you?" Chapter 37. Use the Transcendence on me. Vegeta harnessed the energy within him, releasing the sealed spiritual essence. Gradually, he diminished his divine aura, causing the spiritual energy enveloping him to shrink. Previously, Vegeta's state resembled an electrifying explosion, akin to a full power charge in Dragon Ball. However, this was far more intense, with unparalleled endurance, output, and visual impact, maintaining only the minimal divine aura required for the Super Saiyan Blue form. He appeared nearly comparable to a standard enhancement of that state. He looked at Gogeta and said, "All right, I am sustaining the Super Saiyan Blue form at its bare minimum energy level. Moreover, I am leaking energy. Thus, our strength should be quite similar. Let us relish this. As your power ascends, I will engage in combat while remaining slightly beneath your level." Vegeta was the first to charge forward, landing a punch on Gogeta. Despite the pain, Gogeta gritted his teeth and raised both hands to strike back at Vegeta. While Vegeta could have easily evaded the blow, he chose to honor Gogeta's desire for a test of strength. He raised his arms to brace against Gogeta's attack, causing the ground beneath them to crack and collapse. Both warriors' arms began to tremble as they reached their limits. Yet, Gogeta's strength erupted once more. Channeling all his might, he unleashed a vibrant, crimson aura that illuminated half of the alternate dimension. Vegeta responded by elevating his energy, his surrounding blue aura intensifying. In that moment, the point where their arms met seemed to generate immense gravitational force. Realizing that the entire space might collapse under the pressure, they instinctively withdrew, creating distance between them. A unique smile graced Gogeta's face, one not born of arrogance or madness, but of fulfillment derived from battle, radiating pure joy. He remarked to Vegeta, "You ought to reinforce this space." Vegeta, panting slightly, chuckled, "Perhaps next time. Reinforcing this space requires considerable divine power, and it will auto-repair. We can manage for now." With that, Vegeta charged back into battle, and they finally reached a state of equal footing. After 10 minutes of combat, Gogeta landed a punch on Vegeta's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Furrowing his brow, Gogeta looked at Vegeta and said, "You've restored your state several times. Go eat a Senzu bean and come back. I have my own dignity. I do not wish to take advantage of your weakness." Breathing heavily, Vegeta rose. "No need. This is merely my first time using Super Saiyan Blue in combat. I have yet to fully adapt." Gohan observed Vegeta's condition and asked Vegeta, "Uncle Vegeta, it seems that Uncle Gogeta is quite fatigued. Can he still win?" Vegeta crossed his arms. "I am uncertain." When he completed his transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, he expended a significant amount of energy. As far as I know, an incomplete form leaking energy will quickly deplete his remaining stamina. Yet focusing his strength would make Gogeta no match for him. It appears difficult to maintain an evenly matched state for long. That guy is still too gentle. He only wishes for both combatants to enjoy the thrill of battle. Were it me, I would not be so considerate. Vegeta approached Gogeta, saying, "You two have been suppressing your strength. The state of transcendence has been lifted. Since we've come this far, neither of us should hold back." Raising his fist, he smiled at Gogeta. "Let it be for me. For this contest, unleash the transcendence upon me. Then, a single move would determine the victor." Gogeta displayed an oddly melancholic smile, tinged with sadness and fury. Suddenly, his pupils vanished. A powerful aura forced Vegeta back as Gogeta unleashed 2 colossal spheres of vibrant green energy, 10 times. Super explosive wave. Vegeta squeezed out his final reserves of energy, raising his hands as his aura erupted like a volcano. Ultimate Kamehameha wave. The 2 immense energies collided, with Vegeta and Appo's wave possessing slightly greater strength, gradually pushing Gogeta's back. "What's wrong, Gogeta? Is this all you can muster?" even in the state of transcendence? The sky changed colors as energy converged around Gogeta. Building upon the super explosive wave, he charged up and released a tenfold ultimate Kamehameha wave, his aura surging once more. Seeing Vegeta's wave being pushed back, Android 18 clenched her fists. If only he could concentrate his power again, victory would be within reach. Old Vegeta shook his head. In such a state of overwhelming output, that is unfeasible. Vegeta has reached his limit. At that moment, Vegeta shouted, "Mark my words. Those who have witnessed my limits have yet to be born." Controlling the output of his energy, the massive shockwave began to shrink and sharpen, yet it grew more potent, pushing back Gogeta's wave once again. Old Vegeta muttered in astonishment, "I see. It's akin to the principle of a high-pressure water gun. But to control such immense energy must be incredibly challenging." In an instant, Gogeta erupted in a fierce red aura, enveloping even the purplish energy of the limit-breaking layer. Old Vegeta raised his hand to shield himself from the intense airflow, exclaiming, "Kaioken?" To use it in this state, isn't he risking his life? Gogeta's skin erupted, blood oozing from various wounds. In that moment, his body had reached the threshold of energy it could endure. Vegeta took a deep breath and smiled. "Simply augmenting energy will not vanquish me. Let me reveal another technique." A colossal blue aura began to swirl around him, gathering in his hands to form a rapidly rotating energy ring, infusing it into the shockwave. The shockwave began to spin as well, instantly overpowering Gogeta's wave. No, it cannot be. Just as the shockwave was about to strike Gogeta, Vegeta pulled upward sharply, allowing the wave to graze past him, ultimately creating a massive dimensional rift that seemed poised to swallow everything. Vegeta extended his hand towards the rift, forcefully sealing it with divine power. "Ha ha ha, that was close. I almost struck you down." Gogeta fell to the ground, bloodied, with a gash exposing his ribcage, returning to his normal state. "I have lost." Vegeta tossed a Senzu bean to Gogeta, consuming one himself to restore his own state, saying, "Not bad. Although you didn't compel me to fight at my strongest, yet my stamina is nearly depleted." After consuming the Senzu bean, Gogeta willingly removed his earrings, instantly separating into Broly and Vegeto. At that moment, both bore expressions of reluctance as they lowered their heads. Vegeta flew forward, encouraging them, "Keep up the good work. With relentless training, you shall prevail. Eventually, I will catch up to my present self." Following this battle, Broly seems to have undergone a certain transformation. He returned the Patera to Vegeta and inquired, "Will there be an opportunity to confront you again?" "Certainly," replied Goku. "After our recent fusion, he should also be capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan God, right?" Goku pondered the sensations from earlier and remarked, "I fear that may not be the case just yet, but if I had a tail, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 should pose no difficulty." "Well, it appears we have no choice but to rely on the ritual for transformation. Fortunately, the number of individuals present is sufficient. Furthermore, to ensure that the righteous Saiyans are adequately represented, I specifically requested Bulma to bring along the young Trunks." Chapter 38. Vegeta, "I do not consume beef." The 6 Saiyans, hand in hand, channeled their mental energy into Gogeta's body. This essence was enigmatic. It was neither ki nor divine aura. It resembled a form of energy that emanated from the heart, independent of the physical body. At that moment, Gogeta's aura intensified, transcending even that of Super Saiyan 3. Lightning crackled around him, and as he gazed at his hands, he murmured, "This feels akin to Vegeta's so-called Super Vegeta transformation." Indeed, this merely amplified his ki. It was not the Super Saiyan God form. Either someone infused ki into him, or it was a matter of moral righteousness. As he spoke, the group's attention shifted to Raditz. Raditz took a step back, hastily clarifying, I haven't done anything wrong, have I?" Old Vegeta turned to Vegeta, asking, "Why not directly infuse divine aura into him?" "That is not feasible. Super Saiyan 4 can absorb and integrate energies into its essence precisely because it possesses the innate ability to absorb all forms of energy. However, this method is termed a ritual for a reason. It must have specific limitations. Even if one is not inherently righteous, they must possess a certain purity of heart. It seems we can only try bringing in that little Trunks. Currently, only 5 individuals could participate: Vegeta, Gogeta, Gohan, Trunks, and Vegeta. If Gogeta were to disintegrate, it was uncertain whether the Vegeta of this timeline would be capable. The other Saiyans, likely due to their reincarnation, were neither righteous nor pure. Otherwise, considering Radit's recent experiences, it was improbable that he harbored any malevolent thoughts. Nevertheless, in that era, few scions could be deemed virtuous. Upon hearing this, old Vegeta remarked, "Allow me to fetch him. The little one is also a scion and should be able to endure this environment." Very well. After 10 minutes, Vegeta returned with little Trunks in his arms. Having felt only a few seconds elapsed for himself, he had spotted Bulma engrossed in her work and swiftly whisked Trunks away before she could notice. "All right, let's hasten." Little Trunks was guided by old Vegeta and Gogeta, who held his small hands, initiating the process. Vegeta closed his eyes, deeply attuning himself, and said, "Something is still amiss. Close your eyes and empty your mind. Contemplate positive energies. I shall channel that essence through our connection." After a brief moment, Gogeta radiated a crimson aura, his physique visibly thinning, with his hair, eyebrows, and pupils turning red. He threw a few punches into the air, exclaiming, "Incredible. I feel as though I am no weaker than the previous Super Saiyan 4 Broly." Old Vegeta, glancing at little Trunks, said, "Don't get lost in your own enjoyment. Finish with the others." Following the established pattern, even little Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan God under Vegeta's guidance. The group gazed in astonishment at the floating Trunks, exclaiming, "This is utterly absurd. A Super Saiyan God sale." Vegeta pondered, stroking his chin. It appears that the Super Saiyan God form does not impose requirements on base combat power, only on the morality of the individual. However, to wield it freely, extensive training is necessary. For now, you can only temporarily assume this state. Consider it a one-time transformation. For future uses, the same method must be employed. Gogeta counted on his fingers, stating, "Once you and Trunks depart, it seems we will lack sufficient numbers." Vegeta glanced at Broly and replied, "Isn't there still one more?" Broly sat silently nearby. After merging with Gogeta, his demeanor had subtly shifted. The merging facilitated a mutual understanding, allowing him to view past dilemmas from a different perspective. Despite the trauma inflicted by Kakarot's cries, upon reflection, he realized that Kakarot had merely been an innocent child at the time, crying out of instinct. However, expecting him never to lose control or resort to violence was unrealistic. The legacy of the original Broly was that of a bloodthirsty Super Saiyan. The inhabitants of this timeline were genuinely concerned about having such a powerful being on Earth. Should he lose control, even the combined might of Goku and Vegeta as Gogeta, with mastery over the Super Saiyan God transformation, might struggle to prevail. Dabura swallowed hard and approached Broly, inquiring, "Mr. Broly, can you coexist peacefully with the people of Earth?" "I don't know. Probably not. The moment I sense Kakarot's ki, it becomes exceedingly difficult to restrain myself." Noticing the group's apprehension, Vegeta declared, "If you are frightened, I can eliminate him." Upon hearing this, everyone present in this timeline looked at Vegeta in shock, exclaiming, "That is utterly excessive." Vegeta approached Broly and offered, "I can send you to a distant planet, where it will be tranquil, and there will be those who can teach you self-control. Would you consent to this?" "Yes." "Excellent. We shall proceed after our training concludes." In the ensuing time, Vegeta guided the group in their training. The likes of Bojack and his crew were no match for these Super Saiyan gods, serving merely as practice for Piccolo, Android 17, and Android 18. Once the Super Saiyan God state dissipated, Vegeta treated the group before allowing Gohan and Dabura to practice. Meanwhile, Gogeta consistently sparred with Broly, while old Vegeta trained against a newly empowered Piccolo. Bojack, battered and bruised, knelt on the ground, holding a tattered white cloth aloft, proclaiming, "I surrender. I surrender. I beg you to cease the onslaught." Vegeta approached Bojack, stating, "You dare attempt to invade Earth and surrender before executing your plan? Are you not provoking my wrath?" Bojack, positioning himself, knelt before Vegeta in supplication. "My back has been broken several times. I implore you, show mercy, or grant me a swift end." Gohan interjected, "Isn't this merely standard training? It feels as though we are bullying you." Dabura chimed in, "Indeed. Your fighting skills ought to have improved. After all, you initially sought our demise." Vegeta inhaled deeply and said, "Very well. Bojack, I shall grant you a chance. Eliminate all your companions, and I will allow you to depart." Bojack, a grin spreading across his face, rose, saying, You truly mean that? You must not retract your words. Indeed, I have never consumed beef." "What do you mean?" "Nothing. Go ahead." Bojack darted toward Zanya. raising his hand to strike a vital area. In the next instant, a long beam of energy pierced his heart. Bojack coughed up blood, bewildered as he turned to face Vegeta. Why? Vegeta maintained his energy blade, chuckling. I did mention that you must kill for your freedom. But you must be capable of such a feat with that. Vegeta sliced Bojack in half with a swift motion. Gohan swallowed hard and quietly remarked to Dabura, is Uncle Vegeta truly a person of righteousness? He should be, right? Vegeta then turned his gaze to the remaining three. One had been eliminated by Broly's earlier indiscriminate attack, leaving only 3 galactic warriors. Do you wish to live or perish? Live. We want to live. From this moment forth, I vow that you shall remain obediently upon this earth, ready to engage in battle whenever the planet calls upon you. Having spoken these words, Vegeta concentrated a sphere of energy and directed it towards the heads of the 3 individuals. I shall impart to a merciless soul the method of controlling this energy. When he deems your existence unnecessary, you will meet your demise in an instant. Old Bay, perplexed, inquired from the sidelines, why not simply eliminate them? They will prove of no assistance later. Yet there are still enigmas surrounding them. Assist me in gathering some cells from Bojack. Vegeta recalled a fan-made comic that explored the origins of Bojack's crew. This group is comprised of genetically modified criminals involved in drug trafficking, a notion he had already investigated through their memories on the journey back. He realized that this premise was equally applicable here. Bulma should be able to synthesize that enhancement serum through reverse analysis of their blood. Chapter 39, Android 18 vs Vegeto. As evening descended, fatigue began to weigh heavily on everyone. Vegeta addressed Vegeto, remarking, everyone's energy is waning. This hyperbolic time chamber isn't exactly spacious for rest. Should we take turns? Vegeto, eyeing the dilapidated entrance, concurred. Indeed, accommodating so many people poses a challenge for recuperation. Piccolo, are you capable of conjuring objects? Piccolo responded, I'm not yet adept at creating overly large or intricate structures. I can only produce the necessary building materials and assemble them myself. Vegeto raised his hand, channeling divine energy toward the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. I'll give it a try. Before long, the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber expanded continuously, with fortresses materializing out of thin air. Eventually, the entire entrance transformed into a colossal castle. Phew! Vegeto wiped beads of perspiration from his brow, remarking, conjuring massive structures is indeed taxing, primarily due to the precise mental control required. However, I'll acclimate after a few attempts. This castle is forged from Kachin steel, requiring at least Super Saiyan Blue level strength to shatter. Vegeta reached out and tapped the wall, marveling. Indeed, it's remarkably sturdy. If one could conjure such things at will, it could serve as a formidable offensive maneuver. Android 18, standing beside Vegeto, inquired, does it have a double bed, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a lavatory? Naturally, I incorporated them during the construction process. It's just that the provisions are. Vegeto's stomach rumbled audibly, and he slumped to the ground, exclaiming, I suddenly lack all motivation. Trunks promptly tossed a capsule onto the ground, explaining, Mr. Goku mentioned that the contents weren't palatable. Therefore, Mom thoughtfully prepared ready-made meals for us this time. There are also some portable cooking appliances. We can simply heat them up. Android 18, observing the abundance of ready-made ingredients, remarked with a hint of disappointment, your mother is truly considerate. It seems we won't even need to cook. Android 17 chuckled. You wouldn't happen to be contemplating showcasing your culinary prowess, would you? As I recall, you're not much of a cook. One can always learn. You can learn at your leisure. I'd sooner subsist on plain flour. Just then, Piccolo bellowed, hey, Vegeto has collapsed. Upon hearing this, Android 18 rushed to Vegeto and Appo's side, cradling him in her arms. Wake up. Are you all right? Famished. I and Appo's am practically starving. Android 18 implored the others. Fetch some sustenance, quickly. Shortly thereafter, Vegeto, Gogeta, and Broly were the first to indulge in a hearty meal. Vegeta, observing Vegeto's relentless consumption, inquired, logically, at your level, you should be able to function without sustenance. Vegeto, after swallowing his mouthful, replied, I haven't quite reached that stage. If necessary, I can abstain from food and drink for an extended period. However, hunger severely impairs my mental acuity. Piccolo, with his arms crossed, interjected, in other words, your consumption isn't driven by genuine physical necessity, but rather by a psychological need. Hence, even if you were to conjure food, you wouldn't consume it, as, in your mind, It originates from you, akin to consuming your own artistic creation. Even if you were to ingest it, you wouldn't experience satiety. Vegeto, after finishing a bowl of soup and wiping his mouth, chuckled, "That's about right. In any case, consuming food undeniably enhances my ability to wield power. The state of starvation, for me, is akin to a continuous, debilitating debuff, and it inflicts genuine damage. If I become aware that I need to eat and I abstain for an extended period, I might perish." Vegeta pressed further. Conversely, when you deem it unnecessary to consume food, you could theoretically abstain from eating and drinking indefinitely without any adverse effects. Vegeto pondered for a moment before responding, presumably. Previously, on planet Yardrat, I once neglected to eat for approximately 3 months. Only when I became cognizant of it did I suddenly experience hunger. Android 18 mused thoughtfully. So, as long as the subject of eating isn't broached in your presence, and you're not reminded of it, you won't experience hunger. Speaking of which, are you capable of conjuring gold? Certainly, gold, diamonds, and jewelry are all within my capabilities. Android 18 gazed at Vegeto in astonishment, exclaiming, "Then, could we potentially become the wealthiest family in existence?" Theoretically, yes, but scarcity is what dictates value. The sudden appearance or disappearance of any resource would disrupt the equilibrium. Vegeta, with his arms crossed, remarked, "I see. In some respects, you're akin to Shinron." Old Kaioshin also warned that the indiscriminate use of the Dragon Balls would violate the laws of nature, and we ultimately paid the price. Would this indiscriminate use of your abilities incur a similar penalty? Perhaps. You might transform into an evil dragon or something of that nature. Vegeto countered, "Not at all. What you perceive with your eyes isn't truly conjured from nothing." "Then what is it?" Piccolo elucidated on Vegeto's behalf. "Employing this technique necessitates the expenditure of energy. In other words, it's the transmutation of energy into matter, akin to a materialized ki blast." With that, Piccolo raised his hand and conjured a conical piece of Kachin steel. "This has given me some inspiration. If I were to affix a piece of Kachin steel to the tip of my special beam cannon, its potency would undoubtedly be amplified. I shall dub this new technique the Kachin steel beam cannon." After supper, everyone sought out a room and entered. Android 18 trailed behind Vegeto in silence, only for Vegeto to open a door and beckon her with a "Well then, good night." Just as he was about to close the door, Android 18 kicked it open, sending Vegeto sprawling. She crossed her arms and entered, a look of dissatisfaction on her face. "Are you jesting with me? Shall I relinquish this room to you?" Android 18 advanced, seizing Vegeto by the collar, and demanded, "You were the one who initiated this dalliance, only to leave it at that? I assumed you preferred a more gradual approach. My original plan was to spend some time together, go on a date after we leave, and then profess my feelings anew." Android 18 embraced Vegeto's head and kissed him passionately, declaring, "I prefer a more direct approach. Don't always make me take the initiative." She hoisted Vegeto from the floor, kicked the door shut with her heel. A faint blush graced her cheeks as she quipped, "Let's rumble. You should know that I have infinite stamina. Today, I shall vanquish you, the invincible one. Now, allow me to experience that technique you demonstrated earlier. Consider it a warm-up." Vegeto, exuding confidence, retorted, "I shall subdue you during the warm-up phase." Initially, the two combatants were evenly matched until Vegeto unleashed a plethora of techniques that Android 18 had never witnessed. In a mere handful of exchanges, she was defeated. However, endowed with an inexhaustible energy source, she recuperated swiftly and, with the lingering battle lust from the previous encounter, launched an offensive. Regardless, her adversary was none other than the invincible Vegeto. Even without the benefit of infinite energy, he relied on his exceptional skill, formidable output, and recuperative abilities to relentlessly suppress Android 18 throughout this protracted battle. As Android 18 lay prostrate, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, Vegeto approached with his arms crossed and taunted, "What's wrong? Get up. The warm-up has barely concluded, and you're already spent? I'm only just beginning to unleash a fraction of my true power." With that, Vegeto was immediately engulfed in a golden aura, transforming into a Super Saiyan. At that instant, Android 18 cast a look of sheer terror upon Vegeto. She scrambled over to Vegeto's garments, rummaging until she unearthed a Senzu bean, which she promptly consumed. Regaining her composure, she exclaimed, "Let's proceed, then. Be forewarned, the same stratagem will prove ineffective against me." "Humph, you merely dread the techniques I previously employed. Very well, I shall enlighten you further." 72 hours later, After the group had engaged in extensive training, Vegito emerged, arms crossed. Gogeta, observing Vegito's altered appearance, inquired, "Have you, perchance, been secluded, cultivating a divine Super Saiyan form in your base state? What? Your current visage bears a striking resemblance to that of a Super Saiyan god, albeit with a noticeable attenuation of your physique. Nanny?" The great Vegito, experiencing post-battle enervation? Vegito clenched his fists and erupted with vigor, his physique instantaneously reverting to its original state. Android 17, casting a glance around, questioned, "Speaking of which, where is Android 18? She has been conspicuously absent these past few days. Still not broken, presumably." Chapter 40, Unleashing Potential. The following day, the group emerged from the room of spirit and time. In this timeline, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan had all attained the level of Super Saiyan 3. Similarly, future Trunks had reached the same status. Regrettably, only Goku and Vegeta were able to transform freely into Super Saiyan God, as training in a fused state proved to be significantly more efficient. Furthermore, they were still some distance from achieving Super Saiyan Blue, due to insufficient time and inadequate starting points. Piccolo had developed an orange form, currently the strongest in this timeline aside from Broly. Old Kai's power had also seen a considerable enhancement. He had maintained his Super Saiyan 4 state throughout the year. Now, even in his normal state, he could contend equally with future Trunks in his Super Saiyan form, while Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan God could only match Trunks' regular Super Saiyan strength. Among the remaining Saiyans, only Dares could freely transform into Super Saiyan 1, albeit a rather feeble version, even struggling against Android 16. Nappa and Raditz had indeed grown significantly stronger, but still lacked the ability to transform. Androids 17 and 18 had also experienced notable advancements. According to 17, dealing with the newly completed cell posed no issue. As for 18, her daily intense battles with Vegito had allowed her to reach the level of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. The group gathered in the Supreme Kai's palace, enjoying dishes prepared by Mr. Bobo. Bulma had underestimated the Saiyan's appetites, as Vegito casually conjured several bottles and handed them to her. These contained cells from Bojack, whose group had injected themselves with a certain enhancer, granting them powers comparable to Super Saiyans. If they could reverse engineer this for use by Earthlings, it would provide an additional layer of security for the planet. Upon receiving the bottles, Bulma murmured, "I'm not particularly adept in biology. I might need assistance. I will endeavor to develop something." Vegito nodded and conjured a phone, saying, "Take this. It can be used for interdimensional communication. Please refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary." Bulma glanced at the phone and inquired, "Are you planning to leave?" "In about a week," Vegito replied. "I need to resolve some issues in future Trunks' timeline." Once everyone had finished their meal, Vegito placed his hand on Broly's shoulder and stated, "I will first take Broly to a suitable location." Android 18 crossed her arms and asked, "How long will you be gone?" "A few days, I suppose." "That long? I want to go with you." 17 chuckled from the side. "Can't stand to be apart for just a few days? Mind your own business." 18 had taken to sticking close to Vegito, her distance never exceeding 10 meters. "All right, then Vegito will accompany us. The remaining Saiyans can continue their training in the room of spirit and time. As for the others, the decision is yours." Old Kai placed his hand on Vegito's shoulder, and in an instant, the three vanished from sight. Goku turned to Vegeta in his timeline and said, "Let us go, Vegeta. We shall try again. This time, we will surely achieve Super Saiyan Blue. Before Vegito returns, we should fuse into Gogeta and challenge him once more." Vegeta, unusually, did not refute Goku, for he too desired to master Super Saiyan Blue before confronting Vegito. Yet, he was acutely aware that his own strength alone was insufficient to rival Vegito. Therefore, he did not resist the idea of fusing with Goku too vehemently. Vegeta looked at Trunks and suggested, "Since Vegito intends to accompany you, why not train with us a little longer?" "Sure, father. This time, I aspire to reach your level." Gohan, scratching his head, replied, Dad, I think I'll pass. If I enter again, I'll look significantly different from my peers, and that would complicate school." Goku felt a pang of disappointment, but smiled at Gohan, saying, "All right, you may head back for now." In the Kaishin realm, Vegito utilized Jebed's instant transmission to arrive at this sacred domain. Scanning the surroundings, he sensed no other presences and took the lead. The four arrived at a towering stone tower, where Vegeta gazed at the sword and asked, "Is that the Z sword? Are we to release that old man now? Don't you wish to master that transformation?" Vegito stepped forward, effortlessly drawing the sword with one hand and swinging it a few times. It is indeed somewhat heavy. Vegito then lifted his other hand and flicked the sword's blade with his finger, causing it to snap in two. Moments later, a hunched old man appeared before them. The old Kaioshin glanced at the group and stated, "Time travel is a grave offense. However, considering you have freed me, I shall overlook it." Vegito approached with a smile. "Our time travel was solely to eliminate formidable foes. We hope you can assist in unlocking their potential." The old Kaioshin's gaze shifted to Android 18, smiling. "That is certainly possible. Let me assess." Yet, before he could finish, Vegito instantly appeared before him, gripping his mouth and coldly stating, "I am speaking to you kindly due to your age. Mind your words." The old Kaioshin looked at Vegito in terror and nodded slowly. After Vegito released him, the old Kaioshin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Very well. But unlocking the potential of you and that large one will not be a quick task. We do not require it. Vegeta, you may proceed." Vegeta crossed his arms and inquired, "After unlocking my potential, can I still grow stronger through training?" The old Kaioshin replied, "Certainly. What I unlock is merely the maximum potential of your current state." Vegeta hesitated before saying, "Perhaps it's best to forego it. I am strong enough as I am, without the need for external assistance." The old Kaioshin observed Vegeta's tail and remarked, Haven't you already learned to transform into a great ape?" "Great ape? Are you referring to Super Saiyan 4? The old Kaioshin chuckled. "Super Saiyan 4? It appears you have taken quite a few detours. If you can maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form while unlocking, there may be unexpected gains." Vegeta asked, "Could it allow me to transform into Super Saiyan 5? No. After unlocking, there will be no need for Super Saiyan 5. The true transformations of a Saiyan are merely the Great Ape, the Oozuru, and the Super Saiyan God. As for those golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan forms and Super Saiyan 5, they are merely side effects of enhanced power." Old Kai listened to the old Kaioshin and felt no discrepancies, yet Vegito found it rather peculiar. Logically, GT and Super should represent two distinct universes with many fundamental differences. However, this old Kaioshin possessed knowledge from both GT and Super. Vegito interjected, "Old Kaioshin, does this timeline have gods of destruction and Xeno?" "Indeed, it does. I warn you, do not presume that a bit of strength allows you to challenge a god of destruction. That being's power will always surpass that of the strongest in the current universe." Vegito chuckled, "So there's such a saying. Now you've piqued my curiosity." The old Kaioshin shouted urgently, "Do not go. As long as you do not provoke that being, I can unlock the potential for all of you." Hearing this, Vegito placed his hand on Android 18's head and asked, "Can androids also be included?" The old Kai scrutinized the situation before responding, "As long as one can grow stronger through training, potential can be unlocked." "Very well, I shall agree to your request. Provided that you unlock the potential of us all, I shall refrain from seeking out Beerus. It is a promise." Vegeta, with a sly smile, thought to himself that as long as he remained untouched, it would not truly mean that everyone had been developed. Once Android 18 and Vegeta had completed their enhancements, he would immediately seek a confrontation with Beerus. Although Vegeta was reluctant to rely on external forces for strength, his curiosity about the unexpected gains was overwhelming. With that thought, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and approached the old Kai, stating, "Let us proceed." The old Kai took a deep breath and began to circle around Vegeta, dancing as he spun. However, what appeared as mere ritual to others was far more significant to Vegeta. He could perceive that with each circle the old Kai made around him, an increasing amount of intangible divine energy began to intertwine with him. After 8 hours, the ritual concluded, and the old Kai settled before Vegeta to begin augmenting his power. The moment he sat down, the old Kai furrowed his brow and remarked, "You are far more formidable than I anticipated. It will take at least 36 hours to fully unlock your potential." Vegeta stepped behind him, placing his hand on his head, and thought, "It need not take that long." Chapter 41. Whis, let me practice with you with the assistance of Veget. The potential development that originally required nearly 40 hours was ultimately completed in merely 2.5 hours. The old Kai sat on the ground, astonished, gazing at Veget. "How did you learn that?" "I just watched and learned." "Vegeta, how does your power feel now?" Vegeta clenched his fists and, in his Super Saiyan 4 state, pushed his energy to its utmost limit. In an instant, a powerful gale erupted, sending the old Kai flying. Veget extended his hand and caught the old Kai, while he himself stood 2 meters away, observing. The aura emitted by Vegeta was not the golden hue typical of Super Saiyan 4, but rather a white light, its quality akin to that of divine energy. Goodness! So formidable. This enhancement surpasses my previous Super Saiyan 5, and I feel no burden or waste of energy whatsoever. After placing the old Kai down, he dusted himself off. All these so-called Super Saiyan 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are merely variations of your current form, Vegeta murmured. But this power can already be termed Super Saiyan 4. Thus, it shall be named Ultimate Vegeta 4, once infused with divine energy. Let us call it Ultimate Vegeta 4 Pro. Hearing this, Veget's lips twitched, nearly breaking into laughter, as it reminded him of certain memories regarding the Demon King. He had merely trained to attain Super Saiyan 3, but stubbornly insisted on calling it Ultimate Vegeta 1. Why not simply call it Super Saiyan 4, Potential Development? Or perhaps Ultimate Super Saiyan 4. At your current level, if you employ Limit Break, you might just hold your own against my Super Saiyan 1. Vegeta, taken aback, stepped back. Is it true that I can only match your Super Saiyan 1 now? What else do you wish for? I have made progress after spending a year in the time chamber. After battling Broly, Veget's combat prowess had significantly increased, further augmented by living under extreme gravity conditions. The old Kai conjured a bottle of water and took a few sips. Who is next? With your assistance, the progress will certainly accelerate. Veget placed his hand on Broly's shoulder and smiled. No need. I have already grasped this method. The only remaining issue is the venue. We shall return shortly. Android 18. Vegeta, place your hands on me. Turning his gaze to the sky, the old Kai hastily interjected. That direction. You promised me you wouldn't provoke him. Indeed. But only after we have both unlocked our potential. Currently, you have only begun. Kai? In an instant, the group vanished from their location. In the realm of destruction, 5 figures suddenly appeared by the riverbank of the colossal conical celestial body. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, murmuring, so this is the realm of destruction? It appears even more advanced than the Kai realm. Taking a deep breath, Veget prepared to awaken Beerus with a shout when a hand unexpectedly rested on his back. It is best not to disturb Lord Beerus while he slumbers. Vegeta quickly turned, readying himself for battle. Is this an angel? Even I did not perceive his arrival. Veget extended his hand towards Whis, saying, Greetings, Mr. Whis. I am Veget. I have come to inquire if you require a candidate for a new god of destruction. Upon hearing this, Whis politely shook Veget's hand and smiled. Although Lord Beerus has no immediate plans for retirement, he would certainly welcome you if you wish to remain here as a candidate. Vegeta scratched his head. My apologies. I did not intend to self-recommend. Rather, I wish to propose this. Broly is a candidate for God of Destruction. Whis' smile vanished in an instant. That is quite unfortunate. He then scrutinized Broly. Indeed, aside from his strength, he is more suited to be a God of Destruction. However, by the time he becomes a candidate, his strength will no longer pose an issue. Vegeta interjected. In truth, strength is secondary. He struggles to control his emotions and power. I believe if Mr. Whis were to mentor him, he would excel. With that, Vegeta produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground, unveiling an array of delectable earth delicacies before Whis. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please enjoy. Whis gazed at the table of untried dishes, his delight evident. Ho ho ho, Mr. Vegeta. You are too kind. In that case, I shall take Broly as my disciple. Moreover, since Lord Beerus is still asleep, I shall sample these delicacies on his behalf. Bon appetit. After indulging in the feast, Whis wiped his mouth and inquired, Mr. Vegeta, you must have other intentions beyond just seeking a candidate for God of Destruction, correct? Vegeta, crossing his arms and gazing at the magnificent tree at the center. I wish to experience the power of the strongest God of Destruction firsthand. Please convey that the invincible Super Saiyan God has arrived. After a moment of silence, Whis approached Vegeta. I shall be frank. Lord Beerus is not your opponent. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with combat fervor. One must engage in battle to ascertain such matters. No. However, can you guarantee that you will not kill Lord Beerus? Whis cautioned. If I am not mistaken, once you engage in combat with Lord Beerus, you will unleash your full power, correct? This could inadvertently lead to his demise. Instead, allow me to spar with you as a casual post-meal activity. Vegeta turned to Whis with eager anticipation. Is it truly permissible? Whis conjured a staff and waved it, enveloping the massive roots in a protective barrier. Even if the entire realm of gods were to be destroyed, it would not awaken Lord Beerus. Meanwhile, Android 18 and Broly remained oblivious to the impending events. But beads of sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead. To 18 and Broly, Whis appeared to be a mere servant. Yet, only Vegeta, who had exchanged memories with Nezuko, understood that Whis' power surpassed that of Beerus. Is it finally about to happen? I shall have the opportunity to witness the disparity between the angel and Vegeta. Vegeta slightly bent his knees, preparing for battle. Whis, staff in hand, smiled. You may come at any time when you are ready. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before Whis, launching a punch, which Whis effortlessly blocked with a single finger. Vegeta chuckled. The Ultra Instinct technique truly lives up to its reputation. If Mr. Vegeta wishes to enjoy himself, he likely must unleash even more power. As Vegeta's aura began to sway his hair, he declared, to go all out would be rather dull for both parties. I shall start with 30 of my power. Unsure if he could still enjoy the fight at full power, Vegeta recognized only two possibilities in this state. Either he would swiftly defeat Whis, or Whis would overwhelm him. Thus, he resolved to proceed cautiously, desiring satisfaction even if it meant being defeated. Vegeta transformed into full-power Super Saiyan Blue, causing the entire sanctuary to tremble. Vegeta, astonished, questioned, did I just hear correctly? You mean 30 of your power is merely the complete form of Super Saiyan Blue? Isn't that unconventional? What is there to be surprised about? Whis narrowed his eyes, contemplating. This form far exceeds Lord Beerus. Even the combined might of the 12 gods of destruction would likely not match his strength. Father truly has posed a challenging dilemma. I wonder if I can gauge his full power. A sudden clash reverberated through the air, catching everyone off guard. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Whis and delivered a powerful kick. Whis raised his hand to defend, but his expression had already shifted to one of seriousness. The residual force from the kick swept across the surface of the Destroyer Realm's river, obliterating a nearby planet in a spectacular explosion. Whis, pushing Vegeta aside, gazed at the shattered celestial body and remarked, "This is quite troublesome. Although everything within the sanctum is remarkably resilient, it would be prudent for you to exert a bit more control over your unleashed power, Vegeta. The sanctum cannot withstand such rampant chaos." Vegeta chuckled, "My apologies. I have been exercising restraint. I shall be more mindful moving forward." Indeed, he is formidable, truly deserving of the title of angel, so distinct from mere numerical monstrosities. He was already prepared to block the moment I made my move. I fear I may need to employ techniques from Planet Yardrat to strike his torso, but it is still too premature. I shall probe further. Chapter 42. Vegeto. I will also enter the mechanism. Whis gazed solemnly at Vegeto, not daring to relax even for a moment. The speed of Vegeto's recent attack was such that, without the mastery of the Ultra Instinct, nothing beneath the angels could withstand it. Vegeto remained stationary, observing Whis, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. There are no flaws. After examining countless possibilities, not a single one could harm him. Whis raised a hand and smiled. I can sense you attempting thousands of attacks against me in the future. Is this the ability you cultivated yourself? Vegeto furrowed his brow slightly and replied with a smile. I never imagined you could even foresee events that have yet to occur. Likewise, Mr. Vegeto may have underestimated your own strength. Your actual capabilities could surpass your predictions. Come at me directly. In an instant, Vegeto appeared before Whis and unleashed a powerful punch. Whis swiftly turned aside while delivering a knife-hand strike towards Vegeto's shoulder. Yet, Vegeto's other hand had already positioned itself to block Whis' intended attack. Whis' strike did not seem to trouble Vegeto significantly. However, the force was rather peculiar. Upon contacting Vegeto's hand, Whis felt the strength linger for a moment, moving rapidly in a confined space. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely been incapacitated by such a blow. Vegeto retaliated with a punch aimed at Whis, who evaded by propping a finger against Vegeto's arm. Whis' first impression of Vegeto was akin to that of a slippery eel. To strike Whis' body felt as challenging as having an oil-coated individual attempt to grasp a wriggling eel with just 2 fingers. Moreover, Vegeto could not accurately predict Whis' movements. After this missed strike, both Whis and Vegeto halted simultaneously. Whis regarded Vegeto and said, Mr. Vegeto, there's no need to overly rely on that predictive ability. Just let your body follow its instincts. Vegeto lowered his head with a bitter smile. I never expected that foreseeing the future would prove less effective than reacting to the present. It's a rather frustrating inversion of priorities. Well, such trivial techniques are certainly futile against someone of your caliber. Let us engage in a straightforward battle. Whis chuckled softly in response. Indeed, Mr. Vegeto's current level is remarkably high. In terms of strength and speed, you surpass even some angels. Considering your mentioned realm, it is likely that even Lord Beerus would find you a formidable opponent. Vegeto assumed a combat stance, stating, merely focusing on strength will not suffice against angels. I can sense that you possess virtually no weaknesses. I suspect even the weakest angel could defeat all the destroyers with just a finger. At that moment, Whis also extended his hands, adopting a Wing Chun stance and smiling. That may not necessarily be the case. After a brief silence of 3 seconds, the two vanished, the dimensional walls of the space above shattering with a series of collisions. Whis, in rapid motion, continuously parried Vegeto's assaults. At this rate, the reinforced sacred space will collapse. He retreated into an alternate dimension, and Vegeto immediately followed. The space they entered was vibrant, cold, and with inverted gravity. Vegeto's speed escalated, leaving Whis with little room to evade. He could only defend. Impressive. Never has a human, nor even a destroyer, forced me to the point of solely defending. If I do not counter soon, I may sustain a critical blow. Whis deflected Vegeto's punch with one hand, while thrusting the other toward Vegeto's chest. At the moment Whis's fingers made contact with Vegeto's pectorals, an unusual force emanated from their point of contact. Whis's fingers recoiled for a moment. Was that instinctive? In an instant, the impacted area fortified itself and countered my force with equal direction and angle. Vegeto suddenly employed his inherent time manipulation, accelerating to grasp Whis's wrist with a smile. I am curious, if an opponent were to use a strangulation technique instead of striking, would the Ultra Instinct suffice in countering it? In the realm of Dragon Ball, it seems that due to the ability to fly, no one has developed throwing or strangulation techniques. They rely solely on striking techniques and energy blasts for combat. Strangulation techniques are multifaceted. Even if one can accurately predict the opponent's next move, altering the outcome can prove impossible. Once a strangulation is executed, even if one lacks the strength of their opponent, victory can be achieved in an instant, unless, of course, the opponent relinquishes a joint. Vegeto tightened his grip, preventing Whis from escaping, while his other hand maneuvered around Whis's arm, preparing to seize him. Whis swiftly swatted Vegeto's hand away and reciprocated by grasping Vegeto. The two grappled, seizing each other's arms and shoulders, rapidly dismantling each other's techniques. For both, if they did not escape each other's grasp promptly, they would soon lose control of their bodies. After a tumultuous exchange, neither managed to inflict effective strangulation or capture, creating distance between them. Whis looked at Vegeto in surprise. I did not expect someone to exert effort in this aspect as well. Indeed, once ensnared, the ordinary Ultra Instinct would struggle to evade such a persistent and intricate close-quarters assault. If the Ultra Instinct has not reached its pinnacle, strangulation is a genuine threat. But did Mr. Vegeto not utilize instinct to break free from my hold? Vegeto gazed intently at Whis and inquired, "What do you mean?" Whis smiled. "Both you and that Mr. Vegeta must have undergone reincarnation, correct?" Vegeto candidly replied, "Vegeta certainly has, but I am uncertain of my own circumstances. I prefer not to dwell on the past, though I did not expect you to perceive this aspect." Whis conjured a staff, observing the scene within the orb atop it. "I can only glimpse the past of Mr. Vegeta and a few others. Your past remains elusive even to me. I can only speculate that you share similarities with them. However, it is certain that you once mastered the Ultra Instinct to its utmost peak, even if you have lost your previous memories. The foundational principles of this technique are etched into your instincts and have become second nature. With enough practice, you could swiftly reclaim this divine technique." In response, Vegeto pointed his thumb at himself and smiled. "There's no need for me to practice deliberately. If I wish, I can effortlessly execute the perfect Ultra Instinct at any moment. Did you think my claim of 3/10 of my power was mere boasting? A year ago, during his battle with Bujin, when Bujin unleashed all his strength upon Vegeto, he had caught the attack with one hand while employing the Ultra Instinct. At that time, even while at a disadvantage in combat power, he had single-handedly withstood Bujin's full-force strike. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the Ultra Instinct, which disregards disparities in power and automatically adjusts the body to its utmost limits. Even in a state of full-power Super Saiyan, he could withstand the attack with ease. Whis, Upon hearing this, revealed a nervous smile. Indeed, if that is the case, 3/10 may indeed be an understatement. But why do you not fight with all your might without reservation? I fear the battle may conclude too swiftly. Moreover, I have now attuned myself to your rhythm of change. Perhaps you will unleash your full strength before I do. By the way, since you have consistently been operating under the mechanism, I too shall engage with the mechanism. Chapter 43. Whis vs. Vegeta. The Ultra Instinct is an almost flawless combat mechanism. Even at the level of, it can automatically evade and block an opponent's attacks, significantly enhancing reflexes and accelerating speed. Although it may lack an offensive power, maintaining this state allows one to remain undefeated against adversaries of equal or even superior levels. The next stage is the perfect Ultra Instinct, characterized by hair turning entirely silver. Compared to, this perfected state compensates for the shortcomings in output, enabling automatic strikes at the opponent's weaknesses and instantaneously adjusting both offense and defense to the body's optimal state. After consuming the Saban's energy, the Demon Moro launched a powerful attack at Goku, only to have Goku's adjusted muscle strength shatter it effortlessly. Yet, even upon reaching this stage, Whis remarked that perfection is merely the beginning of the Ultra Instinct. At this moment, Vegeta's speed continued to escalate, yet Whis managed to maintain a balanced state against him. Observing the peculiar force field emanating from Vegeta, Whis noted, "It seems Mr. Vegeta has mastered several formidable techniques. Your current time flow rate is roughly 5 times that of a normal state, isn't it?" Vegeta, patting his chest, replied with a grin, "For someone of your caliber, Mr. Whis, such a simple technique should be easily learned after just one viewing, right?" "Indeed. In fact, I have already mastered it. By the way, what is the name of this technique?" Vegeta responded, "It is called intrinsic temporal control." "Ah, I see. Quite fitting indeed. I never expected a Saiyan to cultivate such a technique. However, if you wish to avoid being easily discerned, I suggest you apply this force field internally. Then even I would struggle to see through it in a short time. So it really can be learned in just one glance. Then I shall employ some more complex methods." Whis seemed to hear Vegeta's thoughts and chuckled, "If Mr. Vegeta desires his ultimate technique to remain concealed and unreplicated, he must utilize divine energy as the source for his divine techniques. The accelerated technique you just employed, if powered by divine energy, might elevate your speed to limitless, even surpassing the angel's universal speed. It could then be referred to as divine technique, intrinsic temporal control." Vegeta dispelled his acceleration state, stating, "I could do that now, but I'm not interested in using a technique that can be easily seen through by my opponent. Therefore, I plan to try something different. Since you mentioned limitless, this time I shall employ unlimited." "What does unlimited entail?" "I shall now use 50% of my power." "Huh." In an instant, Vegeta erupted with energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue evolution. His body was enveloped in a deep blue aura reminiscent of flames, and his hair darkened further. Gradually, his aura shrank, forming a nearly invisible energy layer enveloping his body. Whis narrowed his eyes, observing the changes in Vegeta. The structure of that force field had been altered, transitioning from ordinary energy to divine energy. The next moment, Whis's eyes widened in astonishment as he inhaled sharply. What astounding control! Such precise manipulation of immense energy at an atomic level. What technique is this? Vegeta teleported before Whis and unleashed a powerful punch. Whis instinctively realized the danger and quickly transformed his staff to block with both hands. Bam! The angel's staff bent under the force of the punch. And Whis frowned as he regarded Vegeta, thinking, what incredible strength. The speed has also increased beyond previous levels. As Vegeta's power fully unleashed, Whis was propelled backward by the force. The space around him slightly distorted as he spun in midair before regaining his balance. Vegeta appeared behind him, declaring, "It's not over yet." Whis turned and struck at Vegeta's face with a knife hand, but Vegeta neither dodged nor defended. Instead, he leaned directly into Whis' arm and delivered a punch to Whis' chest. Although Whis blocked the blow with his other hand, he felt pain reverberate through it. He immediately retaliated with a rapid sequence of attacks. Vegeta remained undeterred, focusing solely on offense as he exchanged blows with Whis. Whis observed that his attacks, while landing on Vegeta, inflicted no damage. His pupils dilated in realization, I see. The surface is covered in an energy layer akin to a spatial shield. This protective layer can even withstand the force fluctuations of Ultra Instinct. At this moment, Vegeta had entered a state of immunity against attacks. Whis, caught off guard by Vegeta's relentless assault, decided to unleash his full strength with a strike aimed at Vegeta's head. Yet his fist was deflected. The more threatening the attack, the less able I am to touch him. Seizing the opportunity created by Whis's deflected arm, Vegeta landed a hit on Whis's chest for the first time. Whis grunted as the collision generated a shockwave that shattered the surrounding space, and the two were transported back to the God of Destruction's realm. Whis exerted all his effort to counteract the inertia of the attack, landing firmly on the ground of the God of Destruction's domain. He summoned his staff and tapped the ground lightly, reinforcing the space once more. Vegeta, calm and serious, regarded Whis. Indeed, you are an almost perfect existence. After such a prolonged engagement, I have only managed a single effective strike. However, once that force permeates your body, you can instantly disperse it, minimizing the damage you endure. To truly harm you, I must unleash power far beyond your limits. Whis, with a smile, adjusted his attire. Apart from my two sisters and my father, you are the first to have landed an effective attack on me in a direct confrontation. That layer of energy surrounding you. It's not merely a spatial shield. It seems to slow down my speed the closer I get. How ironic. It appears to be infinitely close, yet I can never truly touch it. Alas, I am still a bit short of mastering the divine techniques. With confidence, Vegeta replied, of course. Should I elevate it to the level of divine techniques, even you, Mr. Whis, would struggle to decipher it. Currently, while using divine energy, you still have a chance to unravel it. Whis closed his eyes and chuckled. Are you deliberately leaving me a method to counter it? Unlimited. In the world of Dragon Ball, characterized by high power levels, there is a notable lack of mechanistic means. Conversely, in weaker universes, powerful mechanisms often emerge, with unlimited being one of them. For Vegeta, who comprehends the principles behind the technique and has fully grasped Ki on the planet Yardrat, replicating it is not a challenge. It merely requires the ability to manipulate matter at an atomic level, combined with an immense control over one's own Ki. With the addition of formidable perceptive abilities to replace the 6 eyes, it can be executed. In terms of difficulty, it is indeed more challenging than the 5-level Goku. Yet its effectiveness far surpasses what he could achieve. Moments later, Whis reopened his eyes, and together with Vegeta, they surged towards one another. In that instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely slow, as if approaching a halt. Whis gazed intently into Vegeta's eyes and struck his chest with an open palm. Although mastering this technique may take time, I can certainly counter it for now. In an instant, I shall distort the very fabric of time and space around you. Though Vegeta witnessed Whis unleashing a strike imbued with spatial power, he recognized it as a perfect opportunity for offense. Let us trade wounds and see who endures longer. The palm, twisted by the currents of time and space, struck Vegeta's chest. At that moment, a fist clad in white gloves unleashed a surge of black lightning upon Whis's chest. The surrounding space, reinforced multiple times, began to shatter anew under the immense force. Boom. Following a violent shockwave, both combatants were propelled away by the overwhelming power. Vegeta crashed heavily onto the desolate ground of the Destroyer realm, feeling an utter disarray of time and space within him. The distortive forces of space relentlessly tore at his body, emanating a searing silvery energy. He could only instinctively harness the Ultra Instinct to withstand the spatial rending. Whis was sent flying, colliding with a decorative star within the Destroyer realm, causing it to explode. Vegeta felt as if his bones, muscles, and internal organs were on the verge of being shattered, yet the Ultra Instinct provided him with automatic defense. Rising first, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, acknowledging the severity of his injuries. My organs feel as though they are being shredded. At last, I have encountered a commendable attack. Whis returned in a flash, still bearing the brunt of injuries, and gazed down at the wound in his chest, murmuring, "Your current strength has reached a commendable level, akin to that of an upper middle angel." Vegeta placed a hand on his chest, healing his internal injuries with a smile. "Thank you for the compliment, but now that I have unleashed the Ultra Instinct, I shall engage with all my might." With a wave of his staff, Whis restored both Vegeta's injuries and vitality. "Let us end this here. It is no longer necessary. Your previous state compelled me to exert my full strength. Even if your Ultra Instinct were on par with mine. No, even if it were just a notch weaker than mine, considering your various techniques and the ones I have yet to witness, I would not be your match. It would require my elder sister's intervention to defeat you." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression fell. "Please, don't say that. It took me great effort to unleash my full power, Grant me just one more minute. Just one more minute. Whis chuckled softly and bowed toward Vegeta. A youthful voice echoed from behind Vegeta. You are truly strong. Would you care to remain with us and become a god? Vegeta turned abruptly, only to find two guards alongside the Grand Minister, accompanied by the Omni King emerging behind him. Chapter 44. The Invitation of the Omni King. Omni King? Upon hearing Veget's direct address, the two guards stepped forward, exclaiming, How dare you utter the name of the Omni King? Kneel. Vegeta, arms akimbo, chuckled. Humph. Apologies, but my legs are too stiff to kneel. Perhaps you could assist me? After all, I haven't had enough fun yet. The Omni King, standing aloof, coldly commanded, Step back. However, before the guards could respond, he reiterated in a chilling tone, Silence. Do you wish to vanish? Floating gracefully in the air, the Omni King gazed at Veget with anticipation. So, what shall it be? Will you stay? Vegeta reverted to his usual demeanor, stating, I prefer to exist as a human until death or erasure. He harbored no fear of being obliterated by the Omni King. After all, death was merely an end. With a hint of disappointment, the Omni King replied, Is that so? Then do visit often, won't you? I wouldn't mind traversing time and space, if you don't object. Not at all. Your presence has rejuvenated a part of this timeline. At that moment, the Grand Minister approached, reminding, Your Majesty, it seems Beerus is still asleep. Should we summon him? Let him sleep, the Omni King replied, pointing to Broly in the distance. Hasten to make him the next god of destruction. The Grand Minister nodded, turning to Whis. Very well. I shall rely on you for that, Whis. Of course. It is my duty, and Mr. Vegeta has recommended an excellent candidate. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having instructed Broly and Android 18 to remain, floated to the side to observe. By the way, Vegeta, the Omni King said, Your recent performance was quite impressive. Are you interested in participating in a multiversal power tournament? Both Vegeta and Vegeta responded in unison. A multiversal power tournament? A smile broke across Vegeta's previously serious face as he approached the Omni King. That sounds delightful. Is it to pit individuals from different timelines against one another? The Omni King nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. You wish to battle against yourself from other timelines, correct? But wouldn't that be somewhat difficult to organize? Not at all. This is for you. The Omni King produced a summoning device and handed it to Vegeta. This device can summon me from this timeline no matter where you are. I assume you will continue your time travels? If you encounter an intriguing timeline, simply press this button, and I shall come to negotiate with another version of myself. Vegeta lifted a finger, tearing open a rift in space to place the summoning device within. He then inquired, But does every version of you share similar thoughts? What if one refuses to participate? They will agree, for there are stakes involved, and it will be entertaining. Stakes? The Grand Minister interjected to clarify. The Omni King has decided to wager against himself from other timelines. Each timeline will select 10 participants, and every battle will allow wagers of equivalent entities or beings, even entire universes. The victorious side will gain control over everything wagered by the opposing side. Vegeta stroked his chin, pondering every battle. It doesn't sound like a free-for-all. The Grand Minister chuckled. The specifics of the tournament have yet to be finalized, but there will be various formats, including one-on-one duels and entire universes battling against each other. Ultimately, there will be a grand melee involving all universes. Multiple formats will provide losing universes a chance for redemption. Although, if all wagered at the outset, there would be no recourse. Excited, Vegeta shook the Grand Minister's shoulders. This is fascinating. What are we waiting for? Let us expedite this. While being shaken, the Grand Minister replied, It cannot proceed just yet, which is why we need your assistance. As deities, we cannot directly manifest in other timelines without breaching fundamental rules. Even the Omni King cannot intervene directly, but we can send others to seek such universes. Time Patrol? Vegeta recalled the Time Patrol's lackluster performances, where even his Super Saiyan 4 self struggled against a Super Saiyan 4 Broly. And even he, along with a Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta from a parallel universe, was overpowered. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Are they truly difficult to contend with? The Grand Minister smiled. Given your strength, they should not pose a challenge, which is why your assistance is sought. Naturally, if Mr. Vegeta encounters the Kaishin of Time, he may also communicate with her to bring the Time Patrol along. Vegeta, hands on his hips and patting his chest with confidence, declared, Leave this task to me. By the way, how many timelines are we talking about? All eyes turned to the Omni King, who contemplated for a moment before responding. 18. But at least 6 must be dark timelines. Dark timelines? The Grand Minister explained. These are timelines where, due to fate, evil forces ultimately triumph over deities. They differ slightly from our own, where even amidst destruction, the deities ultimately prevail. However, Mr. Vegeta, this introduces another issue. The Grand Minister waved his hand, projecting an image of the GT universe into the air. Vegeta observed the scene of Goku battling the evil dragons. Isn't this our universe? The Grand Minister clarified, indeed. It resembles what Mr. Vegeta has previously experienced. The number of multiverses far exceeds your imagination. Not every universe contains an Omni King or God of Destruction. Some universes may only have a God of Destruction or even a Kaioshin as their highest deity. Others may have demon gods or other deities as their supreme beings, resulting in smaller universes. Consequently, the items available for wagering may be limited, but should we gather participants, we welcome their arrival. Vegeta, gazing at the projected image, asked, "Should I communicate with their leader? That would be ideal. In certain timelines, the Omni King cannot influence events. In such timelines, the summoning device will become ineffective, necessitating your judgment. Mr. Vegeta, whether to communicate or pursue other avenues. Ultimately, it depends on the agreement of the other party." The Grand Minister conjured a stack of papers and handed them to Vegeta. Have them place their handprint on this paper, and they will gain entry to the tournament venue. As Vegeta examined the papers, feeling the divine energy contained within, he remarked, "A contract to establish a cosmic connection?" Vegeta cautiously inquired. "You don't intend to deceive them into coming here for slaughter, do you?" The Grand Minister explained, "To be frank, we do harbor intentions of eliminating certain dark timelines. However, you need not worry. All outcomes will be determined fairly through battle." Vegeta nodded. "I understand the gist of it. What about the time and location?" After a moment of thought, the Grand Minister replied, "The time flow differs across universes, but we can pinpoint a specific moment. Let us set it during the tournament period from other timelines, specifically year 781 of the Age of Heroes. Certainly, if there exist timelines extending further into the future, that would be acceptable. We possess a certain confidence to make temporal concessions when necessary. As for the location, let us provisionally settle on the Void Realm. Should there be any changes, I shall contact you through the device provided by the Omni King." Once the objectives were articulated, the Grand Priest and the Omni King prepared to depart. Vegeta turned to the Grand Priest and inquired, "By the way, may I ask whether the power of the gods of destruction fluctuates or remains constant across all timelines?" The Grand Priest paused for a moment before responding. "It fluctuates, though not entirely. In certain timelines, the powers of the angels and gods of destruction can be fixed. Typically, their strengths are established at a ratio of 10 for the gods of destruction to 15 for the angels." Vegeta, appearing more concerned than Vegeta, pressed on. "How does the power of the angels in this timeline compare within the multiverse?" The Grand Priest replied with a smile, "At least within the top 10, in some timelines. My counterpart may not even surpass the current WIS. Conversely, the present me may not measure up to certain WIS figures from other timelines. Anything is possible, Mr. Vegeta. So you must proceed with caution. Furthermore, be prepared, as the Omni King may consider allowing the angels and gods of destruction to intervene." Vegeta nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Ah, now that is intriguing." He then turned to the Omni King. "I have one more humble request. I wish to bring the 18 from this timeline back to my own." The Omni King readily acquiesced. "That is permissible, but I will devise a means to return you all to my timeline in due course." With that, the Omni King, along with his 2 attendants and the Grand Priest, transformed into a stream of light and swiftly departed. Vegeta stood in place, arms crossed, murmuring, 18 universes. Our primary timeline counts as one, this one as another. Now, to seek out 16 more. Vegeta remarked. The future timeline of Trunks likely does not meet the criteria for participation, especially as a considerable amount of time has passed since year 781 of the Age of Gods. No matter, we shall take our time with this. Consider it a journey.